A trip of about 4,000 miles. It is a trip that starts at over the Pacific and finishes at Cape Kennedy. So there are many faces in this re-entry. So the faces where they were when the incident happened is that they slowed down to a speed of Mach 6, 6 times the speed of sound. They were at 200,000 feet, and they were at 10 to 15 minutes to the landing strip itself. We could see them from the ground. You have seen the perspectives that were shown on TV. So it was really the final phase, and certainly physically, they were in fact feeling the effect of gravity after staying in space for 6 days in no weight. So it is tiring because the strength, the force of gravity once we come back after having been away from it for 16 days, you have the feeling of being very heavy. Our movements are maybe slower than usual, but we know that in 15 minutes we'll have landed, we'll be with our families, and see our families a few minutes after that. They're quite excited, but still they're concentrating on the last phase of the mission itself. Could you explain a little bit the measures of emergency? In this case, there is a scenario for which we are training, and it is a scenario where we see that the spacecraft could not make it to the landing strip. The spacecraft can always have the option of landing at some other places, but it has to have the option. And the feed has disappeared.
We have lost our picture and sound from Montreal and the Canadian Space Agency, but we are still looking at pictures of the debris descending onto the Texas landscape, north-central Texas. Still with us, we have our guest, Ivan Semenek, and others. I will just recap for you what's happening this morning. For those of you tuning in a little late, the Space Shuttle Columbia was flying at Mach 6 times the speed of sound. That's about 12,500 miles an hour, 200,000 feet above the Earth in the final phase. In fact, some people were saying that they could see elements of the spacecraft at that point, and they were just, as Mark Garneau indicated, they were just beginning to feel the force of the gravity as they were coming back to Earth. The really sad note we've heard this morning is that they were about 15 minutes away. Can you imagine? 15 minutes away from touchdown. They would have been safe and sound on the ground in a quarter of an hour. Imagine that. Columbia Shuttle is the oldest in NASA's fleet, and it lost contact with the shuttle. Mission Control lost contact with the shuttle at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. It was about 60,000 meters over north-central Texas, and this is the debris field, and goodness knows how many pieces of debris could fall at this point. Some of them very large, some of them tiny, pieces of engine, parts of it are all over the place in north-central Texas this morning. And rescue operation shortly underway, obviously, to determine whether or not there will be any survivors from this space flight. Mark Garneau is hopeful that some of the astronauts survived. Others are telling us that survivability is doubtful because of the conditions under which the spacecraft re-entered Earth. It's a fireball surrounding them when they come back into the atmosphere. The spacecraft broke up at that moment and began to fall to the Earth. The Columbia was on the tail of a 16-day science mission. The crew had conducted about 80 experiments on the mission, and only 2 of the 7 astronauts on board had flown before. The shuttle's commander, Rick Husband, and Kapana Chawla. The other 5 were rookies: pilot William McCool, Michael Anderson, David Brown, Laurel Clark, and Ilan Ramon, who was the first Israeli ever to go up in space. President Bush was informed a few hours ago that this disaster had taken place, and we're going to be hearing from him very shortly, we understand. He was briefed after NASA lost contact with the shuttle and has been monitoring the situation, the White House said, from Camp David. The president is briefed and is monitoring, according to the White House, and he was due to spend the weekend at the Camp David presidential retreat. Obviously, that quiet weekend after a very busy week in which he heard the weapons inspector's report, gave his State of the Union address, met with Tony Blair yesterday. Now he is, this in fact is the presidential motorcade coming from Camp David back into Washington, where he will make a speech to the nation, address the nation on this tragedy, probably in about half an hour from now. Yes, it has certainly been a very busy week for the president. Alan Fryer is in our CTV Washington bureau. Alan, a trying time for the president, and what do we know about his plans for the next few hours?
Well, the President, Lloyd, is going to want to be briefed in some detail. White House officials are telling us that there are no firm plans at this point for the President to address the nation, although we believe it is likely, but not before NASA holds its press conference, which is expected in just under half an hour from now, 1 p.m. Eastern time.
Thank you for noting us on that, because we were being told from one source that he was going to speak to the nation, but that's not definite yet. Is that the case?
It's not, although I think we can say, Lloyd, that it's very likely. The presidential podium was spotted being taken over from the executive office building, which is right next door to the White House into the West Wing. So I cannot imagine that the president will not have something to say to the American people by the end of the day. But again, I think White House officials are really concerned right now that all the facts be pulled together as best they can under the circumstances. They want to hear what NASA has to say at 1 p.m. in its news conference, and then I expect it likely that the president would make some kind of address to the American people sometime after that.
Yes, there will, of course, be this very anxious time until we know finally about the fate of the astronauts themselves, because Mark Garneau refuses to give up hope, he says, until he has heard the final word. But from other experts we've talked to this morning, they're indicating that given the turbulence in that final phase, given the fact that a fireball surrounds the spacecraft at that point, when it goes back into the atmosphere, there is that period where there is no communication with the spacecraft, and on re-entry, they weren't able to reestablish communication. The possibility of these people surviving is slim at best, one would think. But we have to wait, and we have to be hopeful, as Mark Garneau says, that just maybe some or all got out alive. Alan, what was the, if the president does address the nation, of course, for him, this is a very challenging time, and now he has to shift modes, if you will, and become the father of the country at this stage, and he's had some experience in that, has he not?
He has indeed, and it's certainly, as you point out, Lloyd, a very trying time for the president. He was spending the weekend, or was to have spent the weekend, at the presidential retreat at Camp David. It's about an hour's drive from Washington, D.C., conferring with his national security team on the growing crisis in Iraq. As we know, as we heard from him and Tony Blair yesterday, war could be just weeks away. This is what is of prime concern on the presidential agenda up till now. But as you say, the president is going to have to switch gears. We've seen him before, as you recall, and as our viewers recall, reaching out to the families, to the rescue workers after 9/11. And I think for the first time, we really got a glimpse of the human side of President Bush, the emotion that he felt, and the degree to which he was able to reach out to the victims' families, to the rescue workers, and comfort them as much the same way that President Reagan had to do after the last Shuttle tragedy in 1986, I believe. So unfortunately, again, the president is going to be thrust into that role at a very trying time of international crises.
Thank you, Alan. Well, we know that you'll be standing by for us in Washington, bringing us up to date on the movements of the president. Right now, as we saw a moment ago, the motorcade is on its way to the White House. We're watching pictures now from the Texas landscape, this debris falling over north central Texas, as has been the case for the last several hours. And Ivan Semenik, our expert, tells us that it should be pretty well dissipated by now. Those who were on the scene around Dallas this morning and heard some of the I'm just getting some information here. We were going to hear an eyewitness, now we're not going to hear an eyewitness. All right, that's fine. But there were some reports from eyewitnesses in Texas saying that they had heard a big bang and the windows shook in the house. One man said, he was in Carlton, Texas, and he said it was like the sound of a car hitting the house. Then he saw two bright objects falling from the sky, flying alongside the shuttle as it passed overhead on re-entry. And he believed at the time that these were chase jets. Loud, intense roar. Another person described it as that. So people on the ground in Texas catching glimpses, hearing a lot of noise this morning around 9 o'clock, between 8 and 9 their time, when the shuttle was beginning to break apart and beginning to descend to the earth. It was at Mach 6 on re-entry, 6 times the speed of sound, 12,500 miles an hour, 20,000 kilometers, 200,000 feet above. Ivan Semenik is still with us. And Ivan, let's talk again about how close we may be to all of the debris crashing to Earth at this point.
I think most of the debris, if not all of the debris, is somewhere on the Earth's surface at this point, but it would be scattered over many, many square kilometers, hundreds, thousands of square kilometers, and somewhere in that scatter would be some key clues as to what may have occurred. As you were mentioning earlier, the accident occurred when they were about 200,000 feet above the Earth's surface, and that's almost exactly in the middle of that point where they are out of radio communication with Earth, because they're surrounded by that fireball of ionized air. So, you know, by about 9 o'clock Eastern time was the last communication, and somewhere after that is when this tragedy occurred.
All right, thanks, Ivan. I'm going to call upon Hailey Norris, who is on the line with us from NASA. Hello?
Hello, it's actually Kylie Moritz.
Kylie Norris, thank you very much for talking to us, Ms. Norris. Tell us what you know at this stage about the astronauts themselves, about their fate.
We actually don't know anything for sure at this point. It's obviously from watching the video that was taken by folks in the area that the shuttle did break up. At the speed it was traveling, 12,500 miles an hour, it is probably very unlikely that the crew survived.
All right. What is the speculation there about what may have caused this?
It actually is too soon to even speculate about that. We need to take a look at a lot of information over the next few days. I don't expect an answer today. I don't know when to expect an answer to figure this out, but we are going to work hard to figure it out.
What are you working on right now? What's your procedure over the next couple of hours?
Well, right now we're responding, you know, with our the information we do have, and as it comes available, we let folks know. The search and rescue teams in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and the east portions of Texas have been alerted, and people in the area, if they see debris, should alert the local authorities because it could be hazardous as a result of the toxic propellants inside the shuttle.
Take us back to the time when NASA first heard about this morning. I believe it was around 8 o'clock your time when you lost contact?
Right. Well, that's all I know. I wasn't actually here at that time, but, you know, we did lose communications and haven't heard anything or seen any data from the space shuttle since then. So since then, the Mission Control Center has been secured, and all of the information from this mission has been secured so that we have that to reference.
What happens now regarding an investigation, and what are the implications for the Columbia Space Shuttle program over the next year or so?
I don't know. Obviously, I'm working right now in this moment, and I haven't thought about that and don't know that we'll address that soon.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for taking these few moments. I know you're very busy. Carl Moritz from NASA spokesman from Central Control there. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Now, a moment ago, we were trying to get on the line Terry Hunziger from Texas, Gary Hunziger from Texas, who saw and heard a lot this morning from his location. Hello, Mr. Hunziker.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for being with us. Tell us what you heard and saw earlier this morning around, what would it be, 8 o'clock your time?
Yeah, I'd heard on the news last night that it was supposed to overfly this area at 8:03 this morning, so when the clock struck 8 this morning, I headed out to my patio. At that point, the shuttle was already slightly east of this location. It was easy to pick up. The fuselage was growing very brightly in the sun, and there was a very large contrail behind it. To the naked eye, I saw nothing unusual. I had some field glasses with me. Had a little trouble picking it up in the field glasses, but when I finally did, I commented to my wife that chase jets had already picked it up, because I saw a couple of what I thought to be chase jets off of each side of the shuttle. Other than that, I didn't notice anything that I would have thought unusual.
So
all I heard was a very slight, what sounded like a slight jet engine noise in the distance, and again, I took that to be chase jets. I never the time that the shuttle was obviously traveling far too high and far too fast for that to have been possible. So really the first indication I had of trouble was about 15 minutes later. I turned on the TV. Since I saw the overflight, I wanted to see the landing. And of course the first thing I heard was contact that the shuttle had been lost. That's when I really started realizing what I'd probably seen.
So when it left your eye line, what were you seeing at that point? Just the two pieces of spacecraft trailing alongside
mainly
it?
What you could see is the fuselage and the contrail. But at that point, it was glowing very brightly in the sun, and you could see what I thought to be about four specks of light that, again, I took for the chase jets.
All right. What did you hear? Did you hear? Were there any sounds involved in this?
The only thing I heard, as I say, is what sounded like a very distant jet engine noise to me.
All right. One person said there was a loud, intense roar. That would have been someone perhaps further east of you.
To the south of us, I imagine, because I'm not sure exactly where the flight path was, but it was well south of us.
So what was your response when you heard what had happened?
Well, certainly some surprise and shock, although I realize that space exploration is still dangerous business, so it's not totally unexpected when something can go wrong in such a complex craft.
Are you a space fan, Mr. Hunziker? It sounds like you're someone who goes out on these occasions and looks for the spacecraft coming back on a regular basis.
This is the first time I've ever seen it overfly. Even though I've been here for a number of years, this is the first overflight I've ever seen. Certainly, I've always been interested in space exploration.
Really? What compelled you to look up there this morning at the overflight?
Last night on the news, I heard that it was supposed to overfly at 8:03 this morning. And as I say, I've never seen it, so I was just bound and determined that I wasn't going to miss this one.
All right. Well, we thank you very, very much for your observations. What are you going to be doing now for the rest of the day? Just following closely along with this story?
Certainly so.
Right. Thank you very much, sir.
Surely.
Gary Hunziker speaking to us from Texas. He saw this morning the space shuttle on re-entry and thought that some of the debris that was falling off from the sides belonged to chase jets that he felt would be going up at that time to follow the shuttle back to Earth. And when you think about it again, imagine that time frame: 15 minutes from touchdown, 15 minutes from where they were in the sky until they would have landed safely in Florida at the scheduled time of 9:16, 9:17 Eastern Time. With me now is Marc Garneau, the first Canadian in space. Good morning, Mr. Garneau. We heard you a few moments ago. Thank you very much for taking a few moments to talk with us.
Morning, Lloyd.
I know that you're very busy. You're the president of the Canadian Space Agency. On a day like this, this is a trying time for you. What was your reaction when you first heard about this morning?
Well, this is one of those days that you dread. You know that it can happen. I was sitting quietly with my family Saturday morning. I like to spend time with my kids. I was reading the paper, having a coffee, and then somebody from the agency phoned me and told me what seemed to be developing. And of course, my heart sank. And my first reaction was to pray for the well-being of the crew and their families and their friends, and secondly, to try to get as much information as possible about what had happened.
I know that you've spent about 600 hours up there, 3 shuttle flights. How does one prepare for an emergency in these kinds of situations?
Well, we do actually have some procedures that the crew can do in limited circumstances when it becomes clear, for example, that the shuttle is not going to make it to the runway. There are some things that we can do, and in fact even bail out. But those require a certain number of circumstances, and typically you need to. It takes a few minutes to do them. You need to have stable flight of the orbiter, and we do practice those procedures. If we get caught completely by surprise and something catastrophic occurs without warning, then there isn't really too much we can do unless we, in the case, for example, of this disintegration, if for some reason some part of the shuttle remained, the pressurized part of it remained secure, there's the possibility that some crew members may have been able to do something at that point. But extremely challenging, especially at 200,000 feet and at Mach 6, which is very, very fast.
And they would be feeling the force of the gravity at that stage, wouldn't they?
Absolutely, and in fact, typically when you're coming back, you're finding it a bit of a hard slug because you've been floating for 16 days, and even normal force of gravity, it's a little bit higher at this point, is quite hard to deal with. So you feel kind of sluggish when you stand up.
Someone told me one time that disorientation is possible in this phase, too. You don't know where you are for a few moments when you get back in. Is that possible?
Yes, it does affect different people in different ways, but in much the same way as we talk about a sailor having sea legs when they get ashore and sometimes feeling fine when they're at sea, and then the first day they get back they kind of feel disoriented. That same kind of experience does await some of the astronauts.
Let's talk for a moment about the chances of survivability then. They would... the space suits, those pumpkin suits as they're called, they would be pressurized at this stage or partially pressurized?
Typically, if there's a loss of pressure inside the vehicle, those will pressurize, and they also have their own self-contained oxygen source.
So they could have used the parachutes to get out then?
Then, in order to do that, they have to blow the side hatch door out, and there's an explosive charge to do that. And at that point, they have to get out through the door. Yes. There's no ejection mechanism as such. No, there are no ejections like in conventional jet fighters.
I'm going to have to ask you, if you don't mind, and I know that the president of the Canadian Space Agency probably wouldn't like to speculate, but we are hearing this story from earlier this morning, and we heard this on liftoff, about a piece of insulating foam on one of the external tanks coming off, and it might have hit the left wing of the shuttle, although the lead flight director of Mission Control told reporters at the time that engineers had concluded any damage to the wing was considered minor and posed no safety hazard. Could that have been a safety hazard if it had hit one of the tiles?
Well, I think that my tendency is to go with the experts at NASA. There is always the risk, and it has happened in the past, of a small bit of insulation or a bit of ice on the external tank getting dislodged during the launch because of vibrations and hitting some of the tiles. And in fact, we have found cracked tiles on the underside of the orbiter itself after landing, and typically after each flight a number of tiles have to be changed out. So this is not an unusual occurrence, and it is something that was watched very, very carefully with cameras during the takeoff phase. Some cracked tiles underneath the shuttle is definitely not a serious problem. What would be a serious problem is if a very large number of tiles in one particular location got removed completely and would allow a hot spot to develop after that point. But based on what the NASA engineers have said, and they look at the videos very, very carefully for launch, I don't think that would be a factor.
Could a long trajectory on relaunch have caused anything like this?
The trajectory that was being followed as Columbia re-entered was a fairly standard one, so there is nothing in terms of the trajectory to believe that this was going to be more stressful on the vehicle. Literally, Lloyd, there are hundreds of possibilities as to what might have caused this. It's an extremely complex vehicle, and I think at this point we're going to have to try to gather the information because I think probably all of us are going to be surprised when we figure out what actually caused it.
Yes, because this obviously was a catastrophic event, and those spacecraft are pretty tough. Columbia has been around for a while and was due to fly several more missions. So would it be a computer problem of some kind? Is that possible? I mean, I know we're just guessing and speculating here, and I emphasize that, but there's got to be a lot of interest as to what might have gone wrong here.
You know, the computers, there are 5 computers on board, and they all back each other up, and there have been over 100 flights of the Space Shuttle. I doubt whether it is a computer problem. There would have to be some kind of very, very serious glitch in the software to cause some kind of uncontrolled flight to the vehicle itself. So I think that's probably a low probability, but it could not. I wouldn't want to exclude anything at this point.
Okay. Now, you said earlier, in fact, the first question you answered at your news conference was the fact that you knew these people, some of them well, some of them less so to you. But tell us what you know about them. Tell us what kind of people they were.
Well, you know, the astronauts are a very special group of people. Certainly that's been my experience, and I spent almost 9 years down in Houston. I got to know all of the crew members extremely well, except possibly the Israeli payload specialist. I knew him to say hello, but he arrived much later. But the other crew members I trained with on the ground. You train with other crews. You don't just train with the crew that you're going to fly with. I flew in their back seats. 3 of them were pilots, T-38 pilots. You get to know each other in a situation like that. I've Capcom missions, been the capsule communicator when some of them have been up. There's 3 of them that had flown before. I socialized with them. My wife and my children knew their wives and their children or their husbands as appropriate. You develop a very strong bond because you're in a particular profession, and we all know what's involved, and we all feel a little bit tense when the shuttle goes up.
Just one more question before you go, and that is, what are you thinking about these people today in terms of what may happen to them?
Well, as I say, our hopes and prayers are with the crew, that they miraculously have managed to survive this, and certainly with their families and their friends who are feeling a high degree of anxiety at this point and waiting to see what will happen. And in that sense, I think we all become a bit of a family at a moment like this.
Mr. Garneau, thank you very, very much for taking the time. I know that you're going to be monitoring this over the next several hours and throughout the weekend, and we may be talking to you later.
You're welcome, Lloyd.
Marc Garneau, the president of the Canadian Space Agency, was up on 3 shuttle flights, 600 hours of time in space for Mr. Garneau. A very anxious day for him, obviously. Ivan Semenuk is still with us, and Ivan, Discovery Channel, space expert on quite a few things, scientific, as a matter of fact. Thank you for joining us once again, Ivan. And I saw you a moment ago when we were about to come up on camera, and you had a model with you of the spacecraft. And this is a model of the Columbia itself. Just talk to us about the various elements and what might have happened this morning.
Absolutely. Now, I've got a model of one of the Space Shuttle orbiters. Of course, in this case, the doors are open as they would be during the orbit, during times when they're unloading, say, pieces of the space station from the cargo bay, and those doors are closed for the re-entry phase. I can't close these ones, but you can imagine that they would be closed, and the Space Shuttle is then basically a cylinder with these wings. And although the shuttle launches like a rocket, it lands like an airplane, and there are, in fact, 7 what would be called aerodynamically active surfaces. So I'll try and point them out to you. There are 2 flaps each on the bottom of the wings, of the 2 wings of the shuttle. There's also also a flap at the aft end. You can see that dark flap at the end, and then 2 flaps on the tail section. So these, in fact, help guide the shuttle, but but apart from maneuvering the shuttle, their other function is to increase the drag on the spacecraft as it's starting to enter Earth's atmosphere. Now, at the moment that the failure occurred, when the shuttle was approximately 200,000 feet above Earth's surface, really the orbiter has one job to do, and that job is to convert velocity into heat. The only way for the shuttle to be slow enough to land safely is to lose speed, and it loses that speed and the energy of that motion in the form of heat as it's entering the atmosphere. It's using the atmosphere to slow it down. Now, the key thing here is the attitude of the spacecraft. It's not landing sort of nose first. In fact, it's landing, in a sense, belly first. It's and it's maintaining a very fine balance, its exact attitude and the direction of travel, sort of a balance between those two things. And this is why it's key. The surface area, or the sort of the amount of exposed surface, the more it's exposed, the more it's kind of heading sort of belly first, that increases the drag. And if you sort of shorten that up a little bit, that decreases the drag. And so that's kind of how the shuttle maintains that fine balance. Of course, it can't expose itself too much to that drag, because then it will exceed the heat restrictions. It'll become too hot. It'll be absorbing heat too quickly. So it's maintaining that fine balance, which is what's happening, at that critical moment. And of course, the whole shuttle at that point is encased in a layer of ionized air, which is why it's out of radio communications. That starts at about 265,000 feet. It's meant to finish at about 162,000 feet. So right in the middle is where the disaster occurred, when the shuttle was moving in this way.
All right, thank you, Ivan. Now, just let's talk for a moment about the Columbia itself, because it's had a lot of missions, and up to now it's been a very serviceable spacecraft. What's going to happen with it after this?
Well, there are 3 remaining spacecraft now: Discovery, Atlantis, and Endeavour, and they have a full slate of launches and missions planned for the next coming years. Of course, the main object of the shuttle fleet at this point is constructing the International Space Station. This, of course, raises all kinds of questions. The space shuttle is half complete at the moment. It can safely contain 3 astronauts, and the shuttle has been, up till now, the main way in which expedition crews or space station crews have been changing out. At the moment, we're into the Expedition 6 crew. It's the 6th crew to board the space station. Now, there is an alternate way to get people to and from the space station. That's the progress of the Soyuz, the Russian rockets, which are even this weekend, there's a flight plan to bring cargo to the station. However, that severely limits access to the space station, and certainly grounding the shuttle fleet would limit further construction of the space station for the foreseeable future. So this is going to have an enormous impact on the entire manned space flight program.
We can't help but think once again, as we watch these pictures, and our eyewitness from Texas mentioned this morning, that they were heading over there. They were about 15 minutes away from being safe and sound on the ground. What would have been the procedure in the last 15 minutes when they felt the force of the gravity? What would have been the next things they would have been commissioned to do?
At that point, the astronauts are essentially mainly watching the computers, watching their panels, making sure that the spacecraft is following the line that it's planned to. It's a very rapid descent, and in a sense, it's very much an automatic descent. And the spacecraft is, you could think of it as a kind of missile in reverse as it's coming in. As Mark Garneau indicated earlier, it's already beginning to pick up information from ground stations, which help guide the spacecraft to keep it online. So really, if things are working normally, the astronauts are mainly just watching and making sure that all their instruments are telling them that things are going according to plan. Now, if things start to divert from the plan, you can imagine at that critical stage, when the maximum aerodynamic forces are on the spacecraft, they don't have a lot of time to react. And the big mystery, of course, is how much time did they have have before they realized that something was going wrong.
Don't go away, Ivan, because I have one more question for you, but I just wanted to remind people that we are waiting for a news conference from NASA and also word from U.S. President George Bush. He is due to say a few words to the American public in a short period of time. We saw his motorcade moving from Camp David down to the White House a short time ago. Just one more thing, Ivan, in connection with that last 15 minutes. Mark Garneau said that it's possible that if a number of tiles were torn from the bottom of the spacecraft, the belly of the spacecraft, that might cause a catastrophic event like this. Now, our eyewitness saw two pieces of debris. He thought they were chase jets around the sides of the spacecraft. But speculate, if you can, on just what that catastrophic event might have been.
Well, I'm going to take you back for a moment to the Challenger explosion in 1986. This was the reverse kind of disaster where the spacecraft actually exploded as it was being launched. But you might remember seeing the clouds of debris coming out from that explosion, and it just seemed like a chaotic explosion that there'd be no way of knowing what happened. But in fact, engineers, flight directors were able to go back and trace every single piece that was captured on video and eventually come to understand in 3 dimensions exactly what occurred. And that was extremely useful in understanding where the failure happened, why it happened, and in a sense it's a kind of avalanche of failures. Once one thing goes wrong, then, you know, for example, if a number of tiles come loose, then you get an overheating of the airframe in one area, and this is just one possible scenario, and how that would lead to the next thing and the next thing. So we're going to be seeing a lot of that video in the coming days and the coming weeks. People will be analyzing every individual piece that you see as it's breaking up, trying to picture which piece is that, where did it come from, why did it break off at that point, and hopefully tracing those pieces back to the source of the failure.
Thank you, Ivan.
Thank you.
While at this hour, our hopes and prayers are with every single one of those astronauts. There's a great deal of attention being placed in Israel this morning, of course, on all the astronauts, and especially on Ilan Ramon, the 48-year-old colonel in Israel's Air Force, and the first Israeli to go into space. His mother and grandmother survived the Auschwitz death camp. His father fought for Israel's statehood alongside his grandfather. Ramon fought in the Yom Kippur War in 1973 and the Lebanon War in 1982. He served as a fighter pilot in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. He flew F-16s and F-4s. He was chosen as Israel's first astronaut in 1997 and then moved to Houston the next year to train for shuttle flight. His wife and 4 children have been living in Florida for the last couple of months during this time leading up to the space flight. They actually reside in Tel Aviv. With me is Meir Ramon, who is the Israel Consul General in Toronto. Thank you for coming in to join us, Mr. Ramon. We appreciate it.
Thank you. It's Meir Ramon.
Meir Ramon.
Ramon.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Now just tell us what you know about the family.
I met Ilan Ramon and his wife here in Toronto, in July 2002. He was a wonderful man, very modest, down to earth, despite all his achievements. And we happen to love him very much. By the way, a very good friend of him, Marty Goldberg from Toronto, is now in Florida. He went there to receive him, coming from space. And how sad it is now.
Yes, indeed it is sad. There's some word that members of the family will be coming through Toronto in the next few days. Have you heard about that?
Yes, they are coming tomorrow morning, and we are going to help them at the airport.
And what is the occasion there?
They are going to Houston.
They're going to Houston?
To Houston, yeah.
Okay, these are other members of the
family.
family.
I understand that one of them is his father.
The father?
Yeah.
All right. What sort of impact is this having in the community, in the Jewish community in Canada? Has there been much talk about this first Israeli astronaut?
Of course, and of course there is now we are under shock, and we are all saddened because of it. It's a very sad day.
Was there any talk before the flight about a possible terrorist incident of any kind?
No, no. And I don't believe it has to do with terrorism. I think it's a pure accident.
Yes, that seems to be the conclusion of everyone this morning. But there was a lot of security, you have to admit, at the launch.
Yeah.
Because they were concerned that there might be something wrong there.
Yeah, yeah. But it doesn't seem to me, I am not an expert, but it seems that this was a regular accident, like the Challenger, you know.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir, for taking a moment to come in. I appreciate it. The Israeli Consul General in Toronto. And Joy Malbon is standing by in Jerusalem, where Prime Minister Ariel Sharon has made a statement this morning. The whole country is watching and praying for the survival of the Israeli astronaut. Joy, come in and tell us what the mood is. I know it's, what is it, about early evening there?
Yes, Lloyd, it's early evening, and the mood here is devastation. Everyone is very, very sad. We spoke with Ramon's brother, Gadi, who is going to be making his way down to Houston. He said that he's absolutely devastated. He called it a disaster. He said that everybody's hopes, including Israel's, were on Ilan Ramon, especially over the last 2 years of suicide bombings and terror attacks. This was a good news story. He was a source of national pride, and everyone is just absolutely in shock.
Thank you, Joy. What are the plans within the Israeli government over the next few days?
Well, Ariel Sharon has issued a statement. The Prime Minister said that the government of Israel and the people of Israel are praying together with the entire world for the safety of the astronauts on the Shuttle Columbia. He said the state of Israel and its citizens are one at this difficult time. He's not expected to say anything else tonight. Perhaps there'll be a press conference tomorrow, other than the family reacting and people reacting on the streets. And reporters, even local reporters on some of the stations, were very upset. Some of them had tears in their eyes. Again, it's because Ramon had become a national hero to Israel.
Joy, what about the speculation in the media there at this point? Has there been very much about the nature of this accident?
No, at first, because it was an Israeli on board the space shuttle, many people thought that he would be a target for terrorism, but there's been no talk of that just yet. The only talk is that this is probably an accident, a terrible tragedy. No one is speaking about any acts of terrorism as of yet.
All right. Thank you very much, Joy, for taking some more time to be with us. And you'll continue following that story from Israel, I know. Joy Malbon, our Middle East Bureau Chief. Michael Anderson, the payload specialist on the Columbia, his sister had a few words about him and about what may have happened this morning and how she's feeling at this moment. We're going to listen to this now.
I don't even know what to say. When he went up and I guess it was July 16th, it was exciting to our family. It's the second time he's been up. That's what he's dreamed of doing most of his life. That's what he said his goals to do. That's what he sacrificed to do, and that is what he did. It was not really a dream to him. It was a future reality to him, is how he looked at it. And we knew when he set his sights on that that's what he would do.
The sister of Michael Anderson, oddly enough, Michael Anderson was much more concerned about the launch of the spacecraft than the landing. He indicated beforehand that he was very, very nervous about that particular phase. And it is indeed in that phase that a problem could have developed. Something may have fallen off and hit the external tank from the external tank, and may have possibly hit one of the tiles. This is all speculation at this moment, of course, but that's one thing that could have happened on the liftoff that could have caused a problem. The other possibility being speculated on is whether or not a piece of ice punctured one of the tiles. And as Mark Garneau was saying a little while ago, that if one of those tiles one or two of those tiles begins to disintegrate, there could be a problem should a number of them fly off at the same time. Now, all that our eyewitnesses in Texas have been able to tell us up to now was that they saw two objects flying alongside the spacecraft on re-entry. It was visible to the naked eye on re-entry, and our eyewitness down there was looking at it through binoculars, but he said that he thought they were chase jets that were flying alongside at that time. Turned out to be the spacecraft itself disintegrating before his very eyes. Now, apparently, we are getting a look here at a complete engine. If these fellows move out of the way, we might get a chance to have another shot at it. Anyway, a complete engine fallen to the ground in Texas, in north central Texas. People there have been told to be very wary of getting near any of this debris. You can see they're marking off the area there. That's it. That's the smoke from the complete engine that apparently has fallen to the ground over north central Texas. There it is. There we are. The full engine from the spacecraft Columbia. Today's front pages of Indian newspapers were carrying pictures of Kalpana Chawla. She is the first Indian-born woman in space, and it was expected that she would be returning to Earth today. They were celebrating her return on the Space Shuttle Columbia. Kalpana was born 40 years ago in Karnal, about 130 kilometers north of New Delhi, in the northern Haryana state, and the town's residents had planned a celebration. But now, of course, they are in a state of shock and mourning. Mike McClure, our India bureau chief, is with me for the moment. What's the reaction over there, Mark? Matt.
Well, Lloyd, it's a nation that was brimming with pride is now full of shock. I mean, as you said, the papers were carrying photos of her. The wire agencies have been telling Indians exactly where they could look in the sky for the space shuttle to be passing over today on its return journey. What we're hearing from the school where Chawla went to school, they had gathered there for an evening of song and dance to celebrate her expected landing. And now everyone there, according to the principals, it's just an atmosphere of disbelief, shock, and condolence, as it is all over the world at this disaster.
Yes, has the Indian Prime Minister said anything yet?
We haven't heard any reports as yet. No doubt we will. I mean, several weeks ago, the Prime Minister had announced that non-resident Indians, like Chawla, had invited them all back to the country and were celebrating their accomplishments. Chawla had left India in the 1980s after receiving her schooling there and had signed on with NASA in 1994. This was her second mission. She'd gone first into space in 1997 and had reported from the skies over the Indian Himalayas about seeing the Ganges Valley and how majestic and mind-boggling it appeared as she was flying over. A U.S. citizen, but very much still a person with deep ties to her country of birth.
How closely were people there monitoring the flight, Matt? Because sometimes in North America, at least, you hear about the launch, you hear about the landing if it's successful, and that's it. Were they following it on a daily basis?
Well, certainly, the papers today had carried accounts. It was on the front page. I mean, people here have become used to them as well. But I think when it's a woman and it's the first Indian-born woman in space, it was gathering a fair bit of media attention here, and people were rightly proud of an accomplishment of one of their countrymen. Of course, India has sent people with excellent training in engineering and computers all over the world, and many of them are now living and working in the United States.
Matt, thank you very much for this. Matt McClure on the line from New Delhi, our India bureau chief. Now, we have another eyewitness to talk to. Several people managed to get a glimpse of the spacecraft through binoculars this morning as it re-entered the atmosphere. After that period of blackout, when there is a full shutdown of communications, not a shutdown actually, but blackout space when it's impossible as the spacecraft is re-entering the atmosphere to make contact. So as Houston was anxiously awaiting the communication to return from the spacecraft, they didn't hear anything. And that's when we first knew that there was a problem. That was around 9:16 Eastern Time in Florida, about 8 a.m. in Texas. And we have another eyewitness on the line from Texas. This is Waylon Wagner, who's with us from Henderson, Texas. Good day, sir.
Yes, good day.
Thank you for taking a moment to speak to us on this day. What did you see this morning?
Well, approximately around 8 o'clock, I went out on my back patio to have a cup of coffee like I always do. And I was standing there, and then I just kind of looked back into the northwest and saw this little thin vapor trail as it started coming over our treetops out here. And, the first thing that come to mind was a meteor or a comet. And then I just continued watching it and everything, and it got bigger and brighter and everything. And then you could start seeing fragments coming off of it, and I thought, well, still, And I'd hollered at my wife at that time to come out there and see it because, it was so pretty and everything. And we did not know that it was coming back in. But anyway, she came out and she ran back in and got her camera and took several shots of after the brightest flame and everything had gone out, and it was fixing to go in behind the trees and everything. And she got several shots of it. And while we were standing out there, she had looked at me and said, she goes, I wonder if the shuttle, was coming back in. And she said, well, if it has, something very bad has gone wrong. And then we came back in the house. At this time, we hadn't heard anything. And I had the Weather Channel on, and I was looking at it, waiting to see if they said anything about a meteor or a comet. And then all of a sudden, the weatherman, he was handed a piece of paper, and that was said that they had lost communications with the shuttle at that time. And this is about the time that we started hearing the rumbling. It kind of sounded like a thunder that just continued. And it may have lasted a minute and a half. And then we went to CNN, and we saw where the shuttle, something had happened to it and had lost communication with it. And, we just kind of sat and looked at each other and went, oh, no. But we didn't have any idea. We just thought we were looking at a meteor that was entering the atmosphere and everything.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for those observations. Waylon Wagner in Henderson, Texas. We have the news conference from NASA up now, so we're going there directly to hear from these people. This is a briefing on the disaster of this morning.
We'll make a statement today, and then at this point, and a little later this afternoon at about 3 o'clock Eastern Time, there'll be a full technical briefing conducted from the Johnson Space Center. So at this point, we're just going to give you the circumstances as we understand them leading up to this particular tragedy today. This is indeed a tragic day for the NASA family, for the families of the astronauts who flew on STS-107, and likewise tragic for the nation. Immediately upon indication of a loss of communications on STS-107, at a little after 9 a.m. this morning, we began our contingency plan to preserve all the information relative to the flight activities. I immediately advised the President and the Secretary of Homeland Security, Secretary Tom Ridge, at the point after landing was due to have occurred at 9:16, spoke to them very briefly thereafter to advise that we had lost contact with the shuttle orbiter Columbia and STS-107 crew. They offered, the President specifically offered full and immediate support to determine what the appropriate steps were thereafter to be taken. We then spent the next hour and a half working through the detail and information of what we have received, and Bill Reedy will walk you through the specifics of those operational and technical issues here in just a moment. Thereafter, we have met with the family members of the astronauts who were here at Kennedy Space Center and are soon to be departing back to Johnston, to Houston. The President has called and spoken to them to express our deepest national regrets. We have assured them that we will begin the process immediately to recover their loved ones and understand the cause of this tragedy. At this time, we have no indication that the mishap was caused by anything or anyone on the ground. We've assembled a mishap investigation team that immediately was assembled upon the point of past the stage in which the orbiter was to have landed here at Kennedy Space Center. a little after 9:30, and that team in turn is coordinating on a regular basis on all the facts that are pertaining to this from the Johnson Space Center, and a rapid response team from here at the Kennedy Space Center, as well as participants from the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. In addition to these internal efforts, we have also appointed a mishap investigation board, an external group of people who are independent from NASA, who will immediately be charged with the opportunity to look at all the information that was immediately locked down right after our absence of communications. Each of these individuals are safety and mission assurance related officials in other federal departments of the federal government, from the Air Force, from the Navy, from the Department of Transportation, and across the federal expanse. The investigation team will also be chaired by an individual contacted to serve who is external to the federal agencies, and will have the opportunity to coordinate all the information again from an external view. So we'll be conducting both the internal activity as well as an external review immediately to ascertain the causes and circumstances under which this tragedy occurred. We pulled together all the federal agencies and local governments as well. In discussion several times this morning with Secretary Tom Ridge, the effort is heavily underway to coordinate an understanding of exactly where the orbiter path had taken it from West Texas towards the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida, and to make sure that the material on the ground is secured so that the investigation can begin promptly. We would urge anyone who believes they have discovered or found any material to stay away from it and to please contact local officials. The local first responder groups for emergency services and so forth have been authorized and directed by Secretary Tom Ridge to assist in all manner. The Federal Emergency Management Agency is coordinating that effort on the part of the Department of Homeland Security. I was here this morning with the families of the astronauts and their friends. It started out as a pretty happy morning, awaiting the landing of STS-107. And we had highly anticipated their return because we couldn't wait to congratulate them for their extraordinary performance and their excellent efforts on the science mission on this very important flight. They dedicated their lives to pushing the scientific challenges for all of us here on Earth. And they dedicated themselves to that objective and did it with a happy heart, willingly, and with great enthusiasm. The loss of this valiant crew is something we will never be able to get over, and certainly the families of all of them, we have assured we will do everything we can possibly do to guarantee that they work their way through this horrific tragedy. We ask the members of the media to honor that too. To please respect their privacy and please understand the tragedy that they are going through at this time. We will help the media assure that be the case as well. We trust that the prayers of the nation will be with them and with their families. And again, a more courageous group of people you could not have hoped to know than the families of these crew members. And an extraordinary, extraordinary group of astronauts who gave their lives and did it in a way that they knew exactly the risk, but never, ever do we ever want to see a circumstance where something like this could ever happen. And we diligently dedicate ourselves every single day to assuring these things don't occur. And when they do, we have to act responsibly, accountably, and that's exactly what we will do. To give you more of the operational detail of what has occurred here since 9 a.m. this morning, the Associate Administrator for Spaceflight, a former astronaut, retired captain of the United States Navy, former test flight pilot, Bill Reedy, who has commanded 2 separate missions previously and as an astronaut, and is now Again, our Associate Administrator for Spaceflight has worked with me all morning, along with all of us here at Kennedy Space Center, to work through the details of the events as we know them and to present to you the facts that we understand them. Again, the technical details that are being worked very diligently now will be covered again at 3 p.m. this afternoon out of the Johnson Space Center. With that, let me turn it over to Captain Bill Reedy.
It's a truly difficult day for all of us. Many of us were standing alongside the runway waiting to celebrate their triumphant return after a 16-day science mission. I think you could tell from the downlink that they loved what they were doing and they thought what they were doing was extremely important, pushing back those boundaries in science. At 9 o'clock, we heard that they had lost data from the spacecraft, and it appears that that was at about 200,000 feet, about Mach 18. The loss of data was somewhere over north central Texas, and at the planned landing time of 9:16, we initiated our contingency action plan, called the Rescue Coordination Center, and initiated a search and rescue effort. Sadly, I think from the video that's available, it does not appear that there were any survivors. We have currently impounded all the data, including all the pre-flight certification of flight readiness for STS-107. And at this point, I'd have to say it's too early to speculate about the exact cause. Obviously, we're looking at all the data that we have available. Those people that have videos, those people that have still pictures, we'll urge you to contact NASA so that we can coordinate those things that might be available. And to reiterate what the administrator said, those people that may find debris, do not touch it, do not move it. Contact your local authorities, have them impound it and secure the area so that our technical specialists will be able to piece together the puzzle so that we can resolve what happened. Our immediate focus is on the crew families, and we spent some time with them. The president called. I'd have to say the families are bearing up with an incredible amount of dignity considering their loss. We all grieve for them. We all pray with them for the crew. But one thing came across loud and clear when visiting with them is they knew that the crew was absolutely dedicated to the mission that they were performing. And I think you could see that in the video downlink. They believed in what they were doing. And in the conversations with the crew and their families, they said that we must find what happened and fix it and move on. And we can't let their sacrifice be in vain. Today was a very stark reminder that this is a very risky endeavor, pushing back the frontiers in outer space, and after 113 flights, unfortunately, people have a tendency to look at it as something that is more or less routine. Well, I can assure you it is not. Each and every time I flew, each and every time my colleagues flew, we treated that with the respect that it deserved from a professional standpoint. And I have to say that as the one responsible for shuttle and station within the NASA, that I know that the people of NASA did everything possible preparing for this flight to make it as perfect as possible. My promise to the crew and to the crew families is that the investigation that we have just launched will find the cause, we'll fix it, and then we'll move on. Thank you.
Yeah, we know you all have questions, and we will have a news briefing at 3 o'clock, and we'll give you that opportunity at that time. Thank you.
The NASA spokesman obviously having great difficulty controlling their emotions this morning and painting that picture, which is wreathed in agony. They were standing there on the runway, the landing about 15 minutes away, when they discovered they had lost contact. That was at 9 a.m., according to Captain Bill Reedy. And he said from that moment on, everyone froze and everyone began to contemplate the worst, what might have happened. But as he said, we must move ahead now, find this problem, fix it, move on. We can't let the sacrifice of these astronauts be in vain. Both of them speaking as though all astronauts on board, all 7, have lost their lives. Sean O'Keefe said that they will make every possible effort to recover their loved ones and understand the cause of the tragedy. And he went on to some length to point out that the Mishap Investigation Board, as it's called, independent from NASA, totally independent from NASA, an agency set up following the Challenger disaster, external to federal agencies, they will be the ones who will investigate this tragedy. And the first thing they will try to establish is what happened from the time the Columbia Shuttle began to descend from West Texas to the Kennedy Space Center. He too said it was a happy morning. They had gathered to welcome the astronauts home, to welcome this valiant crew home, and then we're faced with this horrific tragedy. He described the astronauts as an extraordinary group of people, and he said they will act responsibly and with great accountability to find out precisely what went wrong here. Sean O'Keefe and Captain Bill Reedy taking no questions, having difficulty controlling their emotions, which is quite understandable on this morning. And we note that Captain Bill Reedy said that the shuttle was flying at Mach 18, not Mach 6 as we had said earlier, 18 times the speed of sound. And it was coming in, slowing down, of course, its descent as it hit the atmosphere and surrounded it by that fireball as it comes in to land. And, of course, it did not finally make its landing. Looking here at pictures of some of the astronauts as they suited up, as they prepared for this mission. As Sean O'Keefe said, they were a happy bunch. They really enjoyed what they did. They enjoyed the preparations, they enjoyed the flight simulators, they enjoyed getting on with the job. Marc Garneau, the president of the Canadian Space Agency, when he was talking to us a few moments ago, he said the same kinds of things about these people, that they were really a happy bunch, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Captain Bill Reedy also said that President Bush had called the families this morning, and he said they were bearing up with dignity given their loss, given the awful circumstances all of these families must face on this terrible day for them. An horrific tragedy. Again, we watch the final pieces of debris falling over Texas, north central Texas this morning at the halfway point on this day, and we are expecting to hear very shortly from President Bush. All the astronauts lost. These are the words that are coming from U.S. government sources now. Lost. The shuttle itself, gone. The Columbia Shuttle, the oldest in NASA's fleet, first launched in 1981. And this was Columbia's 28th flight, the 113th shuttle flight overall. And at this hour, as the spokesman from NASA pointed out so clearly, first we mourn these people, we think about these people. Commander Rick Husband, pilot William McCool, payload commander Michael Anderson, Kalpana Chawla, who emigrated to the United States from India in the 1980s and became an astronaut in 1994. In 96, she was on a science mission, and they were also praised, these astronauts, for their work on this science mission. It was described as highly successful. They'd created some 80-plus experiments. Only three of these 7 astronauts had flown before. The others, David Brown, he was a U.S. Navy captain, pilot, and doctor. Laurel Clark, 41 years old, And then not to forget Ilan Ramon, 48, a colonel in Israel's Air Force and the first Israeli in space. So there is grief this morning in Israel. Prime Minister Ariel Sharon said a few moments ago, the government of Israel and the people of Israel are praying together with the entire world for the safety of the astronauts on the Shuttle Columbia. Prime Minister Sharon's office said the state of Israel and its citizens are as one in this difficult time. And Ramon's wife and their 3 small children were in Texas, where the space shuttle was preparing to land. They have been living there for the past several years as Ramon prepared for the flight. So Ilan Ramon, the first Israeli in space, gone with the other astronauts, the other 6 on this Columbia flight. Ivan Semenak is still with us. Ivan, we heard a lot there about what may have happened, a great deal of emphasis on the after hearing the news conference, was there anything in there that came to you which might possibly be an answer for any of this?
Well, it's clear that they still don't know what the cause is, that they are keeping, an open mind about what may have caused this. It's interesting that they've, in a sense, impounded the data, that they're going to be monitoring the data. It's not simply a kind of a back and forth voice conversation that happens with the astronauts before they enter this silent phase, but of course they're constantly getting data from other instruments on the spacecraft electronically, and there's quite a large stream of information coming from various systems on the spacecraft. So everyone is going to be looking at all of that information up until the last moment of contact. I think the other thing that's interesting and of course gut-wrenching to see is that we're beginning to see some of the first recognizable pieces of the spacecraft. A little bit earlier we were seeing one of the engines, in a sense, in one large piece laying out there in the Texas sun. Those pieces are much larger than they look. That engine is about 14 feet long and it weighs 7,000 pounds. And that's one of 3 of the shuttle main engines. So there should be 2 more out there, some of these large intact pieces. And they're going to be very, very important because we know where they were supposed to be in space at the moment that the failure occurred, and now you can see where they've landed on the ground. So tracing their kind of ballistic trajectory from space down to the ground will tell you exactly, or very close to exactly, the moment in which they separated.
Just getting another look here at this engine.
There it is. Yeah, so
is it surprising to you that this survived intact coming through the heat of the Earth's re-entry?
This is one of the heaviest pieces on the shuttles, heaviest pieces of hardware, so in fact I'm not surprised to see it coming down in one piece. What it does suggest is that the failure is not something that occurred in the immediate proximity of this object. The other thing that's worth mentioning is that even though these engines are not firing for the landing, because of course the shuttle's coming in as a glider, they do contain fuel. It's a very volatile, toxic fuel, the hydrazine fuel, so that's one of the reasons why NASA is warning people not to touch this stuff. Now, there are a lot of volatiles inside the spacecraft. It's hard to imagine much of that surviving the descent. In fact, with the contrails, we saw puffs of smoke coming out at different times, and you can imagine various chemicals are igniting at that point, various chemical reactions are going on. Nevertheless, there could be a lot of toxic material somewhere on the ground, and even in connection with these large pieces. And I guess the one other question that remains unanswered, even unasked at this point, is what is the fate of the crew cabin? In the case of the Challenger disaster, although it was under the Atlantic when it was recovered, a large chunk of the crew cabin did survive from the Challenger. So what is the fate of the crew cabin of Columbia is the very, very big question mark here.
All right, and Mike McKay is still with us. He is the Canadian astronaut who trained from 1992 to 97, a candidate for the space program. Mike, you're still with us in Ottawa. Give us your reaction to what you heard from that news conference and the nature of the investigation that's about to unfold.
The investigation is going to follow the lines of just about any other major aircraft disaster. All the data that's on the ground about the aircraft maintenance, in this case the shuttle, all the data records, all the people that worked on it, all of those things are going to be impounded. The people will be interviewed, and everyone will try and figure out exactly what was the chain of events that led to the launch and what shape was the shuttle in at the time of launch. All the debris that falls on the ground, they'll try and collect all of that, and if possible, try and recreate as much of the shuttle as they can, piecing the pieces back together. As well as the trajectory that was mentioned, they'll be looking at how things broke, how things tore apart, and that will give them an example. For example, that image that you showed of the rocket, I don't think that was one of the main engines, but probably one of the smaller vernier engines on the shuttle. There was fractured metal around that. How did that break apart? And what shape was it in at the time? So all of those things will be investigated. One interesting point that I got out of the NASA news media was that they said they lost data contact. And I would have the question, was the data contact lost because of the ionization of the atmosphere as the shuttle was traveling through it? Or did they pass through that region and had regained the data links and then lost the data links afterwards?
Well, my understanding from earlier conversations about this is that they never regained contact. Once they lost it, when it came through that blank period, they never regained contact. Okay. You're saying that possibly they did.
Well, when the gentleman mentioned, I think Don Reedy, he said that he'd lost contact with the shuttle. That's what causes me to question whether had they regained it, had they come out of that ionized phase yet or not. At Mach 18, 200,000 feet, I wouldn't be sure. I'd have to ask. But that would be an interesting aspect. Did the accident occur in that ionized phase, in which case it's in a period where we wouldn't be able to tell much about what was happening. There'd be no telemetry. There'd be very little to give us any indication. If they had even a few seconds of telemetry after the shuttle came out of that ionized phase, then they'd have a lot more information to go on to tell them exactly what happened. So that
Mike,
would be a key piece.
Stand by, Mike. We're just going to show some pictures here from coming in from Houston, I believe. Live pictures coming in from the Lyndon B. Johnson Space Center, and these are wreaths being laid already in memory of the astronauts. What a terrible day it's been for them. Now, you know, this is the great irony here. There are balloons there. They're taking down the balloons and laying the wreaths, because what was to have happened here this morning was a welcoming ceremony with balloons, bands, flags, a beautiful sunny day in Florida, obviously, now changed totally, transformed from, this is Houston, but there was to be a welcoming ceremony there as well, in Florida and in Houston. And obviously that has changed to a memorial. And they're setting up for that in Houston. They're also setting up for a memorial at the Kennedy Center in Florida. Now, let's just go back talking about this investigation, Mike. What are the chances of them really finding what went wrong here? Because this seems to be a particularly difficult one.
The chances are remote. The data that they have is limited. Finding all of the bits and pieces of the shuttle, while it will tell them something, will probably not give them the whole story. So the theories are going to be hard to test. As people have been said, there have been 1,000 possibilities of what happened, of how this disaster could have occurred. NASA will check every one of them to make sure that that particular possibility was protected against, or that all contingencies were planned for. But it's going to be extremely hard to get all of the data necessary to rule out everything. So in the end, they're going to be left with a large number of possible scenarios that could have led to this disaster. And we've already been talking about some of them. For example, the loss of a certain number of shuttle tiles in critical areas, some debris falling off the main tank and striking the shuttle, causing damage that would have knocked some of the tiles loose, some computer malfunctions that would have caused the shuttle to lose control at a critical time in its flight. So all of these possibilities and hundreds other like them are still in play, so to speak, right now. And it'll be a very difficult time for the investigative team to narrow that down to a single cause or a single collection of causes.
And it's probably worth underlining the point, Mike, that this will be an independent investigative team under the jurisdiction of something called the Mishap Investigation Board.
That's correct. There's a number of levels. There's the technical level, in which case you're looking for what was technically incorrect, There's the human factors side, where you're looking at what was the shape and the mental attitude of the astronauts at the time. There would be the political or the business level, which looks after how NASA is organized and run, and even possibly political levels of how things are funded, what priorities are set. So it will run from the gamut of wires and nuts and bolts right up to the politicians and politics and budget planning, and it will take an awful long time.
Just while we're on that very thought, Mike, let me bring in Ivan Semenuk here, because after a trauma like this in the space program, there is always a period of rethinking. Some doubts about whether the program should continue, and people second-guessing whether or not there was enough safety and enough caution put forward in this situation. Ivan, what about it? What does this mean for the future of the space program and for government funding, which has been drying up over the last little while?
Absolutely. Well, Lloyd, let me give you a quick preview of what was meant to happen this year in the space program, and in a sense the list says it all. There were 5 other space shuttle flights planned for this year. Atlantis in March to the space station, Endeavour in May to the space station, Atlantis, Endeavour in July and October respectively, also space station missions, and finally Columbia was meant to fly again in November with some science experiments but additional pieces of the space station. So these were all construction projects. At the moment, apart from this one mission that has been going on for the past 2 weeks, which was completely a science mission, the rest of the space shuttle fleet has been dedicated to constructing the space station. Clearly, that is now on hold. There are 3 astronauts aboard the space station, the Expedition 6 crew. Their only means of getting back to Earth now is through the Soyuz, through the Russian spacecraft, but that severely limits their ability to leave the space station, to bring new crew members to the station, and you can imagine that it's going to put the space station project on hold.
Yes, well, let's talk for a moment about what happens to those people on the space station. It's going to take some time for another shuttle to get back up there, to refurbish, to get going. What happens to them?
Absolutely. So I imagine at this point the burden will now fall on the Russian Soyuz capsules, who will bring both supplies and changeover crews to the space station. We can speculate as to whether the station will continue to be manned, or whether, depending on how long this investigation proceeds, whether in fact they might have to put the station in safe mode and leave it for a time, as was the case with Mir. It's, I think, far too early to speculate about those kinds of contingencies. There are other...
How long will their supplies last?
They are just about to receive a new batch of supplies, again from the Progress 10 spacecraft. So they're getting a constant servicing from the Russian spacecraft. They have two ways, or they had 2 ways of getting to the station. But it really has been the shuttle that's provided the crew changeovers, sort of the new expedition crews that have been brought to the station en masse. The other thing that's important, all these missions that I listed a moment ago are all construction missions. They're all meant to be carrying pieces of the space station that are now going to be grounded.
Now, as I recall, there was quite some period of time after the Challenger disaster in 1986, before the shuttle program got re-energized and moving again. Do you recall just how long that took, how long the investigation took?
I do. The period of time between the Challenger disaster and the first shuttle back into space was 2.5 years, and it set back the space program in many fronts. Not just human spaceflight, it set back astronomy and space science. The Hubble Space Telescope was grounded for 4 years. The Galileo mission to Jupiter was grounded as a result of the Challenger disaster. Many pieces of hardware and science that were waiting to go up, all were set back, because it's not just a matter of waiting for that gap between the accident and when the next shuttle can fly, but just imagine all the missions that are going to be backed up and how long it will take them to get back on track. So something that was meant to occur perhaps a year from now may now be pushed back 3 or 4 years, depending on what the priorities are.
How critical is all of this in science terms, then?
Well, just as to use astronomy as an example, in April of 2004, so about a year and 3 months from now, is the next Hubble Space Telescope servicing mission, where the astronauts go to the Hubble and change parts and keep it maintained. You begin to wonder, okay, will they be able to get to the Hubble in time a year from now? So there's a kind of cascade effect, and that's true for many others as well.
Now, just to go back to the events of this day that actually occurred, Ivan, we heard, I believe it was Captain Bill Reedy indicate that the shuttle was flying at Mach 18. We had heard Mach 6 earlier. That's 18 times the speed of sound. Pretty fast.
It's extremely fast, and I think some of that discrepancy probably has to do with the fact that the shuttle is decelerating at an incredible rate at that point. As I mentioned earlier, the main job of the shuttle in that critical moment is to convert speed into heat so that it can use the drag of the atmosphere to slow itself down. So even in the matter of a few moments, depending on exactly where the accident occurred, there's quite a difference in velocity. So and it seems to me it's not clear at this point exactly where and when the accident occurred. We're talking about 200,000 feet above the surface of the Earth, which is exactly when it would be right in the middle of that quiet zone when we can't communicate with the shuttle. But where, exactly at that in that zone the accident occurred, and how long it took for the astronauts to realize there was a failure, that's not clear.
Yes, you have to wonder whether they could have done anything under these circumstances.
They have, of course, they plan for every circumstance as much as possible, and the two critical times are during the launch and during the landing. During the launch, there are several moments at which they can abort the launch, where they can, instead of going to space, they can try to land either in the Atlantic or perhaps land across the Atlantic. There are emergency runways in Spain, for example. But again, if I just refer to the model, when the space shuttle is taking off, it's taking off as a rocket. The cargo doors are closed, the solid fuel booster rockets are strapped on the side, and there's a large external tank. So there are many things that could be done during launch to abort the launch. In the case of entry, it's a different situation. The spacecraft is moving in this way. It's landing, in a sense, as an aircraft trying to slow itself down with drag, and there's really only one direction for the spacecraft to go, and that's down. The critical thing is how fast it goes down and what angle it's going at. If it goes down too slowly, the spacecraft can actually skip off the atmosphere, like a stone skipping on the surface of the water. If it goes down too quickly, then it won't be able to make a safe landing. So it's always trying to maintain the right balance between the speed at which it enters. And there are very few options for the astronauts at that point.
We are waiting for U.S. President George Bush, Ivan. We're told that he is going to be speaking at 2 p.m. about, about 5-6 minutes from now. So he will be up. He's returned from Camp David, and he is at the White House, and he will be addressing the nation at 2 p.m., and we'll have that for you, of course. We also saw, Ivan, how terribly wrong things can go. There was that picture, when we may have it up and be able to show it to you again, of the engine on the ground intact in Central Texas this morning. And when you think about this, 116 shuttle flights. This particular Columbia shuttle, first launched in '81. This was its 28th flight. It's a disaster, but you have to recognize that these things go up and down all the time. We hardly notice. Nothing ever goes wrong, and we only see this kind of tragedy and play upon it when there is a disaster of this nature. Kind of surprising that so much gets done without any notice, and it's almost done casually, isn't it, Ivan?
It is. I guess it's worth mentioning that even though this is one of the oldest, in fact, it is the oldest shuttle, by no means was every part inside it old. Now, we were just looking at the engine. I'll just take a moment to point out that bell shape that we saw, kind of that smoking piece of metal on the ground, is one of the three main engines. These are used for the thrust when the shuttle is taking off. So these are not in use during entry. But they are very large, much larger than that picture might seem to indicate. The entire engine is about 14 feet long, weighing in approximately 7,000 pounds. And there are 3 of these. Now you see smaller funnels here. There are small rockets around the shuttle which are used during entry just prior to the atmosphere really beginning to be felt by the shuttle, and those are to sort of help adjust its attitude to get in the right position for entry. So those might be active just before the main part of the entry. But these are not, and we might expect to see 2 more of these at some point. Hard to say whether they'll survive in the same way. But just in terms of, as you were saying, you know, it's hard to believe everything that has to go on for these missions to fly. The shuttle has had many overhauls in the past. In fact, the Columbia, for this mission, had a brand new control flight panel. It had a special glass panel installed, a new modernized system of instruments and controls that the astronauts could watch as they were re-entering. Not too long ago, the shuttles had all their wiring redone, extremely expensive process, all because of concerns over some of the wiring that turned up with one of the other shuttles. So they're being refurbished on a continuous basis, and there was a lot of new hardware in Columbia for this flight.
Ivan, thank you. We are awaiting the arrival of George Bush before the cameras in Washington. Alan Fryer, our Washington Bureau Chief, is standing by. Give us what the president's schedule may be over the next few hours, and we could even talk, if you like, Alan, about what it was to have been today.
Well, as we know, about 2 hours ago, Lloyd, the president, arrived back at the White House from Camp David, where he was to have been spending the weekend. He was informed by his chief of staff shortly after 9 o'clock about the tragedy and made the decision then to return back to the White House. We expect to be seeing him shortly, perhaps from the cabinet room. He has been spending time in the White House residence, we are told, preparing remarks. In the meantime, when he arrived back, he spoke by telephone to some of the families of the astronauts and also to Prime Minister Ariel Sharon to express condolences on his behalf and on behalf of the American people for the death of the first ever Israeli astronaut.
Is there any kind of program in place which people use to swing into action for this kind of occasion, Alan?
Well, there is. There is a complete contingency plan anytime a shuttle lands. It's interesting to note, Lloyd, that military choppers from Fort Hood, Texas, are now involved in the search and recovery effort there. Military police as well. They are going to be securing the various debris fields around Texas, and we assume other states as well, until technical experts can get to the scene and safely remove these bits and pieces of the shuttle, which of course are going to be so crucial to figuring out exactly what went wrong.
Alan, we are going to take a look at the presidential podium from the White House briefing room, and the president is due to march in there in just a few moments on this difficult day, this day of tragedy for the space shuttle program, and of course for those 7 astronauts, Rick Husband, William McCool, and the others, the first Israeli in space. And just to repeat for those of you who are just tuning in or learning about this tragedy this morning, the 7 astronauts aboard the space shuttle Columbia are, as the U.S. government says, quote, gone. There is no indication at this stage that anyone survived. All 7 astronauts aboard the shuttle lost. And this is some of the debris which apparently crashed into a house this morning in north central Texas. We don't have any word on whether there were any injuries. There are no reports of injuries to anyone on the ground, because for several hours now people have been warned to get out of the way if you see anything coming, and certainly don't go near it if it is on the ground. This house being marked off doesn't look as though there was anyone around this home at this particular time, but that's always a danger in this kind of circumstance. Now, because the debris is coming in so quickly and much of it has burned up, large-scale accidents probably don't happen in this kind of situation, but you did see there that there was one complete engine from the spacecraft lying on the ground. So there are large chunks coming down, bits and pieces of wings, thrusters, and as they continue to mark off this area, they're scouting around north central Texas. Obviously, they're getting a lot of information from people calling in, I'm sure, to emergency centers every few moments, indicating that they're seeing something. Could it be debris from the spacecraft? The shuttle was flying at Mach 18, 6 times the speed of sound. And here is the U.S. President.
This day has brought terrible news and great sadness to our country. At 9 o'clock this morning, Mission Control in Houston lost contact with our space shuttle Columbia. A short time later, debris was seen falling from the skies above Texas. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors. On board was a crew of 7. Colonel Rick Husband, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Anderson, Commander Laurel Clark, Captain David Brown, Commander William McCool, Dr. Kulpna Shavla, and Ilan Ramon, a colonel in the Israeli Air Force. These men and women assumed great risk in the service to all humanity. In an age when space flight has come to seem almost routine, it is easy to overlook the dangers of travel by rocket and the difficulties of navigating the fierce outer atmosphere of the Earth. These astronauts knew the dangers, and they faced them willingly, knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more. All Americans today are thinking as well of the families of these men and women who have been given this sudden shock and grief. You're not alone. Our entire nation grieves with you. And those you loved will always have the respect and gratitude of this country. The cause in which they died will continue. Mankind is led into the darkness beyond our world by the inspiration of discovery and the longing to understand. Our journey into space will go on. In the skies today, we saw destruction and tragedy. Yet farther than we can see, there is comfort and hope. In the words of the prophet Isaiah, lift your eyes and look to the heavens. Who created all these? He who brings out the starry hosts one by one and calls them each by name. Because of his great power and mighty strength, not one of them is missing. The same Creator who names the stars also knows the names of the 7 souls we mourn today. The crew of the Shuttle Columbia did not return safely to Earth, yet we can pray that all are safely home. May God bless the grieving families, and may God continue to bless America.
U.S. President George Bush saying the astronauts did not return safely to Earth, but we can pray they are home, as he quoted Isaiah, and he indicated, as so many have said this morning, space flight has become almost routine. These people knew of the dangers they faced, but they faced them willingly. They were courageous, they were daring, and they were idealistic. Alan Fryer is standing by in our Washington Bureau. Alan, the President obviously quite moved by what happened this morning, and this will be the first phase in a mission of mourning for him to begin now and probably to continue over the next few days.
Absolutely, Lloyd, and some very touching remarks from the President and Mr. Bush, confirming, of course, what we all suspected from the beginning, that there are no survivors from this tragedy, expressing his condolences and the condolences of the American people to the families of those 7 astronauts. And again, as you point out, reminding us that in this day and age, the shuttle program really does seem so routine. We in the news media show the pictures of these things taking off, coming back to Earth, but it's almost, as he pointed out, routine, and we do tend to forget about the great dangers, that these are human beings riding on a rocket into space and coming back, and this is dangerous business, that the astronauts were very well aware of the dangers and faced them readily. The President also making the point I thought was important, that space exploration, the American space program, will go on in spite of this tragic setback.
Right, yes, he did make that point, and of course there has been concern over the last several years about space agency funding. Undoubtedly, that will become a focus once again, as it does after every accident like this, Alan. But that assurance was well taken, I'm sure, by the people at the Lyndon Johnson Space Center in Houston and at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We're looking here once again as we memorialize these young people who went up there this morning, went up there a few days ago actually, and this morning lost their lives in this tragedy. It was indicated by Sean O'Keefe and Captain Bill Reedy that they were not coming back, and the President confirmed that in his speech a moment ago, saying that they are lost, they are gone. Commander Rick Husband, pilot William McCool, payload commander Michael Anderson, Kalpana Chawla, who emigrated to the United States from India in the 1980s. Lots of news coverage about her in India. David Brown, the U.S. Navy captain, 46 years old. Laurel Clark, 41, a Navy diving medical officer aboard submarines. That's Kalpana Chawla right in the center there. She was up in space one other time. And Ilan Ramon, 48 years old, the colonel in Israel's Air Force and the first Israeli in space. His mother and grandmother survived the Auschwitz death camp. His father fought for Israel's statehood alongside his grandfather, and Ramon himself fought in the Yom Kippur War in 1973 and the Lebanon War in 1982. 6 Americans and first Israeli astronaut on board, all 7 people lost on the flight of Columbia. With me from Washington is Ray Williamson, who is a member of the Space Policy Institute at George Washington University. As we reflect on this today, Mr. Williamson, what do you think it means for the next little while for the space program?
Well, first of all, it's a terrible circumstance for the space program, and the first thing to do is to determine as well as they can what went wrong, and then clearly a number of decisions need to be made about what to do next. That's the one thing that a policy person like myself immediately jumps to is after the full realization of such events really sink in is what do we do next? When I worked for the Congress a few years ago, and we did a report where we looked at this potential for the shuttle to fail. It's something that everybody involved with the space program has worried about because of the great risks, and in fact, there's has always been a question of how to proceed. We had the same question when the Challenger failed on liftoff. People have always thought that the liftoff phase was much more serious, but in fact, the flight back has also numerous risks. It doesn't take a whole lot if you lose some of the shielding, the thermal tiles, or experience a stress in the wing itself or something of that sort for the whole thing to break apart. So I'm sure that NASA will be working as hard as they can over the next few days And I would expect
is that
to
your,
see
by
a
the way,
formal
Mr. Williamson,
commission.
excuse me, but is that your best guess, as it were, if I may say that at this time, that too many of those tiles were torn off the belly of the spacecraft?
I think it's too early to tell. That's certainly one possibility. That's something that people worried about in the early days of the design of this craft, because after all, it's an aluminum frame and an aluminum skin, and then it's covered over with the shuttle thermal tiles in order to protect that skin. And if you breach that thermal skin, then you very quickly destroy the orbiter upon re-entry. So I'm sure they'll be looking at all of those possibilities and trying to understand. At this moment, we don't have a clue, and any speculation is just that, speculation.
Right, we understand that. Now, the investigation board that's being put together, it's an independent body, is it? And what will their first task be?
Well, I'm not familiar with exactly what's going to be put together, but my best guess would be...
This comes from Sean O'Keefe. He said that the Mishap Investigation Board would be launching a study immediately.
I'm sure they will, and their first job will be to gather all the pieces, to begin to look at them very carefully. It's an investigation very much like an aircraft failure investigation that takes place every time there's a major airline crash. So in many respects, it'll be very similar. And the questions, many questions will be raised, I'm sure, over the next few months, that there'll be a lot of speculation about what they'll be finding as the data comes through. But until they actually get all the pieces together and look carefully at them, even microscopically, they won't have a good sense.
Just one final question. One final question for you, sir, and that is, were you encouraged by what you heard Mr. Bush say about the continuation of the space program? Because
absolutely.
So often,
I mean, absolutely. I mean, frankly, for those of us involved with the program, it's very important to hear reassuring words like that, that the space program will go on, because frankly, changes or dramatic changes in the human spaceflight segment may also make changes to other parts of the space program, which are so important to us and so vital to continued technological development and continued understanding of our Earth and the planets and stars and our universe as a whole.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Williamson, for being with us.
You're quite welcome.
As we watch the pictures from North Central Texas, standing by in Calgary is Deputy Prime Minister John Manley, who obviously has been following the coverage this morning of what took place over Texas with the astronauts on their way to landing in Florida. The disaster occurring, the loss of data occurring about 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Good day, Mr. Manley, and thank you very much for joining us, sir.
Not at all, Lloyd.
What are your thoughts about this event?
Well, it's a very sad day. As you may know, I was responsible for our space program for about 7 years. I've been to a lot of launches, and I've been to the return of the shuttle that bore Julie Payette a couple of years ago. And to see this happen this morning, it's the realization of the worst fears that any of us have when we watch a shuttle launch or return. You know it's dangerous, but somehow or other we've come to expect that these things always happen problem-free, and this is a reminder that this is a very dangerous business.
I know that you have spent some time with astronauts because you had that responsibility for the space program. Now, do you think from your talking to them, did they have a realization, was it always in the back of their mind that something could go wrong, but that the rewards were greater than the risks?
Oh, that's absolutely the case. These are remarkable men and women, each one of them. Of course, whether Canadian or U.S. or from other countries, just to get into the space program is a very tough competitive process. They're outstanding people, intellectually, emotionally very strong, and they're very much team players. They're selected according to some of those characteristics. They know they're taking huge risks, and they will each, the ones that were not on the shuttle today will each be profoundly affected by this, because these were their close friends. They were people upon whom they would rely for their own lives. And It will shock them, it will sadden them, but it will be seen by them as professionals as part of the job that they do.
Mr. Manley, sorry, I'm just a little delay there. Somebody was talking to me. I just wanted to ask you whether after a tragedy like this, there is a rethink of Canada's contribution to the space program. Will we be moving forward, as President Bush indicated that the U.S. would be, with more space exploration?
Oh, I think absolutely, Lloyd. Nobody ever thought that challenging the limits of outer space was going to be risk-free or problem-free. But it's a very ambitious element of human endeavor. I believe that Canadians must be part of that. I think we have benefited tremendously from the space program in terms of the research that it's produced, as well as the benefits it's produced to Canadian industry, as well as the pride that Canadians feel at seeing, you know, the Canadarm, for example, in space doing amazing things. This is something that we will be part of, that we should be part of, and that the world needs to continue to do.
You are Deputy Prime Minister, as we have noted over your picture here, and I introduced you as that, but you're also the Minister of Finance, of course. So what about funding for space programs in the future?
Well, a couple of years ago, we moved the Canadian Space Agency to an ongoing budget so that they were no longer dependent upon the whim of government to come in for various programs. They have a fixed annual budget that we believe is adequate and has been working well for them. And it enables them to not only support the astronaut program, but more importantly, I think, a lot of the research programming that goes with the Canadian space endeavor.
Is there anything you would like to say finally as a thought to the families of these people, the Americans, the young Israeli who was on board this morning, the Indian who had emigrated from India to be a part of the space program?
Well, I think what we can say on behalf of Canadians is that we, to the families of the astronauts, that their husbands and wives and sons and daughters and parents were among the most courageous of humanity, because they took upon themselves huge risk, knowing that they were doing so to push the frontier. And they should be very proud of their loved one, and all of us should share in the sympathy that ought to be offered to them.
Mr. Manley, thank you very much for taking time to speak with us from Calgary.
Not at all. Thank you, Lloyd.
Deputy Prime Minister John Manley, also Minister of Finance. Jean Ann Cantori is with me. She is an American reporter who spoke earlier to the commander of this space flight, Rick Husband. Hello, Ms. Cantori.
Hello.
Thank you for being with us.
Oh, my pleasure.
Tell us what Mr. Husband had to say to you during your interview.
Well, actually, he told me about his flight on the Discovery and how exciting it was and how proud he was to be a part of that. He told me that some of the views he saw out the window of the space shuttle were the most beautiful he had ever seen. He said he could see the sunrises and sunsets as they orbited the Earth, and it was just gorgeous. He was very, very proud to be part of the space program.
This was part of a dream fulfilled for him, was it not?
It was. He told me he started thinking about becoming an astronaut when he was 4 years old. He grew up watching the space program, and I think it really intrigued him.
Did he ever believe that he would be the commander of a space flight one day?
I don't know. I don't think I posed that question to him per se. I think he felt that a lot of his skills were God-given, and he was doing what he was meant to be doing. And, of course, he worked very hard to get where he was.
What would have been his job as commander, from your talking with him, during the launch phase and during the actual flight?
Overseeing all of the controls, making sure that everything was operating as it should, just watching the whole process. And, of course, he was an engineer, so he had the training to do a lot of this before he was even, on the space shuttle.
Any hint of an awareness that there is a risk involved in spaceflight from him?
I think so. I think that anyone who goes into this sort of work realizes that there is a potential risk, a potential that you might not make it at some point. But I think he felt very confident, and he had a very strong religious faith that kept him, interested in this and feeling good about it.
What was your thoughts about him? What were your thoughts this morning, Ms. Cantori, when you heard about this tragedy?
Oh, I was just in shock. I still am. I think it's tragic. I think he was a very fine person, and I think it's a great loss. I suppose, he was doing what he loved when he died.
Right. Thank you very much, Ms. Cantori, for being with us.
You're welcome.
Texas Texcan Magazine, Gene Cantori, who interviewed the commander of the flight, Rick Husband. We heard a little while ago from Marc Garneau, who is the president of the Canadian Space Agency, has spent many hundreds of hours on shuttle flights up in space, was on 3 different flights, as a matter of fact. And he took a moment a little while ago to talk to us, and he also speculated on the process of the investigation, just what has to move forward now, what are the next steps. Here's Marc Garneau.
Should that detract from those who are looking to explore space as a career?
There will not be a Canadian inquiry. This is a NASA space shuttle, and NASA is going to lead the inquiry into what happened to Space Shuttle Columbia. With respect to detracting young people, I bet you that it's not going to detract a single Canadian who has the dream of going into space. And I think the people who want to go into space are fully aware of the risks that space flight carries. The Challenger, as you know, back in 1986 occurred, the explosion of the Challenger was the 26th flight or 25th flight of a space shuttle, and now we're into the hundreds. We've passed the 100-point mark, and so this points conclusively to the fact that shuttle flights with humans on board will never be a completely safe undertaking, but I think the kind of people who want to become astronauts accept that and are ready to sign up because of everything else that they want to accomplish as astronauts.
Based on your experience on these shuttle flights, can you give us a scene set, or take us into the vehicle at this moment where this tragedy occurred? Describe the scene. The pilot, the crew are sitting there in their pumping suits, I believe, with the helmets on. What exactly is happening at that speed and at that altitude?
Well, typically at that point, yes, they would be sitting in their seats. Some of them are up on the flight deck. There would be 4 of them on the flight deck, and the remaining 3 would be down on the mid-deck. I'm told that it occurred around Mach 6. At Mach 7, they would have picked up what is called TACAN radio aids to navigation, TACAN stations, which once they pick them up, essentially switch if you like, the navigation from space to the ground. They're no longer relying on their computers or anything else. They're locked into the ground, just like an aircraft uses TACAN to come in and land at an airport. At Mach 6, they're getting ready to deploy the ADTAs, which are air data probes that measure very accurately speed and, again, provide critical inputs to the computer to help them to accurately make their way to the Kennedy Space Center. They're at 200,000 feet. They've still got, I would guess, I'm guessing now about 10 minutes before they actually land, 10 to 15 minutes before they land. They can see the soil quite well, and they would be over Texas. I can remember myself looking out, and because I was on the flight deck on my last flight. Generally, you're kind of feeling that you're, in a sense, on the approach to a landing that's going to occur in just a few minutes. That is not to say that it is not a dynamic phase or a dangerous one, but you've made that you've passed a lot of critical points in re-entering towards Earth, and you're just coming up to line up with that runway in a sense, so we're feeling pretty good about it.
Is the ride at that point fairly smooth, and emotionally, what sort of emotions are you going through? Are you still quite excited or quite tense because this, after all, is a re-entry?
Yeah, you're tense until landing, but you're a little more relaxed because, in a way, because you've gone from Mach 25 and you're already down to Mach 6, so you've dissipated a lot of the energy that you need to get rid of before you land. I remember a smooth ride at that point on my 3 flights, but that's not to say that that was the case today. I can't tell you whether or not that there would be possible turbulence at 200,000 feet on this particular occasion, but generally speaking, as I recall, the ride was relatively smooth at that point.
Marc Garneau, the head of the Canadian Space Agency, commenting earlier his recollections of space flight and also just what was going on at that moment. Now, he mentioned Mach 6 a couple of times. That statement was recorded before we heard from Sean O'Keefe from NASA, who indicated that Mach 18 was the speed, 18 times the speed of sound. They were 200,000 feet. They were 15 minutes away. Imagine that, 15 minutes away from their touchdown in Florida. The Columbia Shuttle is NASA's oldest. It first launched in 1981, and this was its 19th flight of the Columbia Shuttle. It's one of the workhorses of the fleet, certainly. And right now, we have a picture to show you. We've heard about debris falling in Texas. We're going to show you what, no, I'm sorry. Pardon me, one moment here. We're going to go, first of all, to a statement from Prime Minister Chrétien. We have this on screen for you. We have his words on screen. I will read them as we go along here. The Prime Minister expressing condolences of all Canadians following the loss of the Space Shuttle Columbia. It is with deep sadness that Canadians learned the tragic loss of the Space Shuttle Columbia this morning. The 7 astronauts on board were accomplished women and men of great courage who put their extraordinary skills and knowledge to the service of humankind. Each one was a hero. Their contribution to science and space exploration will never be forgotten. Aline joins me on behalf of all Canadians in our expression of sympathy to the families. Our prayers are with you and with the people of the United States and Israel. That's in reference to the 1 Israeli astronaut on board during this tragic time. The statement released from the Prime Minister's office, Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, today expressing his condolences. Now we're going to take a look at some of the footage from north central Texas this morning, from central Texas area generally, and a pretty wide debris field there. And it's been hitting, some of these objects have been hitting property in Texas. We have not heard yet of any injuries. We know there has been some property damage. Some of these pieces were pretty large. Here are now this one, a fire caused here after a piece of debris hit a home in central Texas when the shuttle broke apart in flames. All right, we'll have some of those comments a little later, but right now I want to go back to Ivan Semenuk, who can talk about the debris field, how big it is, and obviously those objects are strong enough to do a lot of damage. Some of them are pretty heavy, and it's rather surprising, isn't it, that not more of that got burnt up in the atmosphere.
Well, it has to do with the way the shuttle is put together, and I'm going to refer to my model again to just refresh people's memory about the basic architecture of the shuttle model, of the shuttle orbiter. Basically, it's a long, hollow cylinder. The cargo bay here, we see it with the doors open, is what on this particular mission was carrying all the experiments, the Space Hab module and so on that was inside. Pieces of the space station have been in this cargo hold in other missions. So you've got this kind of long, empty cylinder with its contents. Then you also have at the back of the shuttle the engines, what's used to thrust the orbiter into orbit after it's gotten off the ground. The front of the shuttle, and we've seen some of those bells from the engines. The front of the shuttle is where the crew cabin is, and then of course we have the wings to either side. Now, as the spacecraft disintegrates, and we've heard that word disintegrate today, as it loses integrity, each of those pieces you could expect to be coming off in different directions, and then each assumes its own aerodynamic properties. Together the shuttle is meant to come in as one unit. The pieces individually are not meant to fly individually, so that then there are a number of forces that could be at work on them, and they'll be spreading out over a very broad area. And here are some of the factors that will affect where exactly they land. How much they weigh, how heavy are these pieces, and what is their shape, what are their aerodynamic properties. And in fact, what you'll get is a kind of spread, with the heavier, rounder pieces being, I would expect, landing closer to that center line of the intended trajectory of the shuttle, and then other pieces being spread out further away from that line. And they'll also be affected by wind. Whatever the winds are doing in the upper atmosphere will kind of shift shear off that cone or spray of debris. So these are all factors that will affect exactly where the pieces land, you know, given that it's landing in a fairly populated area, it's not a surprise to see that some of them are landing on buildings.
Yes, we haven't heard, as I said earlier, Ivan, any reports of injuries yet, but we do know there has been some damage down there. Now, we were talking about the number of flights for Columbia. Actually, this is number 28. Is that pretty much of a workhorse, and should that's out of 113 shuttle flights overall, of course. But the Columbia has been a real workhorse for the space program up to this point. What do you think its future is after this?
This is a very interesting question. It's worth mentioning that all the shuttles are rated for 100 flights. That is, the airframe of the shuttles is rated for 100 flights. And Columbia, although 28 flights is a lot of times to be in space, is just past a quarter of the number of flights that it's rated for. So, you know, on that basis, the shuttles were meant to be flying for many years to come, at least until some kind of replacement spacecraft is devised. But, you know, one thing that this makes you stop and think about is all the decisions that went into the space shuttle program at the outset in the early 1980s. After the Apollo program, NASA was looking for a reusable spacecraft, something that wouldn't just be a one-shot deal, but could fly again and again. And what they came up with was a kind of hybrid system. When the space shuttle takes off, there are some things that are destroyed. The external fuel tank, for example, burns up on re-entry right after the launch, but then the orbiter is meant to return to Earth and be used again. So this is the kind of accident, of course, that you wouldn't necessarily expect in a kind of space program where you're simply using a spacecraft one time and then discarding it and using the next one, kind of disposable versus reusable. So when we talk about the future of the program, you kind of start to wonder how deep the questions will go as to whether this is the kind of system that we'll need in the future.
Let's go back for a moment before we go any further, because on a day like this, of course, we have people tuning in to learn about this tragedy. Let's go back to a moment to the speculation about what may have caused it.
Absolutely. Well, the spacecraft, as we know, must have been destroyed somewhere in that period of time when it's surrounded by a glowing fireball of ionized air. It's coming in at very, very high speeds. I should mention there was, of course, some confusion about exactly how fast the spacecraft is coming in. Was it Mach 6, Mach 18? Part of the confusion may have to do with the fact that the speed of sound is also different at different altitudes. It slows down when the air is thinner. So we'll have to actually have some time to ask the different people exactly what they mean by those estimates. In any case, the spacecraft is coming in an orientation like this, approximately a 40-degree tilt. Now, I'm just going to turn it towards you to sort of see that dark underside. That's, of course, there are tiles all over the spacecraft, but this is the section here where those silicate tiles are encountering most of the heat. You can sort of see this is like a cross-section of what the shuttle is facing with the incoming airstream. And so the 40-degree angle is critical to try to protect the upper side of the shuttle, which has much less heat resistance. So certainly the underside is meant to resist that high heat. The rest of the shuttle is not. And, you know, if there was anything that occurred in the shuttle that would have caused it to change attitude, then not all parts of the shuttle are meant to take the same heat for the same duration. So exactly what caused the problem, whether it was tiles that flew off or something inside the shuttle, something breached that protective skin that kept the shuttle from overheating. We don't know what.
Thank you, Ivan. News of this tragedy has flashed around the world today. Russia has sent its condolences to the people of the United States and the families. And in Israel, there is mourning at this hour because the first Israeli in space, Ilan Ramon, was part of the crew. With me from Ottawa is Haim Duvan, who is the Israeli ambassador to Canada. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Well, thank you for inviting me.
Just tell us what you're hearing from Israel today about the way people are feeling there.
Well, you have to understand that the late Colonel Ramon was the first ever Israeli astronaut. We were so proud. He was one of our best, one of our finest. And this was one of the finest moments in Israel's modern history. You know, when we are going through 2.5 years of violence and terror, there was something bright, a good piece of news that we were all so proud in taking part in this very important operation, and then to face such a tragedy when we all celebrated just about 2 weeks ago the takeoff. So Israel is in deep mourning right now.
Yes,
sharing the grief with the American families and the American nation.
Yes. What can you tell us about Mr. Ramon himself? Have you met him? Did you get to know him when he was over here?
No, I didn't meet him personally, but I heard so many interviews with him, and I read so much about him. And he, again, one of the finest, one of the brightest and most promising pilots in the Air Force, and we're always proud with our Air Force and our pilots, which are the finest. And again, if he wouldn't have been so good, he wouldn't have been selected to this mission. So, and he was, when he was greeting Israel from above in Hebrew, for us, for the first time, to be greeted in Hebrew from outer space. Can you imagine what a special moment it was for all of us in Israel, and having some Israeli songs over there. So we were all going with him minute by minute. We were traveling with him, and now we are shattered like so many other people.
Right. What sort of cooperation has there been between the United States and Israel in terms of the space program? We haven't heard much about it here in North America.
Well, although we are pretty small, Israel is the 7th country to be launching satellites to orbit, and therefore we are a member of this very small club, but a very prestigious club. Therefore, we are very, very proud about that. And there is cooperation in several fields, all the way from environment and scientific cooperation to anti-ballistic missiles, which Israel is certainly contributing quite a bit with our know-how and experience. Unfortunately, we have to have this experience in order to defend ourselves.
Mr. Devan, thank you very much for coming in and talking with us on a day like this. I know that we can speak for all Canadians in saying that we share your loss. We are with the people of Israel at this time, and grieving with you over the loss of this wonderful astronaut.
Well, thank you very much, and I'll convey that to the people in Israel. Thank you.
Haim Devan, who is the Israeli ambassador to Canada. Now, before we hear this next piece of tape, let's just set the scene for you. They're coming in at due to land the shuttle at 9:16 a.m. Florida time. About 9 a.m., they lose communication. But there is a last contact. They're flying at Mach 18. They're 200,000 feet. They're in the final stages. They are 15 minutes away from landing. And this is the last communication with the spacecraft. Repeat, it's only about 7 seconds long, but it is the very last communication between the spacecraft and mission control.
And Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last.
Roger.
That's it, not very much. But those are the last words between Mission Control and the Columbia spacecraft as the bits and pieces of it begin to hurtle to Earth. Now, you may not have heard much of that very clearly, but you did see the stoic look on the faces of the people at Mission Control as it was beginning to sink in that just possibly there was something wrong here, that they should have heard from them earlier. Mission Control says to Houston, Columbia, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last. Columbia says, Roger, Roger, UH. Transmission breaks off after the crew member starts to say a word beginning with the sound So if we replay that for you, this is the final transcript.
And Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last.
Roger.
Roger, the last words from Columbia on this day, just before or during the beginning of the disintegration process. Ivan Semenuk, obviously what happened very, very quickly. The commander of the spacecraft didn't have a chance to complete his words.
Lloyd, it's a terrible tragedy, and it's also a scientific mystery. And so all of these pieces will be clues in the coming days to figure out what really happened. I guess one thing we can say, as you say, is that it seems there was no sense of panic there. So if there was a failure, it may be that the failure happened in a part, and I'm speculating here, that it happened in a part of the orbiter which affected the communications system before it even affected the people in the cabin. So that contact was lost even before you had a chance to get a sense of any reaction on the part of the crew. Again, just another clue, another piece in the puzzle in this very, very tragic scientific mystery.
Sudden, catastrophic, and from this, what do you speculate? Here's another. Look at this one, Ivan. What is that?
Right. It's hard to say exactly what that is. That could be another piece of the engine, perhaps a propellant tank. It looks very much to me like one of the propellant tanks. But, you know, just from one shot, it's a little bit difficult to say. You can see that it's been ripped from its moorings. And again, you know, and it's interesting, what we've seen so far seem to be pieces of the back end of the shuttle. We've seen a cone from the engine.
And what does that tell us?
You know, it may just have to do with the order in which the pieces are being found, but it may be that the back of the shuttle was somewhat more protected from whatever occurred, and so the pieces are seeming to survive with a little bit less stress. At this point, I'm just completely speculating, because there are many pieces of information that are still to come. But in any case, just to go back to your earlier question, I guess the one thing that can be said about whatever caused this problem, it was either a sudden problem or a hidden problem, because up until the moment that contact was lost, there was no prior indication.
Is it going to be a tough one to figure out, do you suppose?
I think, again, if we go back to the Challenger explosion in 1986, where in relatively short order the problem was solved, partly because of some very good video that showed a little flame, for example, coming out from the solid fuel booster rocket. And so the source of the problem was actually identified visually. Here, we won't have the luxury of that videotape. No one could really be looking at the orbiter. It was too high before it could be recovered by camera. So in a sense, it is, I think, going to be a much longer process. There won't be any easy answers right off the top, unless there's some kind of a smoking gun right in the debris itself that shows some kind of a failure that's very obvious. Otherwise, it may take a long time.
Thank you. Well, while the investigation will proceed, our thoughts on this day and at this hour are with those 7 people. And Miles O'Brien from CNN had an opportunity just a short time ago, the other day, to have a conversation with the astronauts from space, talk to the commander, talk to the other members of the crew on how they were doing, how their scientific experiments were going. They were conducting 80 different kinds of scientific experiments, and what the shuttle mission was like. Here's Miles O'Brien, CNN, interviewing the astronauts on tape earlier.
Let's talk first of all about how everything's going. You got a menagerie of animals up there, too many scientific experiments to enumerate here, but generally speaking, how's it going?
Well, things are going really great, Miles. We're having a great time up here. We had a great ride to orbit, and all the activation of the experiments in the Space Hab went extremely well, and we're really, we've got our space legs and up and running.
Send it over to Colonel Ramon, please. Colonel Ramon, I'm curious what it was like when you had that opportunity on one of those early passes to look down at your home country and the Middle East in general. What were your thoughts at that time?
I'll tell you the truth, it was pretty fast. It was actually today, and it went too fast. It was partly or mostly cloudy. So I couldn't see much of Israel, just the north of Israel, and of course, I was excited.
What are your thoughts now that you're in space about what it represents to your nation?
I think it's a great start, and it's an opening for great science from our nation. and hopefully for our neighbors in the Middle East.
Was the launch what you expected?
The launch was pretty exciting, yeah. Lots of noise, shaking, but after about a minute or so, we got used to it, and it went pretty smoothly.
Security was very tight. A lot of concern before you ever fired off those solid rocket boosters. Did you ever, how aware of that were you? How much of an added concern was that for you?
Well, since national security and the county security were unbelievable and helpful, I didn't have any doubt that everything will go pretty good, and so it did. And I was aware of it. I got there, my family, and I knew exactly what's going on there.
It's interesting when you consider the risks astronauts take to be concerned about that on top of anything else. Send it over to Mission Specialist Chawla. I'm just curious if you could share for us a moment of what it's like being in that space hab. It's a scientific juggling act, isn't it?
It really is. At any given time, we can be doing up to few, 3, 4 experiments simultaneously. But it's a lot of fun. It's very stimulating, and we are enjoying it. The module is quite big, roomy, and we were able to put it in very good configuration for our work on the very first day. So it's been working out really well.
And let's send it over to Laurel Clark. Laurel, are all these experiments working? You have 80-some experiments. They couldn't all be working as planned.
Well, things are going very smoothly. As expected, there's some minor glitches, and the 8 minutes that it took us to get to orbit, we trained months and months for, and didn't have to use any of that preparation other than being aware and ready. For our science experiments, on the other hand, it's very fortunate that we've had such thorough training and such an excellent team on the ground. With the minor glitches that have occurred, we've been able to take care of them, and the team tell us on the ground they're getting tons of incredible data.
Let's close with Colonel Ramon. I have an email question for you, Colonel. This comes from Great Britain. Don't you think it would have been a powerful evocation and image of humanity if you had flown with a Palestinian or an Arab crew member, and he wishes good fortune to you? Had you thought much about that?
Well, as you probably know, an Arab man already flew in the 80s. So I'm not the first one from there. And I feel like I represent, first of all, of course, the State of Israel and the Jews, but I represent also all our neighbors, and I hope it will contribute to the whole world, and especially to our Middle East neighbors.
All right, we're going to have to leave it at that. The crew, or at least a portion, the awakened crew of the Columbia, there are some of them asleep right now, 3 of them in bunks in the middeck. Thanks very much for taking a little bit of time while you're on orbit to visit us from the flight deck of the Space Shuttle Columbia. We wish you well as this space marathon 24/7. Oh my goodness, look at that little chalice going by there. Anyway, thanks very much, and have a great mission. We appreciate it. It's always fun to watch that.
One of those light moments, poignant now when you think about it, one of the last interviews with the astronauts on the Space Shuttle Columbia by Miles O'Brien of CNN. Earlier we saw debris falling out of the sky, quite a few pieces of it, some large chunks, one of them hitting a home in central Texas. We have with us Charles Hadlock from KTBS. He's in Nacogdoches. Charles, first of all, just locate Nacogdoches for us, because most Canadians are familiar with Houston and Dallas. Where is Nacogdoches?
Houston is about 150 miles to the south of us here in northeast Texas. This would be in the trajectory of the space shuttle as it flew over Dallas. You saw those pictures taken above Dallas as the shuttle fell apart. this is a part of where the shuttle fell. Let me step out of the way and the camera can zoom in. This is a 3 by 3 square foot piece of the space shuttle. It's gray in color. It appears to be metal. Underneath, you can see some white chalk that could be part of the insulation. It could be part of the ashes. As you know, it was very hot coming down through the atmosphere. This is just one piece of the space shuttle that is found in this one county. Not far away from here, a couple of blocks away, a strut has been found, a circuit board in another part of town, and the airport here in Nacogdoches has been closed because a 5-foot-long cylinder has dropped onto the runway. That could be part of the titanium oxygen tanks that were on board the Space Shuttle Columbia as it fell apart. Other counties are reporting that they have body parts that have been taken to the morgue. Other people are reporting other large pieces of debris have fallen out of the sky onto their land. A chicken ranch nearby reports that it was hit by a piece of the shuttle. It's just all over. In fact, some of the military jets have been flying over town trying to locate some of the debris as it soon after it fell.
Charles, we aren't hearing very much from our end about injuries or property damage other than hits here and there. Are you hearing more about that from your side?
I'm told there's a dentist here in town that had his roof damaged by a piece of debris that fell on it. Other people are reporting, as you have heard, that it hit houses in central Texas, but from where I stand, that's unconfirmed. Here in Nacogdoches, there is debris just about every direction you go.
What are people around you saying about this event? This must have been a huge surprise this morning in central Texas.
It certainly was. They were awakened, of course, by the loud explosion, the sonic boom that happens as the shuttle flies over. But this time it was extra loud, and they went outside and saw, some saw the fireball, others just simply saw the white contrail, that plume of smoke. And later they learned that it was the shuttle Columbia. It's hard to believe that it's happened again 17 years later over East Texas.
Yes, and we have to remember, too, that the Johnson Space Center is in Texas, in Houston. So these people are very close to the space program in the United States, and they would feel they would have quite an impact, right? Sorry?
There certainly is. There's a lot of pride here in Texas because the Johnson Space Center is located in Houston, about 150 miles away from here. A big point of pride for Texans here. So it's a very sad day in Texas, and especially sad here in Nacogdoches, where history has been made falling from the sky.
Charles, thank you very much. Charles Hadlock of KTBS reporting to us from Nacogdoches, Texas. Back to Washington now, and another few words with Ray Williamson, our space policy expert from the Institute of Studies at the George Washington University. Am I saying that correctly? Institute of George Washington University.
Yes.
Mr. Williamson, just tell us now what happens to the people who are up there on the space station.
Well, that's a good question. Actually, of course, we use the other shuttle orbiters to get to and from the space station, to take people up and bring them home again after their tour of duty. There are also always connected to the space station a Soyuz capsule, a Russian capsule, that is also used to take astronauts to the space station, and there's always one of those available to bring astronauts back. And
so no one is
considered a kind of lifeboat.
No one is threatened
up
there at the moment. It's a lifeboat, right? Okay.
Exactly. But there is a question of continued supplies to the space station, continued people into the space station, the astronauts back and forth and so forth. And that will, frankly, all have to be worked out. NASA certainly has thought about this problem and has contingency plans available for it. Just when the shuttle might be flying again is a major question, and it will depend very much on the accident report.
Other countries are capable of flying up supplies too, aren't they?
Well, no, actually, the major one that's capable is Russia at this point. Theoretically, the Ariane rocket put together by the French and the European Space Agency could carry supplies to it, but to my knowledge, they don't have the facilities for docking and so forth that the Russians do.
So from your perspective overall then, how big a blow is this disaster to the space program at this time?
Well, it could be a big blow. It depends on the will of the administration and the will of the American people to decide what they want to do about it. It will be costly, I'm sure, to recover. And I think it's a real question as to, for example, do we build another shuttle to replace the Columbia? And if we did, we'd build a shuttle at this point that would be capable of flying to the space station. So there are lots of questions to be decided, and that will be a major concern over the next few months.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Ray Williamson from our Washington studio, expert on space policy from the Institute at George Washington University. We're still looking at pictures here of debris falling over Central Texas, and we have heard finally from someone directly down there telling us that he hasn't heard anything about injuries yet. There is some property damage. A roof was hit, a house is burning, but that's about all we know in terms of results from this terrible tragedy and the debris falling to earth in Texas today. We have with us now another expert from the Canadian Space Agency, former president of the Canadian Space Agency, Mr. Evans, Mac Evans. Thank you for being with us, sir.
You're welcome.
What's your reaction to what happened today, and what effect is this going to have on the Canadian attitude to a space program?
Well, of course, like everyone else here in Canada and the United States and around the world, this is a tremendous shock. When you have 7 very highly qualified people lose their lives in the pursuit of space exploration, it's really quite a serious shock to us all. So we're very grieved at what's happened. But if we look at the longer-term implications of this, I think, just as Ray Williamson just told you, one has to take a look at how this will impact the ongoing construction of the International Space Station.
And what about that construction of the International Space Station? Because our government's committed enough to carry that forward?
Oh, yes, I believe they are. The Canadian contribution, by the way, is 2/3 sort of finished. We have 3 major pieces of equipment that have to be put on the space station. 2 of those are there now. One is the Canadarm2, which Chris Hadfield took up, and then more recently the mobile base upon which the arm rests is up there. So these things are all working very, very well. Our 3rd piece is a new robot called the Special Purpose Dexterous Manipulator. It's a 2-armed robot capable of doing very, very fine work on the exterior of the space station. That is yet to be launched, and so we don't know the implications in terms of when it will be launched.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Evans, for taking the time to come in today. Mac Evans, former president of the Canadian Space Agency, speaking to us from Ottawa. We have some radar images now of the debris over Central Texas as it landed this morning. We saw it falling from the sky to the great surprise of everyone who woke up this morning between 8 and 9 o'clock in the central time zones over Texas, and in 9 and 10 o'clock in the eastern time zones over the eastern United States and Canada. Here were these falling pieces, these fiery chunks of debris. We didn't know what it was at first, but then as the information began to seep in, we discovered that, yes, the communication had been lost with the Space Shuttle Columbia, and this is the debris trail on radar from space, and you can see there where it is, right in the center of Texas. And Baton Rouge down there to the right, Fort Worth up to the west. And we've just lost the picture, so that's about as much as I could identify for you, but you have a rough idea where it is when they said north central Texas. Once again, just to review what happened this morning, shuttle was flying at Mach 18, 6 times the speed of sound, 200,000 feet in the air. In the final phase, they were beginning to feel the force of the gravity at that point, and they were 15 minutes away from touchdown. That's the agonizing part about all of this. 15 minutes away from touchdown, and finally lost control with Mission Central. The Columbia Shuttle is the oldest in NASA's fleet. It was 9 a.m. Eastern Time. The shuttle was about 60,000 meters over north central Texas, and this was the 113th shuttle flight overall. So considering everything, Ivan Semenuk, if you're still with me, these disasters do come sporadically. It's always a time of terrible grieving. But on the other hand, when you consider 113 shuttle flights, there haven't been too many catastrophic disasters. Sorry, Ivan Semenuk, I was posing a question to him. I guess he's not there.
Sorry, Lloyd, I hear you.
All right, Ivan, we're just talking about the relative success of the shuttle missions in spite of these occasional catastrophes and how successful they have been.
That's right. There is actually a calculated failure rate for the shuttle. It's hard to say if this will now put it over the sort of mathematical failure rate or not, but we now have essentially 2 failures in the past 16 years over the course of more than 2 decades that the shuttle has been flying. 2 very different failures, of course, one with the launch system, and in some ways this one is a much more insidious failure because it's the integrity of the spacecraft itself which now is at issue. And of course this is something that will be a question with all the remaining 3 space shuttle orbiters, Endeavour, Discovery, and Atlantis, as to whether they could ever fly again.
Ivan, do you think from what we've seen today, once again as we speculate about the reasons for this crash, that that kind of catastrophic moment was caused by something affecting it on launch? That is, we've heard about the piece of debris that broke off from the external tank may have hit the tiles, and this would have an effect on landing.
This is one of those things that's going to be scrutinized intensely in the coming days. So when the launch occurred on January 16th, video cameras captured a piece of insulating foam from the external fuel tank actually striking the left wing. So I'm going to use the model now just to show you. When the shuttle takes off, it's in this position. The doors are closed, not open, as you see here. If I turn it sideways, the external fuel tank is this big orange tank that's strapped onto the side, and it's meant to separate and in fact burn up on re-entry. That's planned. So at times both pieces of ice, the liquid fuel inside is very cold. Ice gathers around the tank. At times pieces of ice have accumulated and fallen off, and in some cases insulating foam. Now if I turn it again this time, I'll turn it this way, and you can imagine a piece of debris hitting that left edge of the wing. That was seen to occur on the launch on January 16th. Now, at that time, flight directors decided this was not a serious problem, and the mission went ahead. I'm not quite sure if even they would have had the opportunity to abort at that point. It may have been close to the final opportunity to abort and land before orbit. But in any case, they decided to carry on with the mission, and we really haven't heard about it very much since then, since the launch day. This kind of thing has happened in the past, and it hasn't been a problem. Occasionally, individual tiles have been damaged. As Mark Arnault told us, they've been replaced after the shuttle has landed again. For the tiles to fail and for the skin, the aluminum skin of the spacecraft to overheat would require a lot of the tiles to fail. So either some were loosened, which allowed the tremendous aerodynamic forces to rip other tiles away, or perhaps there's a completely different explanation which no one has thought of yet.
All right, thank you, Ivan. We keep coming back to that point, but I think we'd better, during the course of the day, stress that we are speculating this is what could have happened, but because it was such a catastrophic event and happened so quickly with the space commander, Roger Husband, barely able to get out of his mouth Roger and then ba. What was that word? Was it but that he was trying to say? It happened very suddenly, so all of this is speculation until we get to the investigation, which will obviously be taking shape over the next few days. And Mac Evans, the former president of the Canadian Space Agency, who is still in Ottawa, can perhaps walk us through just what kind of questions they'll be asking. Mr. Evans?
Yes, hello, Lloyd. They'll be, first of all, trying to do 2 things, I would imagine. They'll be looking at all the telemetry that they have from the shuttle, and they will also be, of course, collecting the debris that's on the ground. You'll recall in the Challenger accident, the collection of the debris on the ground really gave the clues to what had happened during that disaster. So they'll be very interested in collecting as much of that debris as they can, piecing it together, very much like an accident on an aircraft, and trying to really understand what it is that caused this disaster. It's really too early to speculate as to what the cause is. It could have been a whole host of things.
Just coming on our screen there, as you were talking about cause, no sign of terrorism. There was some concern, of course, on launch that they were vulnerable to a terrorist incident because of the Israeli on the space shuttle, and Israeli going up for the very first time. But it can be pretty well ruled out by now that this was not a terrorist incident. This was a catastrophic failure on the spacecraft of some kind. And thank you, Mac Evans. We will ask you to stand by because we may be back to you again. Right now, we are going to replay for you a statement made earlier by U.S. President George Bush. He was up at Camp David for the weekend, having had his talks yesterday with Tony Blair. A very, very busy week for him, as it was for everyone in the American administration, starting off, of course, with the UN Weapons Inspectors Report on Monday, followed by the State of the Union address on Tuesday, and then meetings all during the week with members of the UN Security Council, and finally yesterday with Tony Blair. And then this morning, he wakes up, as we all woke up, to this awful news that the space shuttle was in trouble. They had lost communications, and then gradually the information began to seep out that, sure enough, there was a disaster in the skies over Texas as the space shuttle was attempting to proceed to its landing in Florida, only 15 minutes away. Here is U.S. President George Bush about an hour ago from the cabinet room or the briefing room of the White House.
Great sadness to our country. At 9 o'clock this morning, Mission Control in Houston lost contact with our space shuttle Columbia. A short time later, debris was seen falling from the skies above Texas. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors. On board was a crew of Colonel Rick Husband, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Anderson, Commander Laurel Clark, Captain David Brown, Commander William McCool, Dr. Kulpna Shavla, and Ilan Ramon, a colonel in the Israeli Air Force. These men and women assumed great risk in the service to all humanity. In an age when space flight has come to seem almost routine, it is easy to overlook the dangers of travel by rocket and the difficulties of navigating the fierce outer atmosphere of the Earth. These astronauts knew the dangers, and they faced them willingly, knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more. All Americans today are thinking as well of the families of these men and women who have been given this sudden shock and grief. You're not alone. Our entire nation grieves with you. And those you loved will always have the respect and gratitude of this country. The cause in which they died will continue. Mankind is led into the darkness beyond our world by the inspiration of discovery and the longing to understand. Our journey into space will go on. In the skies today, we saw destruction and tragedy. Yet farther than we can see, there is comfort and hope. In the words of the prophet Isaiah, lift your eyes and look to the heavens. Who created all these? He who brings out the starry hosts one by one and calls them each by name. Because of his great power and mighty strength, not one of them is missing. The same Creator who names the stars also knows the names of the 7 souls we mourn today. The crew of the Shuttle Columbia did not return safely to Earth, yet we can pray that all are safely home. May God bless the grieving families, and may God continue to bless America.
They did not return to Earth, but we can pray that they are all safely home. George Bush saying that space travel has become almost routine. Now there, outside the Lyndon B. Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, wreaths being laid, and the balloons were there for a celebration earlier. Note that they haven't taken them away. The celebration of a successful landing of this spacecraft. And that didn't happen. So now the dramatic shift in mood, the transformation of what was to have been a happy, successful day on a sunny morning in Texas and in Florida to welcome home the astronauts. Suddenly, Texas and Florida, all of the United States, all of us, wreathed in tragedy, thinking about these young people who gave their lives and in a cause that, as George Bush said, a dangerous mission, but they knew the risks. They pursued them with their usual idealism. Alan Fryer is still in Washington, having listened to the U.S. President earlier and hearing him repeat his message, Alan. He confirmed for us, as you pointed out earlier, that all of the astronauts are, quote, gone. And I guess for him, this is another one of those moments when a president is called upon in a special way and is looked upon in a special way by the American people.
Absolutely, Lloyd, and it's amazing the extent to which President has to change hats so quickly from Commander-in-Chief, a role we've been seeing him play of late as he confronts this growing crisis in Iraq, to Comforter-in-Chief following a tragedy of this extent. The President, I think, making two really important points, reminding us of the extent to which we take space travel for granted now. These shuttles into space and back have become so routine that many of us hardly notice them anymore, except when we see them taking off and coming back to Earth. The President reminding us that this is a very dangerous business and that these astronauts knew the danger, they faced it willingly. The other important point, I think, which a lot of officials at NASA are going to be happy to hear, is the President making a commitment that this will not be any sort of a permanent setback to the space program. As he put it, our journey into space will go on.
Alan, obviously this is going to dominate the news, this particular story, over the next few days. Now, from what we remember in the past, when these incidents occurred, yes, there was a period of mourning, but the other news continued along apace at the same time. So one has to wonder whether or not the President will be so consumed with the mourning period that Iraq will be off the table for a week or so and will not be of huge concern to the administration at this time.
I don't think that's going to be the case, Lloyd, at all. Next week, as you know, is going to be an extremely big week in this dossier. U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell, of course, is due at the United Nations Security Council on Wednesday. That is when he is going to be presenting what we are told is going to be fresh intelligence to make the case against Iraq. And I think that appearance at the Security Council is really going to start the clock ticking, if I can put it that way, towards a war which could only be several weeks away. The President's been making that clear. I don't think this incident, as tragic as it is going to affect that timetable.
All right, so as far as we know, everything is proceeding apace.
Absolutely.
All right, Alan, thank you very much for being with us. Alan Fryer, our CTV Washington correspondent, as we continue to look at pictures here from the spacecraft of the debris, that large chunk of engine landing in north central Texas. Ivan Semenuk is still with me. Ivan, we should talk once again about the investigation and just how this will proceed and what they will be looking for from the outset.
Lloyd, authorities have a huge challenge on their hands trying to figure out exactly what happened to the Space Shuttle Columbia. And in effect, what we're going to see is a unique combination, a space flight investigation coupled with the kind of forensic investigations we've seen in the past around commercial airline disasters. What we'll see, of course, is that once the debris is located from all of the locations where it falls in Texas, where the debris lands will be something that we'll learn, something that will tell us something about how things broke up. You showed the radar image earlier, which kind of shows a fan of debris moving forward along the spacecraft's trajectory. The heavier pieces that have more momentum are likely to be at the leading edge of that fan of debris. At some point, all of those pieces will be brought back to one place, perhaps at the Johnson Space Flight Center or perhaps some other location to be determined. And in a sense, what's left of the space shuttle will probably be laid out, almost reassembled or with the pieces laid side by side as a kind of puzzle, and looking to see where did parts of the shuttle separate. Was there a pattern of separation? How did they spread apart? Are there cracks? Are there burns? Of course, all of these things are moving at very high speed. They're going to be scorched by their movement through the atmosphere, but are there additional marks that might give some indication as to what occurred? So these are all key questions that lie ahead, and I think people who are experts in aircraft disasters, as well as all of the engineers at NASA, will be brought together on this.
All right, thank you. Don't run away, Ivan, because we have a gentleman waiting on the phone we want to have a word with right now. Bjarne Tigverson, who is in the space program for Canada, Canadian astronaut. Hello, Mr. Tigverson.
Hello.
What was your thought when you first heard this news this morning?
Well, the first thought is concern for, of course, the families of the astronauts involved, and the same kind of concern for this tragedy as for the Challenger accident back in 1986, and concern for then what the follow-on will be for this.
What do you think that follow-up will be?
Well, I think flying in space is still a pretty risky thing, as this highlights basically, and I hope that the investigation that will follow is going to take several months for sure, and perhaps a year or more. People will try to understand exactly what happened, and it'll take some time to do that. Make sure that anything that can be rectified on the rest of the shuttle fleet will be done, and then get back on to continuing on with the program.
Has this in any way changed your mind about your participation in the space program?
No, the flight in space is still a risky thing, and those that get involved in the program understand that, and you really have to understand that before you get in. A lot of the training is, in fact, to handle all the things that may happen as part of a space flight. It's a very technically challenging activity to get spacecraft into orbit, and as we see today, it's just as technically challenging to bring it back. You're going through tremendous speed ranges and tremendous temperature effects on the shuttle and so on. So it's a very tricky thing. So there are risks there, but those people that work in the program, believe in continued exploration of space, and hopefully we'll get back to that in due course.
At what stage are you at in the training program?
Well, I actually flew back in 1997 as a payload specialist, and then I spent a couple of years, or almost 3 years, down in Houston training as a mission specialist, both for the space shuttle and for the space station. Right now I'm actually on a leave of absence from the agency, but with the intention that I'd be going back in the future.
And your intention remains firm there?
Yeah, no, I think you'll find that most of the people that are in the program understand that there are risks. Everybody, not just the astronauts, but the thousands of people that are involved in the program, maintain the shuttle and preparing it for flight. They're very, very capable, and you do your utmost to make sure all the risks involved are minimized and that everything is ready for flight. But it is a very demanding task to do it all, and as this shows. But you try to learn from that and then press on with the program.
Let me read to you the final communications from the spacecraft, between Houston and the spacecraft, and ask you what you make of this. We have mission control saying, Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last. Then the very brief response from Columbia, Roger, the transmission broke off at that point after a crew member started a word beginning with the sound B. Can you make anything out of that at all?
No, one of the things that's going on is that as the spacecraft is both during launch and in orbit and coming back, there are literally thousands of pieces of information that are coming via telemetry from the shuttle continually to the Houston ground control team. And so you have quite a large number of people involved in watching all aspects of this. So, it's possible that they saw an indication of change in the tire pressure. And they would not perhaps know exactly what's going on yet, so that may be the beginning of some indications that data was coming down to show something was happening, and communication was lost before anything could be figured out from that. Could be what it implies.
What mode would the spacecraft be in at that point? If they're noting a change in tire pressure, what's happening with the spacecraft at that stage?
When the shuttle returns from orbit, you basically put it into an attitude where its nose is pointing about 40 degrees above the horizon. So it comes in sort of belly first at the very top of the atmosphere, up at 400,000 feet. And that is done to sort of maximize the drag on the shuttle, which is what slows it down from the tremendous speed that it comes in. And it comes in at Mach 25. And in the far reaches of the atmosphere, when it's fairly thin, the friction heats the belly of the shuttle, and in fact it's that friction that slows you down. And so that would raise the temperature on the bottom of the shuttle, and in some areas up to about 2,500 degrees. It would be basically glowing red hot at that point. But the tires are, of course, in a wheel well on the bottom, so you would expect to see some change in the temperature of the tires, and that would change the pressures in the tire. But they'd be monitoring that and making sure everything is as expected. So, like I said, perhaps there was some indication that things were not exactly as you would expect.
Yes, but it did sound to you, though, as this was coming as a complete surprise to everyone, that there was no build-up, no warning in advance, no indication, even however briefly, that something of this magnitude was going to occur.
Yeah, it'd be sort of speculating about exactly what goes on. I saw some of the video earlier this morning of it, and it appeared like there was a piece broke off at some point before. Then more pieces broke off. And one of the things, when you're coming in on this orbit, it's very critical that everything is functioning well. Holding the shuttle in this very nose-high attitude, there's some very tight tolerances in terms of that attitude to maintain control and everything. If something happens to all of a sudden change that, then you could end up with a loss of control very quickly, and that might affect the ability of the data to come down from the ground. So that's probably part of what we're seeing evidence for. But the folks on the ground will be looking in great detail at all this data to try to understand as much as they can fully what happened.
Indeed they will. Just tell us, before you go, just what's your next plan, where you're going from here in terms of the Canadian Space Program. What's your schedule?
Well, I was on leave for a period of a year, and I'll be going back there this summer. Certainly we'll expect there's going to be a delay in the program, and one of the things that the shuttle, in fact the main job the shuttle is doing these days, is supporting the International Space Station. That's still up there. There are 3 crew members up there. They have a Russian-Soyuz spacecraft as a means for returning to Earth if they need to, but certainly the impact this has on supporting the space station, completing the build, and supporting the operation of the space station is something that has to be looked at. And all of that will fold into exactly what happens over the next month or even next few years.
Mr. Tyrvison, thank you very much for being with us. Bjarne Tyrvison, Canadian astronaut, speaking to us from Ancaster, Ontario. As we still look at some pictures, we're replaying for you there the house fire that is going on in central Texas. No reports of any injuries from any of this debris falling to ground. Some obvious, some property damage, but that's about all at this stage. Ivan Semenakis, there's the house fire. Quite a dramatic picture taken a little earlier. And all right, yes, we are going, yes, right, we are going to hear from Ivan Semenak again, who is going to talk to us about that re-entry that Bjarne Tyrvison was emphasizing, a very dangerous time. It can be a very dangerous time for a spacecraft. And I believe you can show us on your model there, Ivan, of just what happens, because he was talking about the attitude of the spacecraft. Show us just how it configures itself as it comes in.
Absolutely. I think we have some animation that we can go to that gives you a sense of how the re-entry occurs. So once we see the animation, there it is coming in, as you can see, sort of belly first, rotating itself to point the underside of the spacecraft down towards the Earth. And you see those little sparks that are coming off the front and the back are simply small engines that are positioning the spacecraft. The air is too thin there for it to work aerodynamically, so the little jets put it in the correct position, and now it kind of rotates with the nose up. And that's again to present the underside of the spacecraft, which has the best heat protection towards the ground and towards the area of maximum air impact. And as it begins to descend, so we're getting now to, the entry begins basically when it's 500,000 feet above Earth's surface, maybe 120 kilometers above the ground. By the time it's down towards more like 60 kilometers above the ground, 70, 60, this is what we're seeing now. We're seeing the underside of the spacecraft glowing red as it tries to dissipate the heat. And all the while it's losing altitude, and it's controlling its attitude to keep the upper side of the shuttle as protected as possible. So again, that exactly, as that 40-degree attitude that Bjarne Tryggvason was saying is so key to maintaining the shuttle. At some point, the bottom of each wing, and as well 2 flaps on the rudder, and finally a lower flap on the aft section. These are all aerodynamic elements of the shuttle that can be used to help control its attitude, and they're also contributing to the drag that's trying to slow it down. I think, Lloyd, one thing that's very interesting about the video that we see coming in, we've seen that video many times now of that fireball streaking across the sky.
Yes.
If you see it again, you see there are indications of 1 or 2 pieces that seem to be flying independently, perhaps tumbling. They're kind of sparkling as you see them on screen, because they're probably tumbling and presenting different faces towards us. And then if you count the time, if you look at it right now, you see towards the back there are some pieces that seem to be flying, and then at some point, about 10 seconds later, is where you see the entire fireball appear to disintegrate into several distinct pieces. So I think that 10-second time interval is both interesting and perhaps crucial to understanding what happened here. It looks as though external pieces have fallen off, and then that later led to a disintegration of the spacecraft.
All right, thanks, Ivan. We are waiting for the briefing from NASA, where we take it some reporters' questions are going to be answered. Just to go over what they told us earlier, 2 people appeared, Sean O'Keefe and Captain Bill Reedy from NASA, both shaken by the events of today, obviously. And Sean O'Keefe indicated that the first job is to recover the loved ones and understand the cause of the tragedy. He said that the Mishap Investigation Board, which is an independent body, independent of NASA, it will begin an extensive investigation. And he said that it was going to be a happy morning. The astronauts were on their way home, 15 minutes away from landing after a successful mission, completing up to 800 experiments. He described them as a valiant crew, and here again is NASA.
Afternoon's briefing. On the dais here to my left is Ron Dittemore. He's the Space Shuttle Program Manager. And to his left is Chief Flight Director Milt Heflin. I'll have brief remarks from both gentlemen, and then we'll throw it open for questions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ron.
I'm sure you understand how difficult a time this is for us right now. We're devastated because of the events that unfolded this morning. There's a certain amount of shock in our system because we have suffered the loss of 7 family members. And we're learning to deal with that. There's certainly a somber mood in our teams as we continue to try to understand the events that occurred. But our thoughts and our prayers go out to the families of Rick and Willie, David and Kalpana, Michael, Laurel, and Alon. True heroes, and we are suffering for the events that have happened this morning. As difficult as this is for us to do, we wanted to meet with you and be as fair and open with you given the facts as we understand them today. We will certainly be learning more as we go through the coming hours, days, and weeks. We'll tell you as much as we know. We'll be as honest as we can with you. And certainly we'll try to fill in the blanks over the coming days and weeks. As difficult a situation as this is, we are moving forward. We have established a number of different teams. We have contingency plans for just these types of events, though we never expect to use them. We have implemented these contingency plans. We are preserving data. We are beginning thorough and complete investigations. We are mobilizing our forces, our engineers, our technicians, our safety and quality, our best experts to try and understand what went wrong. I do want to take the time right now and express my appreciation for the tremendous number of agencies that are coming to our aid from across the country, both federal, state, and local, that are assisting us in our recovery operations. I also want to express my appreciation to the public for assisting in the recovery, for notifying us of different debris, where it is located, that we might get to it as quickly as possible. It's also appropriate that we tell the public to be careful with the debris. What we fly in space is operated in many cases with toxic propellants, and some of the debris may be contaminated. So we need to be careful, and we don't wish any harm to come upon anybody that would be honestly seeking to help. At this hour, we have not positively identified any items that we have recovered. We are staging in an attempt to ensure that all recovered items are managed appropriately, but at this stage, I haven't received any real information on debris or status of crew remains. I can go back to the start of the day, filled with excitement and anticipation. Today was a great day to land in the Florida area. We had all positive indications that it was going to be like every other day where we have landed in Florida. Good weather, anxious team to welcome a fantastic crew back, families that were excited about welcoming their loved ones back, and no indications at all of any impending threats to the vehicle. The first indications of a potential problem occurred minutes before 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. The first indications were of the loss of sensors, temperature sensors, in the hydraulic systems on the left wing, both the left inboard and left outboard elevon temperature sensors. They were followed seconds and minutes later by several other problems. including loss of tire pressure indications on the left main gear, and then indications of excessive structural heating. And Mr. Heflin will talk in a minute about some further details. I have to caution you that we cannot yet say what caused the loss of Columbia. It's still very early in our investigation, and it's going to take us some time to work through the evidence, the analysis, and clearly understand what the cause was. But what we are doing is we are impounding hardware so that we can preserve evidence. We have stopped processing at the Kennedy Space Center. We are preserving hardware around the country in our different facilities. We are impounding data here that represented the last data that we received from the crew. And we will be poring over that data 24 hours a day for the foreseeable future. Again, I express our sadness to the families for their loss. And we'll do our best to answer your questions.
Okay. Thanks, Ron.
First of all, just some personal observations and comments to begin with. And then I'll review some data with you. This is a bad day. I'm glad that I work and live in a country where when we have a bad day, we go fix it. Ron said, we'll fix it. I can talk to you some about what went on in the flight control room with the entry flight control team under the guidance of Flight Director Leroy Kane. Ron said it was a good day to land. In fact, many of us, as we came in today, were marveling at the fact that Leroy Kane did the ascent as well, and probably the most difficult things that we deal with during launch attempts and entries is dealing with the weather, as you all are accustomed to. And we marveled and felt good about the fact that, launch, we didn't have any weather issues to work. In fact, any weather issues anywhere in the world that we were concerned about. And today it was a very minor thing to talk about, some fog, I believe, but nothing really hard to work. So, as Ron mentioned, this was a fantastic mission and just seemed to be coming to the right conclusion. Just some specifics for you, and bear with me, this is relatively recent, fresh information, and as you can imagine, in the next several hours and days, this will get closer to many details, I'm sure. Around 7:53 a.m. Central Time, as Ron mentioned, we saw indication of off-scale low temperature measurements on the left, the inboard and outboard hydraulic systems, and this was loss of the temperature measurement. It wasn't any indication that it was high or low. We just lost it. About 3 minutes later, around 7:56 a.m., in the left main gear tire wheel well, brake line and tire temperatures, there we saw an increase. Now, I need to tell you that during this time the vehicle was performing fine. We had no indications of any problem. Around 7:58 a.m. Central Time, a couple of minutes later, we have what we call bond line temperatures. These are temperature sensors that are embedded in the structure of the vehicle. We have them all over the orbiter. 3 of these temperatures on the, again, the left side of the vehicle, the left wing area, the off-scale low reading again. This was not high indication, low indication, but we lost their measurements. I don't have the seconds here. Clearly, seconds will play a part in our analysis, but I'm giving this to you at the nearest minute. Around 7:59, then Central Time, left inboard and outboard tire temperatures and pressures off scale low. About eight measurements total during that time. One of these measurements sensed on board by the computers gave the crew a message, indication that they could look at on their displays. And we think they were acknowledging that measurement that they saw. Again, the vehicle was flying with no problems at that time. And when things like this happen, when a crew gets an alert, it's you acknowledge it, they recognize they've seen it, and then we do what we might need to do with it. And as far as I know, that was the last transmission from the crew. I've asked a couple of people, I haven't heard the tapes myself. I'm not sure what they said at the time, but they were acknowledging, we believe, that indication that they'd seen. Then we lost all vehicle data. It looks like it was around, and I apologize, it looks like my little cheat sheet here doesn't have the last Central Time on it, and I'm not going to try to convert it to you at this point, but it's around 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Altitude was 207,135 feet and traveling at a Mach of about 18.3. And the flight control team during this time, again, we lost the data, and that's when we clearly begin to know that we had a bad day. That's all I've got.
Okay, thanks. As you can imagine, we have a lot of centers around the agency that are involved today, so we're going to try to limit the questions to one and try to get through as many as we can. I need you guys to do me a favor, and when you raise your hand, wait for a microphone, and please give your name and affiliation first. And we're going to start here in Houston and then go around to the other NASA centers. So let me see a show of hands, and we'll try to get somebody to you. Let's just start right here along the front row and work this way.
Hi, Melissa Jacobs with the Fox News Network. Where will the debris be taken?
We haven't yet identified a central location. Part of the activities that are ongoing, even at this very moment, is to stage our teams into a location in northeast Texas. We are still identifying the locations for our teams to meet and gather and start this process of recovering debris. And part of their first activities is to identify the staging area, the collection point of all the debris. So that's some work that's going to be done later on today. The teams are, let's see, they're not quite in the air. They're staging right now at the different airports, and they're converging on northeast Texas. And so that's some work that's still in front of us.
Sig Christensen, San Antonio Express News. At this point, what is the status of the shuttle program, and particularly the upcoming missions that you're going to have? Have you decided to put all of those missions on hold, and do you have any kind of idea how long the program will be out of service?
Well, of course, this thing happened just this morning, and we put in motion some stop work types of activities. As I mentioned earlier, we've minimized our processing
at the Kennedy Space Center so that we don't do anything that might disturb some evidence. We are also slowing down our manufacturing processes in a Michoud facility in Louisiana where we manufacture the external tank. We're doing that in different areas around the country for different pieces of hardware. What this slowdown means as far as the launch schedule is yet to be determined. We also will be having an investigative board outside the agency, as mentioned earlier by Mr. O'Keefe, that will come in and help resolve the situation to everybody's satisfaction so that we clearly understand what was the root cause of the problem. And once we get on the path of understanding the root cause, then we'll be better able to say whether it affects future flights. If we can put it off to the side and get it narrowed down and say, okay, we understand the root cause, here's the things we do about it or need to do about it, and then accomplish that corrective action on the other vehicle flows, then we'll be able to pick up our flight progress again. How long that's going to take, it's too early for me to tell, but I do believe that we'll continue to meet with you and keep you informed of just how this is progressing. I've talked to Mr. Bill Gerstenmaier, who is the program manager for the International Space Station program. They have scheduled they had a previously scheduled Progress launch tomorrow, and that Progress launch will proceed as scheduled. They have reviewed the contents that are going to be shipped to the space station, and those contents are appropriate given the fact that we may not be there for a while. They have enough consumables, supplies for the crew to go through the latter part of June without having a shuttle visit. So there's some time for us to work through this and get back on our schedule, and we're just going to have to work through that in the coming days and weeks, and we'll keep you informed on just the impact to the manifest. But right now, certainly there is a hold on future flights until we get ourselves established and understand the root cause to this disaster.
Okay.
My name is Jenny Blankenship. I'm a reporter with the CBS station in Austin. And I was wondering if you could explain to people who are not from this area really how tight-knit of a community this is, not just here on the NASA JSC campus, but all around here, how much of an integral part of the community this is to you all.
Well, it's more than a job. This is a passion for us. Human spaceflight is a passion. It's an emotional event. And when we work together as family members. And we treat each other much that way. And whether it's the loss of a crew member or a loss of a member of our ground team or processing teams, it's a sad loss for us. And so we are a very close community. We understand the risks that are involved in human spaceflight. And we know that these risks are manageable, but we also know that they're serious and can have deadly consequences. And so we are bound together with the threat of disaster all the time, and we know we must count on each other to do what's right. We must count on the ground teams to process correctly. We must count on our suppliers to follow the procedures just like we have identified to them. And we count on the flight crew members to fly the vehicles within the specifications. So we all rely on each other to make each space flight successful. So we have a dependency. And it's a professional dependency and it's an emotional dependency. And so when we have an event like today, where we lose 7 family members, it is devastating to us. And it's more than just us in this location. There is an emotional attachment to human spaceflight. It piques our interest, it captures our imagination. I received a couple of phone calls this morning, immediately following when it became apparent that Columbia was no longer going to land. One phone call was from my brother in Phoenix, Arizona, not associated with the space business. I haven't talked to him yet. I just received a message, certainly extending his thoughts and prayers. I received another phone call from my son in Provo, Utah, with the same emotional outpouring of sadness. And I'm sure this is true across the country. We're seeing that from the public. We're seeing that as people that really care about the space program and understand what it means to this nation reflect their thoughts, their prayers, their caring attitude toward us. And we want them to know we appreciate it very much. As we struggle with our emotions in this difficult time, we appreciate the thoughts, the prayers, the care, and the support. Milt, you might have some thoughts also. Well, yeah, it is. The community out here is extremely close-knit. I've been through 3 of these. And each time you see a coming together of the community here. Our landscape has changed. The space flight business today is not going to be, it's going to be much different than it was yesterday. It was different after the Apollo 1, it was different after Challenger. And it was different because this community, the passion, Ron's right, the passion is here. And as Ron was talking, I was thinking about your question, and I thought, you know, sometimes it's a shame that it takes things like this for this country to pull together and care. And it shouldn't. Damn, we're good. This country's great. It shouldn't take these kind of things to cause a coming together.
Okay, thanks. Eric Berger with the Houston Chronicle. Milt, you mentioned about 8 sensors, and one of those which triggered some kind of notification inside the shuttle. Can you tell us which sensor that was and whether it was an abnormal reading on whatever sensor it was, or whether it was just that the sensor was no longer functioning?
There were, in the left inboard and outboard, these are tire temperatures on the left-hand side, okay? Temps and pressures, and Ron, help me out here if I get that mixed up. And they all went what we call off-scale low. In other words, there's a bottom number 0, or maybe not 0, not necessarily 0, but there's a bottom number of the measurement. They all just went off-scale low, indicating loss of the measurement itself. You know, and I cannot tell you specifically which one of the 8. We'll find that out, but I don't have that right now. No. An easy way to think about that is the measurement was no longer reading. It was not giving an indication. It's as if someone just cut the wire.
Okay, right over here.
Chris Heinbaugh with WFAA TV in Dallas. You indicated that at 7:53 was the first, you first lost some sensor information, and you indicated towards the end there was an acknowledgement from the crew. During the rest of that time period, was there any dialogue, any communication with the crew during that period? And if there was there any indication from them that there was a problem that they could see on board?
Yes, at 7:53 a.m., we did have another set of 4 measurements in the hydraulic system on the left-hand side that went off-scale low. Now, this was reported by the flight controller responsible for the mechanical and hydraulic systems in the orbiter, reported to the flight director. When this happens, then it's followed up by if there's any action to take, if there's anything that we see that needs to be done, that flight controller will tell the flight director and a crew, and a call might go to the crew. These were measurements that did not have, we have many measurements on board. Not all of them are enunciated to the crew. They don't need to be. And we see a lot more information on the ground than they do. So they did not see this. So they had no indication. We saw nothing else to indicate any difficulty at all, because had we seen anything else, we would have taken some action. That's, we work very hard. We train very hard to react in a very short amount of time to situations. But we don't, if we don't have anything that we see that we've got to do, then we don't spend the time talking about it, because we focus on the next event and so forth.
Right here next to him.
I'm Brian Sasser, KPR CTV here in Houston. We had heard some reports that during launch there had been some concerns that some debris hit the wing. Is that true, and is that any cause of concern, and that could have caused today's problems?
It is true that right after launch, and I don't remember the time frame as far as seconds, there was a piece of foam that is used as insulation on the external tank in the area of what we call the bipod, which is the forward attach between the orbiter and the external tank. There is a piece of foam that was shed, and in our review the following day of the launch films, we saw this piece of debris drop off, and it looked to us like it impacted the orbiter on the left wing. Where on the left wing, it's very difficult for us to tell. Somewhere between the mid and outward span. Was it the leading edge? We don't know. Was it underneath the leading edge? We really don't know. To the best of our ability, that's what happened. We spent a goodly amount of time reviewing that film and then analyzing what that potential impact of debris on the wing might do, and would there be any consequences. Through analysis and through our ability to call back on our experience with tile, it was judged that that event did not represent a safety concern. And so the technical community got together and across the country looked at it and judged that to be acceptable. And so as we look at that now in hindsight, that impact was on the left wing. And certainly we have all the indications that Milt talked to you about were on the left wing. We can't discount that there might be a connection. But we have to caution you and ourselves that we can't rush to judgment on it, because there are a lot of things in this business that look like the smoking gun but turn out not even to be close. And so we really have to do some regression analysis. We've got to look at what Milt described to you, and then back up in time through analysis to see if we can piece together the events and whether or not this was a tile problem or whether it was a structural issue or some other event. We don't know yet. What will help us determine that is inspecting the debris. That will really help us. And so we're very anxious to get certain pieces back to look at, and that will determine whether or not this particular event, whether it was the debris hitting the orbiter or some other event, was a cause of this problem or this disaster today.
Okay, get that gentleman right back behind him.
Ryan Korsgaard from KVUE TV in Austin. You talked a little bit about the hardware. What goes forward now with the astronaut training? Does that continue? Does that stop? What happens?
Well, there's going to be a period of mourning in this community. There's going to be a period where we're just going to get together and support each other and hug each other and help us go on. But we're going to fix this problem. We're going to get back on the launch pad. We're going to launch shuttles again as soon as we're ready. The training is going to continue. The best therapy in this business is to get on with your job. The best therapy in the flight control world is to get in that control center and train for the next mission. The best therapy in the flight crew world is to continue with their training. Stay focused on the job ahead. Stay focused on what we need to accomplish, and that's what we are all going to do. There's going to be a subset of us that will be working together to resolve this problem. And we will do that, and we will do that quickly, efficiently, and we'll do it safely, and we will not fly again until we have this understood. In the meantime, life goes on, training goes on. We'll start manufacturing hardware again as soon as we know that we have preserved evidence. So in a few days, I suspect we will start pulling things back to what we understand and releasing certain activities to start up again. But in the next several days, it's going to be a period of quiet, of reflection, and where are we going to go from here as far as what we need to do to resolve this issue.
Okay, Greg, let's work on the second row. Start right here on the end.
Rashonda Tate, Fox 26 News. Did you have a device on board that is the equivalent of a black box?
No, we don't. We do not have a hardened black box data recorder or voice recorder. We do have recorders. We do have recorders of both data and voice. If they survived the entry and the impact, we will certainly look to see if there's any information there. As Milt mentioned to you on the timeline, he talked to you a little bit about these sensors that just kind of quit working. We also know that during this time frame, the vehicle was operating perfectly. It had gone into a roll reversal, which is a standard maneuver where the vehicle banks left or banks right. It's a standard maneuver, and when it does so to bleed off energy, and you do a number of these roll reversals so that you land at the right speed right at the Kennedy Space Center. It had rolled itself into a roll reversal, and everything from a flight control perspective was perfect. No indications of any problems. So we have some indications that it wasn't a vehicle loss of control issue. And so we're getting some hints of where we need to go look. Whether or not these recorders survived and will be useful to us, I'm not really sure that's going to be the case.
Okay. Anybody on the next person with his hand up there?
Jake Dyer, Fort Worth Star Telegram. I have a couple of questions. Regarding that, whatever it was, the foam that apparently fell off the vehicle at takeoff, was there any consideration during the flight that perhaps an EVA would be necessary, that you guys need to go out and take a look? Secondarily, I'm wondering about, you guys talked about loss of sensor readings and sort of unusual sensor readings. Could you give us a sense about how unusual that is? I mean, does that happen with any frequency, or was that something that was alarming that you'd never seen before?
The easy answer is the sensor reading, and yes, that happens. The fact that you have a sensor that just quits working is not an alarming factor. In fact, we understand that several sensors can quit working, and they're all result of not the sensor quitting to work, they're a result of a box, an avionics box, a signal conditioner, or a multiplexer demultiplexer that happens to fail, and its signature to you and me is the fact that it looks like someone just cut the wire. And we've seen this on occasion, and we certainly train for it many, many times over. So it is not unusual for us when we see it to look at it and immediately start to understand whether it is a single sensor problem or it's an avionics box. The team today looked at it as they are trained to do, and could not see any common thread between this sensor and another sensor. There's nothing common about it, and so that made it more significant. As soon as we understood it wasn't a common avionics box and that there were multiple sensors, all completely independent, And all this happened in a very short period of time. We knew that something was not right. Now you asked me something else on the phone.
The idea of a spacewalk.
Oh, the spacewalk. We do not have the capability to perform a spacewalk and do tile repair. We do not have the capability. As you know, when we go out of the spacecraft, we operate really within the confines of the payload bay. On this particular mission, there was no remote manipulator system. There was no arm. And so all we had trained to do from a spacewalk perspective were those things that might be an emergency, or a latch did not work in the payload bay door closing sequence or something like that. We can go outside and make sure the payload bay doors are closed. We have no capability to go over the side of the vehicle and go underneath the vehicle and look for an area of distress and repair of tile. We know we have no capability. If for some reason we thought we had a tile problem, the risk you take when you launch is that you may suffer a tile issue. We have no capability to repair it. All we can do is, before we launch, design robustness into the system so that a loss of some tile capability will not result in loss of crew or vehicle. Does that answer your question? We have no capability to do that today. There is no capability to inspect it. We are not able to look on the underside of the vehicle. And again, our rationale, our retention rationale, why we believe we can continue to fly safely, is that we test our tiles on the ground. They're robust, they're hard enough to withstand certain levels of impact, and then we design our environment so that we don't have these circumstances. We don't believe at this point that the impact of that ET debris on the tile was the cause of our problem. We convinced ourselves as we analyzed it 10 days ago that it was not going to represent a safety issue. Now, we had the events of this morning. We're going to go back and see if there is connection. Is that the smoking gun? It is not. We don't know enough about it. A lot more analysis and evidence needs to come to the table. So it's not fair to represent the tile damage as the source. It's just something we need to go look at.
Yeah, grab right there next to you. No, right here next, yeah.
Gina Treadgold with ABC News. There are reports from an astronomer at Caltech that the shuttle debris was flying off the shuttle as early as a flyover in Owens Valley in California. How does that match up with this timeline, and are you aware of those reports?
It's news, isn't it?
Well, I haven't heard that report. And sometimes as you go through entry and are in a plasma, sometimes you see plasma. It looks like debris, but it's really not debris, it's plasma. It's just the fact that you're going really fast through the atmosphere. If he saw something over Hawaii, recognize we flew a good long while before we got to the Texas area. And so it's doubtful that we had something in Hawaii that would cause us a thermal concern. At the time that we believe we lost the vehicle, as Milt explained, it was about Mach 18, or 18 times the speed of sound. We were at our peak heating. We were at 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit on the wing leading edge. And if we did have a structural problem or a thermal problem, you would expect to get it at the peak heating, not back at Hawaii when you weren't suffering any real thermal environment, extreme thermal environment. The most extreme thermal environment was right at Mach 18, and that's where we lost the vehicle.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Dittemore, Ann Gesselman with Newsweek. You mentioned in your opening comments that there was indication of excessive structural heating. When did that happen in the timeline from 7:53 and on? And secondly, at any point between 7:53 and 8 a.m., were the folks in Mission Control worried?
let's see, you respond about the mission control. Let me talk about these bond line temps. We mentioned that, and I might have overstated it when I said excessive heating, because as I look at the notes here, the bond line temps on the left side of the vehicle were off scale low, which means it looked like the rest of the measurements, it looked like they had been cut. So I probably misspoke on that by saying excessive heating. It really is that we lost those measurements too. The mood in my area where I observe the flight control team was very upbeat, and then we started to understand a little bit about these multiple loss of sensors. We recognized there was no commonality. We lost voice with the crew. We lost tracking data. We had no TV. As we came to find out later, we saw the TV reports of debris. We did not have that at the time. And so we were very anxious because we knew we were in an area of good communication coverage. We were in an area where we should have tracking, and we had lost both. And as we started adding all these up, we were certainly most anxious.
Get this gentleman right behind you. There you go.
Ron, Thayer Evans from the Daily Oklahoman in Oklahoma City. Can you confirm reports of debris in other states besides Texas, namely Oklahoma, and also offer your thoughts on Mike Anderson?
I can't confirm any debris in Oklahoma, and I would doubt any debris in Oklahoma because our ground track was basically just north of Dallas on a path that went through northeast Texas, Nacogdoches area from northwest to southeast. That's going to be the ground track. That's going to be the interest of our search. Mike Anderson, I suspect you asked me because we are both from the same hometown. Mike and I, we have common backgrounds. He attended my rival high school. He graduated from Cheney High School. I graduated much earlier than he did, I'm sad to say, but from Medical Lake High School, and we were arch rivals. And he and I had a good communication going about that. He grew up on an Air Force base, Fairchild Air Force Base, Spokane, Washington. I also grew up in Fairchild Air Force Base in Spokane. He went to the same grade school I did. We had a very common early beginning, but I told him that I was his pathfinder. And so we had a good relationship. And we talked many times about how he had met his wife in Spokane. I also met my wife in Spokane. His parents lived there. My parents lived there. My wife's parents lived there. A lot of commonality. I'm going to miss Mike. I'm going to miss the closeness that we had.
Okay, you reach this person right here.
Sanjay Bhatt, Cox News Service and Palm Beach Post. We heard earlier today that this crew was very passionate about the work they were doing, the scientific experiments that they were conducting, and we heard that their loss would not be in vain. What I'm wondering is how many of the experiments aboard, in terms of the data being collected, required that the astronauts in the craft return safely to Earth? And because there were some new laboratory modules on this craft, is there anything to suggest that those could have contributed at all to what we saw?
Well, Ron, I don't have the answer to it. Maybe you do on the number of experiments that we have to have the return of the heart. I don't have that. I'm sure we can get that for you. And I can't imagine a space hab being on board back in the cargo bay had anything to do with this.
Let me just say something about the science. This vehicle on orbit, we had kind of pinched ourselves over the past 16 days. This vehicle performed flawlessly, absolutely flawlessly. Science was a premium. The folks on the ground were just ecstatic with the amount of science that they were reaping and they were looking forward to getting much of that information back on our ground. Certainly some of it was downlinked to the ground prior to entry. Some of it will be their legacy. Others had to come back and be analyzed, in which that particular part of the science would be lost. But it was an amazing mission, and we were ecstatic over the results and looking forward to talking to the crew and telling them what a great job they had done. And so it is a painful experience for us to lose our friends and recognize that things were going so well and turned out so badly.
Valor Time Magazine, could you share with us the last words that came from the crew?
Well, a while ago, the last transmission that we got was, it had to do, I think a while ago I discussed that there was a measurement that gave an indication to the crew and an alert that they acknowledged. I can't tell you what they said at that time. I don't know what the word was, but it was the sort of thing that when something like that occurs, that the crew's response is fairly typical, just to let the ground know we see that. That's how the routine works, and that was the last transmission from the crew that I am aware of. And I think as we go, through and peel this apart, we'll have more information like that we can share with you.
Okay, I got time for 2 more questions here before I need to go to the other NASA centers. Grab this gentleman and then this young lady on the next row.
Elizabeth Lee with KHWB Television. A brief loss of communication, has that happened before during re-entry? And if so, when you did lose communication, was there still hope that perhaps it was just brief? And at what point did you realize that it was something more grave?
We lose communication from time to time for various reasons. We certainly lose it during the orbit phase. We've lost it sometimes for a whole revolution of 90 minutes. On entry, though, we understand that any dropouts generally are brief, and if they do occur, they occur during the peak heating time frames when the plasma around the vehicle as it is at its maximum extent. And so a brief dropout at this time period is no reason for us to be concerned. Our experience is we gain it back fairly quickly. Our concern at this time was that as we made several calls to them, they did not respond. We made several more calls to them via UHF, which is usually as reliable as anything, and they did not respond. And it became apparent to us that we were in difficult circumstances.
Okay, last question right there. Go ahead.
When you guys first got that anomalous sort of readings where you were unclear of, something strange is going on, at that point, was it a situation where you guys were committed? I mean, there was nothing you could have done about it. As soon as, when you first saw those readings that things went blank or whatever, was there any corrective action whatsoever at that point that you could have done?
Nothing that we could do. Just observe and see if there was going to be any future downstream impact to the landing. In fact, if that's all we did was lose those 12-odd sensors, no impact to this flight at all. We would have come back and repaired the sensors. They don't impact the flying qualities of the vehicle. They don't impact the insight into how we control the vehicle. All they do is provide us information on how the systems perform so that when we turn around the vehicle for the next flight, gives us indications of where we should look. Did not affect and would not affect the flight given just the sensor by itself.
Okay, let's go to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida for questions, please.
Yes, this is Marcia.
All right, that press conference is pretty well wrapped up now, and we note over and over again the references to the piece of debris that fell off the spacecraft on launch, that may have been, we repeat, may have been a factor in today's catastrophe. We're going to have a brief word with several of our guests now before we go. First of all, from Washington, Mr. Vernon Gross, formerly with the National Transportation Safety Board. What about this, Mr. Gross? What's the next step in this investigation?
Well, Lloyd, I think just like we do in aviation accidents, they'll probably collect as much as they can of the debris. It's widely scattered, and it's going to take them some time, and I heard them say that they don't know yet where they want to assemble it and begin to put it together. They probably won't get near the kind of reconstruction that we get in normal aircraft accidents. And
Mr. Williamson, do you have any views on that piece of debris and whether or not it may have caused it may have been a factor in this accident?
Well, I think it's frankly just too early to tell. It certainly is suggestive, but there are many times in an accident investigation like this where you see coincidences and then they turn out not to be related to one another. So I just think we shouldn't speculate at this point about that issue until they have more information.
All right. From both of you, after the Challenger disaster, there wasn't another shuttle in the air for 32 months. Is this going to take as long to this time, or do we have any idea of that? Mr. Gross?
Well, I hope not. That was a very long time. There was a lot of political issues to deal with, as well as the technical issues there. And I would suspect at this point, although it's very early to tell with any certainty, that there will be less time before we fly another shuttle than the last time after Challenger.
But on the other hand, there's a real, Lloyd, a political issue here, and that's because we only have 3 shuttles left, and we're not going to build a 4th one of the same design. Now the question is, are they going to build a more advanced model, or are they going to have to make do with 3? If they do, that has impact on the space station future, and I think they're going to have to fly more rapidly just to make up the difference. So
okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Ivan Semenuk, who's been with me all of this half morning and entire afternoon. Ivan, what's your view now on the left side of this spacecraft and what may have happened as a result of that debris that fell off at launch?
Well, hearing the latest news from NASA, of course, kind of puts a chill up your spine when you start to see the anatomy of a disaster, just the first inklings of that. I'll just refer to a model here of the orbiter. When it's in orbit and experiments are underway, its top side is facing down towards the Earth. This, of course, is the left-hand side here. By the time the spacecraft is in an attitude where it's going to be descending, at the time when the disaster happened, it's coming downward in this direction. So again, what we seem to be hearing is that the left side sensors failed, or some of the sensors just simply stopped providing information, and that was the first indication that there was a problem. That was approximately 6 minutes before things really started to go wrong, and 6 minutes before the final transmission from the crew. Now,
Ivan, just very quickly on that point, they did say that they've had these sort of sensor interruptions before. They haven't always caused a problem. They didn't seem concerned about it, except that in this instance, it developed into a catastrophe.
That's right, and also the fact that, different sensors come together to kind of central nodes, and so if there's a problem with the box somewhere, simply a short circuit, in other words, that would be an indication that the problem isn't in the location where the sensors are, but somewhere deeper inside the spacecraft. I think what's telling, though, in this point is that there were many lines of sensors that were starting to fail, and all on the left side. So first from the wing, and then later from the wheel well, and that's where there were the first indications of both temperature and pressure problems a few minutes later.
All right.
And now,
okay.
and if we think about the video as well, the idea that there were some pieces flying off first, and then much later a kind of disintegration of the entire spacecraft.
There will be a lot more on this later today. Thank you very much, Ivan, for being with us. We are going to spend our final couple of moments here looking at the pictures of these people who went up into space and are now lost to us. Commander Rick Husband, 45 years old, the Air Force colonel from Amarillo, Texas. It was his lifelong dream to go up in space, just a thrill to get to actually live it out, as he said. And there's pilot William McCool, 41 years old, Navy commander from Lubbock, Texas, father of 3 sons. This was his first space flight. Payload commander Michael Anderson, 43 years old, the son of an Air Force man who grew up on military bases, one of only a handful of black astronauts. Kalpana Chawla emigrated to the United States from India in the 1980s, became an astronaut in 1994. David Brown, 46 years old, a Navy captain, pilot, and doctor. He joined the Navy after a medical internship, went on to fly the A-6E Intruder and the F-18. Laurel Clark, 41 years old, a Navy diving medical officer aboard submarines, then a flight surgeon who became an astronaut in 1996. And finally, Ilan Ramon, 48 years old, a colonel in Israel's Air Force and the first Israeli ever to venture into space. His mother and his grandmother survived the Auschwitz death camp. His father fought for Israel's statehood alongside his grandfather. Ramon fought in the Yom Kippur War of 1973 and the Lebanon War of 1982. He served as a fighter pilot in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s. All of Israel, of course, is mourning him. All of the world sends its condolences. That's all. CTV.ca will have coverage of this event, as will CTV Newsnet for the rest of the day and on into the coming days as we follow this story. Watch now as we close out for the final communication between Mission Control and the spacecraft just after 9 o'clock this morning, Eastern Time, before it was to land in Florida. Goodbye for now.
The loss of communications on STS-107 at a little after 9 a.m. this morning.
And Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages and we did not copy your last.
A short time later, debris was seen falling from the skies above Texas. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors. On board was a crew of 7. Colonel Rick Husband, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Anderson, Commander Laurel Clark, Captain David Brown, Commander William McCool, Dr. Kulpna Chawla, and Ilan Ramon, a colonel in the Israeli Air Force. In the skies today, we saw destruction and tragedy.
We now join regular programming, already in progress.
Such that when they get right over the end of the runway, they've expended all of their excess energy and are ready to touch.
Eastern time here, whisked into town in a motorcade, unable to fly back by helicopter because of the weather conditions, made his...
behalf of Canadians that we stand with the U.S. in expressing our condolences to everyone involved in the program in light of today's tragedy. And he called every astronaut on board the shuttle, all 7, a hero. We want to kind of go onto the street in the nation's capital now that we've heard from the Prime Minister and sort of take the pulse of what people are saying there. Here are some of the comments by folks in Ottawa after they've heard what's gone on today.
I guess it's been such a successful program, and they're doing such great things, and all of a sudden to have this happen, I just can't figure it out in my mind. And I believe that the first Israeli astronaut was aboard this ship. Now, I hope to God, and I'm just thinking, I hope it wasn't Shuttle, something happened. I don't know. At this point, yeah.
It was shocking. I mean, it reminds you of the last space shuttle crash and the emotions you brought out then. And you wonder, if everything was done to keep the shuttles up to date and brand new. They are 20 years old, 25 years old, some of them. So, it's a tragedy for the families, of course, and you wish them all the best.
Can you take us through how you found out? Like you flicked on the television screen and then...
I walked in and there it was on the TV I just have been following it like everyone else. So.
Now you were there in '86. You remember what happened, and are you surprised at something like this? We seem to think that we've conquered space, that technology is wonderful, and that everything is safe.
Yeah, well, it is wonderful, and you like to think you conquered space, but accidents happen. And is it an accident? Is it some kind of budgetary cut that that could have been overlooked, or is it just a freak accident that's going to happen in any workplace or any industry? But for the billions of dollars that they spend on this stuff, you think that hopefully you're, roof-proof kind of thing. So, and you don't want to assume anything was done cheaply. So to save money for NASA, you'd like to think that it was more a true accident of some nature, instead of some kind of budgetary problem.
I just started watching it. I don't really know. I just know the space shuttle blew up, and I guess on re-entry, but I don't know. I just started watching it, so I don't know any of the details.
That's all right. What is your reaction?
Oh, obviously, I'm upset. It's a disaster. It's a shame that something like this would happen.
Are you surprised that despite all our great technology, that something like this can still happen? I mean, it was a historical flight, the first Israeli.
No, I don't think I'm surprised. In life, humans make mistakes and things constantly go wrong. We're not perfect. But certainly you hope that nothing like this will ever happen, and unfortunately it does.
We're really quite removed from it, right? But does it still...
very removed.
But do you think it still has an impact on us?
Oh, obviously. It's... as a human race, I guess we're continually looking and exploring, expanding our scientific knowledge, and this puts us a step backwards. What happened? Why did it happen?
I was on the internet in our motel room this morning, and I saw that it was missing. They'd lost contact with it. And then when we came into the restaurant here, they were showing on TV that it had broken apart.
What did you first think of?
I thought about the other accident when I'm a teacher. So when the teacher was on the space shuttle and it blew apart.
This time it's a historic flight as well. This time the first Israeli astronaut was on board. How did, in terms of, we think that NASA is highly advanced, that they know what they're doing, but something like this, do we have too much confidence in our space system possible?
Who knows? I don't know. You kind of think of terrorism and different things, and I don't know.
Ma'am, can I ask you a couple of questions as well? Okay. What are you thinking of? What's going through your mind as you sit here and see news of the shuttle going missing?
Well, I thought the same as she did about the teacher that was on the last one that blew up. I don't really think it was terrorism. Accidents happen, and no matter how good you are, things can happen. I mean, they're accidents, and it's really a shame. It's very sad.
Now, are you teachers as well, or?
We're both retired teachers.
When you see something like this, if you were to have to tell your students about it, how would you contextualize it?
Usually it doesn't happen. We don't find out about it at school. Usually the kids go home and find out about it. But then the next day probably you talk about it.
Do you still have a faith that we can conquer space?
Well, we pretty much have, I guess. I mean, accidents happen, but we have done a whole lot. We have advanced a lot.
and some remarks from people in Ottawa who have been watching very closely what is going on with the Space Shuttle Columbia today. As you now know, 7 astronauts on board the Columbia were killed when the Space Shuttle broke up in the sky over Texas on its way to land in Florida, really about 15 minutes away from what looked like a perfect landing when it became a horror story for everybody watching. And we have learned in the last couple of hours that the status of the crew now is confirmed as missing and presumed dead. And the search for debris and answers has begun on the ground in Texas, in Florida, and in Washington. We have some reaction now for you from the people of Edmonton who are also keenly watching what is happening down in Texas.
Kind of symbolic of America, the greatest superpower in the world's ever had, and this is kind of a blow to the image or the symbol of America, the powerful nation, when something like this happens. That was my first thought.
Just the first thing that ran through your mind was seeing the Challenger explode as it was taking off, and then to see this come down and see the debris flying. It was a horrible thing to watch.
Everything has to work just perfectly, and they built redundancy into the space shuttle so that if something breaks down, something else will take over for it. But again, there's no way to foresee everything, and spaceflight will be a very risky proposition for even the future.
My first thought of just about like everybody else's was terrorism and back to the Twin.
This morning, Eastern Time, before it was to land in Florida. Goodbye for now.
The loss of communications on STS-107 at a little after 9 a.m. this morning.
And Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages and we did not copy your last.
A short time later, debris was seen falling from the skies above Texas. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors. On board was a crew of 7. Colonel Rick Husband, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Anderson, Commander Laurel Clark, Captain David Brown, Commander William McCool, Dr. Kulpna Shavla, and Ilan Ramon, a colonel in the Israeli Air Force. In the skies today, we saw destruction and tragedy.
We now join regular programming, already in progress.
Such that when they get right over the end of the runway, they've expended all of their excess energy and are ready to
Eastern Time here, whisked into town in a motorcade, unable to fly back by helicopter because of the weather conditions, made his...
Behalf of Canadians that we stand with the U.S. in expressing our condolences to everyone involved in the program in light of today's tragedy, and he called every astronaut on board the shuttle, all 7, a hero. We want to kind of go onto the street in the nation's capital now that we've heard from the Prime Minister and sort of take the pulse of what people are saying there. Here are some of the comments by folks in Ottawa after they've heard what's gone on today.
I guess it's been such a successful program and they're doing such great things, and all of a sudden to have this happen, I just can't figure it out in my mind. And I believe that the first Israeli astronaut was aboard this ship. Now, I hope to God, I'm just thinking, I hope it wasn't Shuttle, something happened. I don't know. At this point, yeah.
It was shocking. I mean, it reminds you of the last space shuttle crash and the emotions you brought out then. And you wonder, if everything was done to keep the shuttles up to date and brand new. They are 20 years old, 25 years old, some of them. So, it's a tragedy for the families, of course, and we wish them all the best.
Can you take us through how you found out? Like you flicked on the television screen and then...
I walked in and there it was on the TV, and yeah, I just have been following it like everyone else. So.
Now you were there in '86. You remember what happened, and
yeah.
Are you surprised at something like this? We seem to think that we've conquered space, that technology is wonderful, and that everything is safe.
Yeah, well, it is wonderful, and you like to think you conquered space, but accidents happen. And is it an accident? Is it some kind of budgetary cut that that could have been overlooked, or is it just a freak accident that's going to happen in any workplace or any industry? But for the billions of dollars that they spend on this stuff, you think that hopefully you're, roof-proof kind of thing. So, and you don't want to assume anything was done cheaply. So to save money for NASA, you'd like to think that it was more a true accident of some nature, instead of some kind of budgetary problem.
I just started watching it. I don't really know. I just know the space shuttle blew up, and I guess on re-entry, but I don't know. I just started watching it, so I don't know any of the details.
That's all right. What is your reaction?
Obviously, I'm upset. It's a disaster. It's a shame that something like this would happen.
Are you surprised that despite all our great technology, that something like this can still happen? I mean, it was a historical flight, the first Israeli.
No, I don't think I'm surprised. In life, humans make mistakes and things constantly go wrong. We're not perfect. But certainly you hope that nothing like this will ever happen, and unfortunately it does.
We're really quite removed from it, right? But does it still...
very removed.
But do you think it still has an impact on us?
Oh, obviously. It's... as a human race, I guess we're continually looking and exploring, expanding our scientific knowledge, and this puts us a step backwards. What happened? Why did it happen?
I was on the internet in our motel room this morning, and I saw that it was missing. They'd lost contact with it. And then when we came into the restaurant here, they were showing on TV that it had broken apart.
What did you first think of?
I thought about the other accident when I'm a teacher. So when the teacher was on the space shuttle and it blew apart.
This time it's a historic flight as well. This time the first Israeli astronaut was on board. How did, in terms of, we think that NASA is highly advanced, that they know what they're doing, but something like this, do we have too much confidence in our space system possible?
Who knows? I don't know. You kind of think of terrorism and different things, and I don't know.
Ma'am, can I ask you a couple of questions as well? Okay. What are you thinking of? What's going through your mind as you sit here and see news of the shuttle going missing?
Well, I thought the same as she did about the teacher that was on the last one that blew up. I don't really think it was terrorism. Accidents happen, and no matter how good you are, things can happen. I mean, they're accidents, and it's really a shame. It's very sad.
Now, are you teachers as well, or?
We're both retired teachers.
When you see something like this, if you were to have to tell your students about it, how would you contextualize it?
Usually it doesn't happen. We don't find out about it at school. Usually the kids go home and find out about it. But then the next day probably you talk about it.
Do you still have a faith that we can conquer space?
Well, we pretty much have, I guess. I mean, accidents happen, but we have done a whole lot. We have advanced a lot.
And some remarks from people in Ottawa who have been watching very closely what is going on with the Space Shuttle Columbia today. As you now know, 7 astronauts on board the Columbia were killed when the Space Shuttle broke up in the sky over Texas on its way to land in Florida, really about 15 minutes away from what looked like a perfect landing when it became a horror story for everybody watching. And we have learned in the last couple of hours that the status of the crew now is confirmed as missing and presumed dead. And the search for debris and answers has begun on the ground in Texas, in Florida, and in Washington. We have some reaction now for you from the people of Edmonton who are also keenly watching what is happening down in Texas.
Kind of symbolic of America, the greatest superpower in the world's ever had, and this is kind of a blow to the image or the symbol of America, the powerful nation. When something like this happens, that was my first thought.
Just the first thing that ran through your mind was seeing the Challenger explode as it was taking off, and then to see this come down and see the debris flying. It was a horrible thing to watch.
Everything has to work just perfectly, and they built redundancy into the space shuttle so that if something breaks down, something else will take over for it. But again, there's no way to foresee everything, and spaceflight will be a very risky proposition for even the future.
My first thought of just about like everybody else's was terrorism and back to the Twin Tower attacks, but watching the news, it seemed pretty obvious that that was unlikely. But it's still pretty stunning, and I really want to know what happened. I can hardly wait till they figure that out.
You start thinking that it's a sign of the times with everything that's happened, recently, September 11th and so forth. You kind of wonder if the world's coming apart a little bit with so much, catastrophic events occurring in such a short period of time.
Some thoughts on the ground in Edmonton as we hear from people right across Canada, their thoughts, their reaction to the news that the Space Shuttle Columbia was torn apart this morning above Texas and that 7 crew members were lost and killed. I'd like to show you the human face of this, if you will, the 7 astronauts up close, the people we've been talking about all day. This is Shuttle Commander Rick Husband, a U.S. Air Force colonel. He's a former test pilot. This was his second shuttle mission. He flew previously in 1999, 3 years ago, on the shuttle Discovery. He's from Texas. He leaves behind his wife, 2 children. He joined NASA in 1994. He had about 235 hours in the sky and involved in these programs. Also on board, shuttle pilot William McCool, a U.S. Navy commander. He was on his first shuttle voyage aboard Columbia. He had, however, a lot of experience as a military aircraft pilot, more than 2,800 hours of flight experience in 24 different aircraft. He was a test pilot in Maryland, managed a number of projects, but for the most part dedicated to the flight test of Advanced Capability, or ADV CAP, EA-6B. He was also married and from California. Shuttle payload commander Michael Anderson, a U.S. Air Force lieutenant colonel, was responsible for science hardware above Columbia. We heard earlier from his sister describe how ecstatic he was to be involved in this mission. He joined the astronaut corps in '94 and had one other mission under his belt, the Endeavour, in '98. He was from New York. He was married, leaves behind his wife. The man that many people have been talking about today, Ilan Ramon, the Israeli on board, an Air Force colonel, the first Israeli to go into space. 48 years old, had seen a lot of combat, the son of a Holocaust survivor. He had logged more than 3,000 flight hours and had been picked by NASA as a payload specialist in '97. He was married, 4 children. Laurel Clark, a U.S. Navy commander and a doctor. This was her first U.S. NASA shuttle voyage. She was a scuba diver, very experienced in diving, did a lot of it during medical school, and had gone underwater with the SEALs and done a number of medical evacuations from submarines. She was a diving medical officer, a flight surgeon, picked by NASA in '96, married, and leaves behind 1 child. U.S. Navy Captain and Surgeon David Brown, a gymnast who performed as an acrobat and a stilt walker while he went to college. He joined the Navy after he completed his medical internship and completed flight surgeon training in '84. He had more than 2,700 hours under his belt. He was born in Virginia, and he was single. An aerospace engineer and a commercial pilot, Kalpana Chawla was on her second space shuttle flight. She had been a mission specialist in '96, had more than 300 hours in space. She was born in India, studied in the United States, got her doctorate from the University of Colorado. She started working for NASA in 1988, and her research concentrated on complex airflows around the aircraft. She joined the program in 1994. Those are the 7 astronauts lost in the tragedy known today as the Shuttle Columbia. It broke up over the skies above Texas. Dr. Bonder, you have been up in the skies. You have gone through this yourself. It's incredibly difficult to look at those faces and to think about those people as they lost their lives today. I can't imagine what the relatives and family members must be going through and what it's like as an astronaut to know that 7 more were lost.
Well, as everyone knows, you can't prepare for this kind of thing. No matter how much we try to tell family members about, you know, this is my dream and this is what I wanted to do, and if anything happens to me, then I went the way I wanted to go. It's real tough, and it's especially tough, obviously, when there are children involved. It's really hard. And during a landing, I mean, these people the families are down at the Kennedy Space Station. They're waiting for this wonderful opportunity to go and hug their loved one who they know hasn't had a shower for days, and they just want to embrace him anyway. And it's just such a tragedy. Just thinking about the families not being able to have that final hug. I mean, we all anticipate that we're going to die, but somehow when it's so public and seeing people expire in a way that we're totally unprepared for any kind of ability to give support, it's such a tragic thing.
Can you give us some perspective as to how things would have gone up there for the astronauts? What happened for them in those final seconds?
Well, they're all on the same communication system, and I mean, I don't know if we'll ever know if they still had some internal communication, because everything is said does not go down like. I mean, we have the capability of talking to each other, but at that particular point, they would have heard the uplink from NASA about the sensor, the tire sensor, which is what we heard on the replay. They would have been starting to process the information. Even people who were down in the middeck, even Ramon would be down there to be thinking about, well, you know, what does this mean? I don't remember this particular anomaly and what we're supposed to be doing about that. And in those few minutes, I mean, they may have been talking to each other, or I'm sure they'd have looked at each other, and it's even possible they'd have been able to reach out and with their gloved hands grab the hand of another crew member before the final end. I mean, we don't know. We do know that there was some lead time, and as Mr. Garriott said, Owen said, that it was a very sudden event. It was not a very sudden event. It was something that there was a buildup of a few minutes. So there was probably time for people to make some final contact with each other.
Would they have known that the temperature was rising? Would they have sensed that something was going wrong?
They wouldn't have sensed that. All they would have done was basically heard the information coming up from Mission Control. It sounds like that was the only communication they had. If anything had happened off nominal inside the orbiter, that would have been communicated back down to Mission Control. So I can only think that these people would have heard the communication, and they would have looked at each other, and they'd have waited for somebody to do something about it. And then there was this catastrophic end to the communication system, and I would imagine it was during that time that the final breakup occurred. I mean, we'll have to see and retrace all of this information.
Thank you very much for all of your insights into what has gone on today and filling us in and breaking down a lot of technical information, and also sharing with us your personal thoughts about what had gone on, and talking in some cases to some friends who were involved in the space program and people that you knew. I really appreciate it, as we all do, and I know how difficult this is.
Well, I think it's important that we know that we have some touchstones that have at least done this, that someone can relate to, and I think that we all need a group hug right now, that we know that life will continue, but these are very, very tough times, and they're the price we pay for trying to make the world better and trying to push forward.
Really appreciate it. Thank you. Before you head off, thank you very much for joining us today. We still have with us, of course, as well, Paul Delaney, who is a physics and astronomy professor with York University. Mr. Delaney, I'd like you to come in on this and tell us, so far as we try to absorb all of the information we have heard, everything that we have seen, and looking at the faces of the astronauts, how you feel at this point, nearly 9 hours after we first heard the news of this tragedy.
Well, there certainly is a degree of numbness that's not going to go away quickly. I feel back to the reminiscence of Challenger. We go back to 1986 when we lost the 7 crew of Challenger, and how we all felt at that moment in time. I have very similar feelings for today. The space program has come a long way over the 40 years. The shuttle program has come a long way over the last 20 years. But as routine as we might like to think it certainly is not. The business of discovery, the business of exploration is dangerous. And that point has been rammed home yet again today. But it certainly shouldn't stop what we continue to try to do with NASA, with science, with engineering, with technology. We have to find the right ways to balance the risk. We've got to find the right tools to go forward, and we've got to find the right people who are willing to take the risk and lead us forward. And that's what the astronaut program at the moment is certainly engaged in doing, finding the right people to take us forward.
We have been watching a lot of the video today, the repeat of the shuttle as it breaks up in the skies. We have been hearing from relatives who have started to come forward and share their thoughts about their relatives, and also a little bit of what is the beginning of their grieving process with reporters and, as a result, people around the world. It's difficult, though, to hear the details, I think, as people learn more about what was going on in the sky in those final few minutes, to think about the shuttle breaking apart, to see the pictures of the astronauts, and to think about the temperature at one point going up to 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit in one area of the shuttle. There was some thinking early on that perhaps there was a slim chance someone would have survived this, but hearing news like that, it's very obvious that no one did.
I don't think there really ever was any reasonable expectation of survival. Until you find the remains of the astronauts, you hope against hope. As you see the material falling from the sky, you hope against hope. But remember, we're talking about 18, 20,000 kilometers an hour, 3,000 degree fireballs. You're talking 207,000 feet, 60 kilometers. These are staggering. This is a staggering environment to try and survive. And once the spacecraft begins to lose control and begins to tumble, the G-forces that are going to be exerted on the astronauts, there really is no chance. The only mechanisms which allow the astronauts to get out of the shuttle require the shuttle to be in a comfortable mode, into a safe gliding mode, and then there are escape mechanisms. There is no way to prepare for this type of calamity, this catastrophic loss of the vehicle.
And catastrophic loss of life as well. 7 astronauts, including Ilan Ramon, an Israeli Air Force colonel. He was the first Israeli to go into space, 48 years old, married, 4 children who were on the ground waiting to see him come home. Let's take a look at some of the reaction from the streets of Israel as people continue to learn with shock and disbelief at his death this morning as they approached the landing pad in Florida. 15 minutes to go, so close, and then tragedy strikes. It's a tragedy in Israel, and so many people there are mourning the loss of one of their great heroes, a fighter pilot and a war hero and a Holocaust survivor, Ilan Ramon.
He was the first astronaut to observe Shabbat in space. He took kosher food. It was a real beautiful experience for the Jewish people. It was something that the Jewish people could be very proud of.
We were all so proud of Eli Ramon and the whole team.
I was shocked, and I'm sorry about everybody, not only about Elan, about everybody. It's a shame,
I think it's very heroic to take yourself up into a space shuttle. First of all. Second of all, it's the first time that an Israeli has been on a venture like this, and it was very important for the Israeli self-image, I think, especially at a time like this in the middle of an intifada. I don't know what the reaction's going to be. It's sort of like like Romeo and Juliet, like it was written in the stars that it should happen. I don't know. But it's really hard.
Something nice, something positive, and it's ending so tragically.
I think especially at the political situation that we're in now, I think it was a good thing to get the focus of Israelis to do something positive as opposed to everything that you're always seeing on the news when it comes to Israel, especially with the wars going on. I think it would have been a great thing for that to be a successful mission, but unfortunately, I don't think it's, as it turns out, I don't think it was. But the significance, I think it would have been great to have the first Israeli up in space in arms with Americans. It would have been a great mission.
Shocked. And I remember back in the 80s when the space shuttle exploded on takeoff. It is the same feeling, just this kind of shock of seeing a space shuttle explode like that.
Ilan Ramon, the son of a Holocaust survivor and a fighter pilot from Israel, the first Israeli to go into space. Many people on the ground there saying it was just such a positive thing for Israel right now in a time of great tension and in the current political climate. This was something they were all looking forward to, and it was so close to having a storybook ending. Still in great shock there and a disbelief at what has happened. Let's take a close look at the entire roster of Columbia astronauts, including Ilan Ramon and the 6 Americans who were on board. All 7 lives lost today when the shuttle Columbia broke up over Texas.
Shuttle Commander Rick Husband never had any question about his chosen profession. He knew since childhood he wanted to be an astronaut.
Well, from the time I was about 4 years old, I wanted to be an astronaut. And it was about that time when the Mercury program started up. And so I saw those things on the TV, and it just really excited me.
He joined the Air Force, became a test pilot, rose to colonel, and in 1994 joined NASA and achieved his goal. 5 years later, Husband piloted Shuttle Discovery on the first docking with the International Space Station. Rick Husband was married with 2 children. Payload specialist Ilan Raymond, the first Israeli in space, leaves behind a wife and 4 children. Raymond served as a fighter pilot before being chosen as his nation's first astronaut in 1997. Indian-born mission specialist Kalpana Chawla earned a degree in aeronautical engineering in her home country before moving to the United States, where she became a citizen and joined NASA. Chawla made her inaugural spaceflight in 1997. For pilot William McCool, the Columbia mission was his first flight into space. A former test pilot, he was responsible for maneuvering the shuttle during its numerous scientific experiments. Air Force Lieutenant Commander Michael Anderson was Columbia's payload commander. Married with 2 children, Anderson was the son of an Air Force pilot, raised around military bases. He had been in space once before on a 1998 shuttle flight that delivered equipment to the Russian space station Mir. Anderson was in charge of the shuttle's science experiments and said he was energized by the potential for discovery.
Yeah, I am excited about this flight. This is a really exciting flight. I think if you take each of the payloads that we have on this flight and you sit down and you really look at it and you really study them, you realize that there's tremendous potential.
Mission specialist David Brown was a U.S. Navy captain, a pilot, and a flight surgeon. He became an astronaut in 1996 and was making his first trip into space. Although his focus was on specialized experiments, Brown recognized the broad appeal of space exploration.
Well, the dream of going to space is not unique to just astronauts or Americans or any particular nationality. It's a broadly held dream. So the fact that other countries and other people want to do that is no surprise.
Columbia's other mission specialist was Laurel Clark, a U.S. Navy commander and a flight surgeon. She was aboard submarines after medical school before becoming an astronaut. Dr. Clark spoke from the shuttle just hours before the Columbia lost communications with NASA ground controllers.
Well, good morning, Houston. We're getting ready for a big day up here. Had a great time on orbit and really excited to come back home.
Laurel Clark leaves behind an 8-year-old son.
All 7 astronauts aboard Columbia were killed when the shuttle broke up over Texas. That's just a very small glimpse of some of the work they had done and a little bit about who they were as people. And they have been saying over and over again today, both NASA officials and friends and relatives, how thrilled each and every one of them was to be involved in this mission and that they had dedicated their lives to science, knowing about the risks of space travel. They went up anyway because they were determined to do some good, to make some good science happen up in the air, and to bring back some great results, and also to experience what would ultimately be the trip of a lifetime, up until things went very wrong and things broke apart in the air, ending in the tragedy that we're now talking about some 9 hours later. There is a young woman in Calgary, 18-year-old Anne Brakes, who is the world spokesperson for Space Education Days. There couldn't be a worse example of some of the inherent risks of space travel than what we have experienced today in the skies above Texas. She came to the microphones a short time ago to talk about her feelings having watched this tragedy unfold today and what it means to all of the young people around the world watching this unfold.
Well, today's been very emotional, but I've decided that I'm just going to go ahead and do my speech like planned. It's a tremendous honor to be chosen as the International Teen Spokesperson for Space Day, a worldwide initiative involving 21 countries. I've been fascinated with stars since I was a little girl. When I was 8 years old, I learned about space and its programs and decided I was going to be an astronaut. I read every book in the library, and later on I joined a program that was going to help me learn about astronomy, math, and physics. I first became aware about the vast applications of space research when I was invited to a NASA conference at the university. It involved about all the space agencies sponsoring the International Space Station. There were many space research scientists who were astronomers, engineers, microbiologists, and physicists, to name a few. I thank the museum, board of directors, and their commitment to provide aerospace education to families and children. My own education took a great leap forward when the museum sent me to the International Space School at NASA. There I worked with international students, astronauts, and scientists actually working on Mars mission. The museum has also introduced me to Canadian astronauts Julie Payette, Dr. Bob Thirsk, and Chris Hadfield. Julie Payette encouraged me to study sciences and develop the skills to be an astronaut. Bob Thirsk, whose steps I'd like to follow in, spoke to me about aerospace medicine. At a spectacular dinner about a week ago, I met Mark Garneau. He spoke to me about my goals and told me the most important skill for an astronaut was to have excellent hand-eye coordination. At NASA, I discovered it takes at least 40,000 people to send up one astronaut. The space industry needs more young people to do those jobs. And Space Day is a great way to get them very committed to go towards those dreams. The Aerospace Museum and the Canadian Space Agency, along with Bombardier, Lockheed Martin, and NASA, are very proud Space Day partners. I am thrilled to be chosen as the spokesman for the Space Day organization based in Washington, D.C., and chaired by John Glenn. I would like to thank Brian Ewenson, Director of Space Day in Washington, D.C., for selecting me. I would also like to thank Brian Jackson for his support and for sharing my enthusiasm for space education. Space Day will be celebrated on May 1st in every American state across Canada and in 21 countries. This year's theme of celebrating future of flight is intended to encourage our next generation of inventors, aviators, and explorers. Canada's activities will highlight two Canadian astronauts, Steve McLean's mission to International Space Station in May, and Dave Williams' history-making mission with the educator Barbara Morgan in November of this year. Leading up to Space Day are its educational programs. Design Challenges provides teams of students with opportunity to tackle the challenges of living and working in space. Student signatures has flown over 2 million signatures on the shuttle in the last 5 years. To find how students can get involved with Space Day, they can go to our website, spaceday.org. On May 1st, here in Calgary, the Aerospace Museum, Science Centre, and IMAX will host many activities, including video link-up with astronaut Chris Hadfield. I will be in Washington, D.C. that day for the opening ceremonies at the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum with John Glenn. In particular, I'm looking forward to meeting Anna Maria McGowan, who leads up NASA's morphing projects, developing material and designs for the aircraft of the future, and the stellar students teams that have been selected for the recognition by their Design Challenge projects. It's all so exciting. My message for other young people is to dare to dream. I've learned that perseverance and dedication can make you reach for the stars. Thank you.
Anne Breaks is a Calgary teen who clearly her spirits are not dampened by what had happened today, representing the teen voice of Space Education Days, which will take place in Washington in May. Let's review for you now and bring you back to some of the voices that we heard over the course of the day from Texas, people on the ground who were witnesses to the debris falling out of the sky, discovering the debris, and also learning firsthand of the tragedy as it developed just after 9 a.m. Eastern today.
Well, I knew the space shuttle was going to be going overhead at 8:03 Dallas time, and I was laying in bed and I heard the house shake, and I was half asleep, so I thought it was my daughter playing gymnastics upstairs. So then she came down and she said, "Mom, did you hear the house shake and the boom?" And I said, "Yeah, I thought it was you." And she said, "No, it wasn't." I said, "Well, the space shuttle is supposed to be going overhead." She said, "Why didn't you tell me?" So we ran outside. I live on the golf course in Las Colinas, Texas, and we saw the trail coming down, and it was a real wide trail. And at that time I was thinking, that's really strange that the trail is coming down from the sky instead of going across, but I really didn't know anything about, I had never seen the space shuttle before, so I just kind of left it at that. And then I came in the house and my friend called and she said, "Turn on the news." And I said, "Oh yes, the space shuttle was supposed to be going over and we just saw the trail." And she said, "No, it just exploded," and we were just devastated.
Well, actually, I was sitting in the living room having some coffee, and all of a sudden there was an extremely loud explosion type of a sound, and the entire house began to shake. And we live very close to a major rail line. I thought, oh my God, and there's been an explosion. So I walked out front, looked towards the direction of the railroad. There was nothing there, and so I started to look in the sky, and right above me was this huge plume of smoke, which was in a zigzag or a spiraling type of motion, headed directly towards the southeast. And of course the noise continued, and it was very, very loud, and the shaking the ground, you could feel the ground shake. And I thought, something's wrong here.
And there's the picture of the ship actually apparently breaking up.
Right.
What are you thinking when you're seeing this happen?
It was unbelievable. I mean, at the time we didn't think it was the shuttle breaking up. We just thought again it was ice particles or vapor trails because of the temperatures being so cold up in the space or whatever. I mean, we had no idea it was actually breaking up.
It was very unusual looking. This is the first time that we've actually seen one during the day. Most of the landings that we see are at night, and it's just a big bright ball trailing a plasma trail. And immediately when we first saw it, we started seeing multiple bright spots coming off of it. And even my wife, who is not an amateur astronomer, saying there's something wrong here.
What kinds of things have you heard about this debris that's hit the ground?
Apparently, the biggest piece that I've heard the sheriff talking about from over there has been about a 1-foot piece. But they're still trying to contain the debris field. Apparently it's scattered for at least 3 counties that we know of right now.
I was on my way to work, and I was fixing to pull in to get me a cup of coffee, and I had seen this piece. It fell out of the sky and hit the ground, and I'm a diesel mechanic, and I thought it was a brake chamber that come off of an 18-wheeler.
Okay.
And went over there, and I looked at it, and I could tell that right then that it wasn't a brake chamber. And then I went on over there to the store and got my coffee, and then I come back, and that's whenever I picked it up and got to looking at it and seeing that it was a burner. And laying there beside it was a fuel filter. It said it fit a 747 is what it said on the filter.
Some of the voices on the ground in Texas that we heard from today as people continue to share their stories. Shock, disbelief, horror at what has become the Columbia tragedy. Briefly to sum up for you, we now know that the shuttle Columbia broke up over Texas just before 9 a.m. Eastern Time, that all 7 astronauts on board the Columbia were killed when that occurred. That debris has been strewn across Texas, and it continues to be sought and cordoned off, and that they're going to pull that in and now begin their investigation as they search for answers. President George Bush calling this a national tragedy, each astronaut on board the shuttle a hero, and at this point no one is saying anything about it being a terrorist act. That so far people have said it is simply what is likely to be human error, and that no one on the ground or in the sky is to blame for what has happened. At least that is how it looks right now. Before we wrap up our coverage here, I want to take just a moment to thank many of the people who came on today and spent the day with us breaking down this information. Dr. Roberta Bonder, Owen Garriott, both former astronauts, Paul Delaney of York University, Mark Garneau from the Canadian Space Agency, and CBC science specialist Bob McDonald, among the many others, including Phil Moselle from the Ontario Science Centre here in Toronto. I'm Jennifer Gates. That concludes our coverage. We're coming up to Saturday Report with Suhana Marchand in just a moment. Now, the last words from NASA's Administrator Sean O'Keefe on, in fact, this is a tragedy and everyone on board had died.
And likewise tragic for the nation. Immediately upon indication of a loss of communications on STS-107 at a little after 9 a.m. this morning, we began our contingency plan to preserve all the information relative to the flight activities. I immediately advised the President and the Secretary of Homeland Security, Secretary Tom Ridge, at the point after landing was due to have occurred at 9:16. Spoke to them very briefly thereafter to advise that we had lost contact with the shuttle orbiter Columbia and STS-107 crew. They offered, the President specifically offered, full and immediate support to determine what the appropriate steps were thereafter to be taken. We then spent the next hour and a half working through the detail and information of what we have received, and Bill Reedy will walk you through the specifics of those operational and technical issues here in just a moment. At this time, we have no indication that the mishap was caused by anything or anyone on the ground. We've assembled a mishap investigation team that immediately was assembled upon the point of past the stage in which the orbiter was to have landed here at Kennedy Space Center a little after 9:30, and that team in turn is coordinating on a regular basis on all the facts that are pertaining to this from the Johnson Space Center, and a rapid response team from here at the Kennedy Space Center, as well as participants from the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. In addition to these internal efforts, we have also appointed a mishap investigation board, an external group of people who are independent from NASA, who will immediately be charged with the opportunity to look at all the information that was immediately locked down right after our absence of communications. Each of these individuals are safety and mission assurance related officials in other federal departments of the federal government, from the Air Force, from the Navy, from the Department of Transportation, and across the federal expanse. The investigation team will also be chaired by an individual contacted to serve who is external to the federal agencies. And we'll have the opportunity to coordinate all the information again from an external view. So we'll be conducting both the internal activity as well as an external review immediately to ascertain the causes and circumstances under which this tragedy occurred. We pulled together all the federal agencies and local governments as well In discussion several times this morning with Secretary Tom Ridge, the effort is heavily underway to coordinate an understanding of exactly where the orbiter path had taken it from West Texas towards the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida, and to make sure that the material on the ground is secured so that the investigation can begin promptly. We would urge anyone who believes they have discovered or found any material to stay away from it and to please contact local officials. The local first responder groups for emergency services and so forth have been authorized and directed by Secretary Tom Ridge to assist in all manner. The Federal Emergency Management Agency is coordinating that effort on the part of the Department of Homeland Security. I was here this morning with the families of the astronauts and their friends. It started out as a pretty happy morning, awaiting the landing of STS-107. And we had highly anticipated their return because we couldn't wait to congratulate them for their extraordinary performance and their excellent efforts on the science mission on this very important flight. They dedicated their lives to pushing the scientific challenges for all of us here on Earth. And they dedicated themselves to that objective and did it with a happy heart, willingly, and with great enthusiasm. The loss of this valiant crew is something we will never be able to get over, and certainly the families of all of them, we have assured we will do everything we can possibly do to guarantee that they work their way through this horrific tragedy. We ask the members of the media to honor that too. To please respect their privacy and please understand the tragedy that they are going through at this time. We will help the media assure that be the case as well. We trust that the prayers of the nation will be with them and with their families. And again, a more courageous group of people you could not have hoped to know than the families of these crew members. And an extraordinary, extraordinary group of astronauts who gave their lives and did it in a way that they knew exactly the risk, but never, ever do we ever want to see a circumstance where something like this could ever happen. And we diligently dedicate ourselves every single day to assuring these things don't occur. And when they do, we have to act responsibly, accountably, and that's exactly what we will do. To give you more of the operational detail of what has occurred here since 9 a.m. this morning, the Associate Administrator for Spaceflight, a former astronaut, retired captain of the United States Navy, former test flight pilot, Bill Reedy, who has commanded 2 separate missions previously and as an astronaut, and is now, again, our Associate Administrator for Spaceflight, has worked with me all morning along with all of us here at Kennedy Space Center to work through the details of the events as we know them and to present to you the facts that we understand them. Again, the technical details that are being worked very diligently now will be covered again at 3 p.m. this afternoon out of the Johnson Space Center. With that, let me turn it over to Captain Bill Reedy.
Thank you, John. It's a truly difficult day for all of us. Many of us were standing alongside the runway waiting to celebrate their triumphant return after a 16-day science mission. I think you could tell from the downlink that they loved what they were doing and they thought what they were doing was extremely important, pushing back those boundaries in science. At 9 o'clock, we heard that they had lost data from the spacecraft, and it appears that that was at about 200,000 feet, about Mach 18.
This is indeed a tragic day for the NASA family, for the families of the astronauts, and likewise tragic for the nation.
The shuttle Columbia explodes on re-entry with 7 astronauts on board.
Columbia's lost. there are no survivors.
The witnesses.
And also heard this big loud boom noise.
The clues.
We're looking at all the data.
And the reaction from around the world.
I'm shocked. This is a tragedy.
How did this happen?
CBC News Saturday Report with Suhana Marchand.
Good evening. There's been a disaster in space, a catastrophe unrivaled since the Shuttle Challenger blew up in 1986, killing all 7 astronauts on board. Today, another shuttle is gone. Columbia vanished with a big bang in flame and smoke this morning, along with its crew of 7. The shuttle, NASA's oldest, broke apart high over Texas just 16 minutes before it was due to land at Cape Canaveral in Florida. So far, all signs point to some sort of accident, not sabotage. We have extensive coverage of the Columbia disaster on Saturday Report, beginning with the CBC's Adrian Arsenault in Washington. Adrian.
Suhana, NASA says it will not fly again until it understands what happened this morning, how a seemingly flawless shuttle flight could have such a catastrophic accident.
Range to touchdown 1,400 miles.
Just minutes before the shuttle was supposed to make its routine, smooth landing around 9 a.m. Eastern Time, NASA suddenly couldn't connect with the crew of Columbia.
Columbia out of communications at present with Mission Control as it continues its course toward Florida. 14 minutes to touchdown for Columbia at the Kennedy Space Center. Flight controllers are continuing to stand by to regain communications with the spacecraft.
That calm NASA voice belied the heart-stopping chaos in the skies above. Moments later, realization contact would never be restored. Those multiple streaks you see are bits of the shuttle breaking away, surging towards the Earth at 20,000 kilometers per hour. This, anyone watching instantly understood, was a disaster. Within minutes came the reports from the ground. Small, smoking pieces of the shuttle had landed in parking lots, cut burned swaths through the landscape across central Texas. The 7 astronauts on board, gone. Early indications suggest this may have started with a heating problem in the shuttle structure.
The first indications were of the loss of sensors, temperature sensors, in the hydraulic systems on the left wing, both the left inboard and left outboard elevon temperature sensors. They were followed seconds and minutes later by several other problems, including loss of tire pressure indications on the left main gear, and then indications of excessive structural heating.
This is a very risky endeavor, pushing back the frontiers in outer space, and after 113 flights, unfortunately, people have a tendency to look at it as something that is more or less routine. Well, I can assure you it is not.
And Columbia Commander Rick Husband with the camera.
Other NASA officials struggled to find the right words to explain what it means to lose 7 colleagues.
We trust that the prayers of the nation will be with them and with their families. And again, a more courageous group of people you could not have hoped to know.
Flags at space centers and the White House were lowered to half-mast, and the president rushed back to Washington from Camp David. This doesn't appear to be terrorism, White House officials had reassured him, just a horrific accident, as if that's any real consolation. He was somber and appeared shaken when he addressed the nation.
These astronauts knew the dangers, and they faced them willingly, knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more.
We have booster ignition and liftoff of Space Shuttle Columbia with a multitude of national and international space research experiments.
As with all shuttle flights, Columbia had been a hopeful mission. On board, Ilan Ramon, the first Israeli in space, carrying with him the pride of his nation that so needed something to celebrate. Kalpana Chawla, an American who was born and raised and revered in India. Dr. Laurel Clark, a U.S. flight surgeon and the mother of an 8-year-old. David Brown, an American on his first trip to space. Michael Anderson, an Air Force pilot, one of the few black astronauts. Pilot William McCool, a father of 3 on his first spaceflight, and Commander Rick Husband, who once said he'd made up his mind as a child that he was destined for space.
The same creator who names the stars also knows the names of the 7 souls we mourn today. The crew of the Shuttle Columbia did not return safely to Earth, yet we can pray that all are safely home. May God bless the grieving families, and may God continue to bless America.
In the strange ways of the universe, it was 17 years ago this week that the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded upon liftoff. Just a few days ago, the crew of Columbia marked a moment of silence to remember those astronauts lost then in what Americans had hoped would be the last space tragedy. Suhana?
The CBC's Adrian Arsenault reporting from Washington. They were among the first to notice, hundreds of people on the ground in Texas who first heard and then saw that something had happened to the Shuttle Columbia. Beatrice Politi now on the witnesses to today's accident.
It looked just like a white light racing through the sky. Then, disaster, as the space shuttle appeared to come apart in midair.
I was looking out toward kind of the northwest, and it was coming over our tree line, and it was just a very thin vapor line at that time. And I thought, wow, you know, what a beautiful meteor.
Then there was the sound.
It was kind of like a big thundering noise like a thundercloud would cause in the distance.
It was seen and heard all over southeastern Texas and bordering Louisiana.
Instead of one singular sonic boom, I heard probably on the order of 5 or 6 smaller sonic booms that were stretched out over about a 10-second time frame.
For some, it was an unmistakable sight.
I had the same feeling. I remember the Challenger accident. You know immediately that when you see multiple pieces of debris flying that it's not a good situation. We knew what we were looking at.
What they saw was the Columbia, 63 kilometers in the sky, breaking up. Many of these people are used to the space shuttle flying over their homes, but many couldn't believe what they were seeing.
At the time, we didn't think it was the shuttle breaking up. We just thought, again, it was ice particles or vapor trails because of the temperatures being so cold up in the space or whatever. I mean, we had no idea it was actually breaking up.
When it got nearer, we could see flecks or pieces of something coming off of it because we thought it was just the afterburners or something. And then we heard the racket, the sound after it passed by us, just reverberated and reverberated for several minutes like an earthquake or something.
Now, what these people saw will become part of NASA's investigation into what happened, including the debris from the Columbia that fell into their communities.
I came out to get the newspaper, and this was laying in the yard and didn't know what it was, so I said, well, we better call 911, let them come check it and see.
The Columbia's wreckage is likely strewn over hundreds of kilometers into neighboring states, meaning officials will pick up the pieces for days. Beatrice Politi, CBC News, Toronto.
The shock of this tragedy is being felt around the world. And here at home, Canadians are sharing in the grief and disbelief of such an incredible loss. The CBC's Carolyn Dunn is following the reaction.
In the Winnipeg airport, travelers are glued to television screens, watching a horror in the skies over Texas play over and over again.
I'm shocked. This is a tragedy, and I'm equally as surprised about this. I had no idea even there was a launch, but it's not good news.
Across the country, a sense of deja vu, a flashback to the Challenger explosion 17 years ago.
It was shocking. I mean, it reminds you of the last space shuttle crash and the emotions you brought out then.
You break up when you see these darn things happen. And you think about, 7 people? What can you do?
At Edmonton's Odysseum Science Centre, space enthusiasts wait on the edge of their seats for word from NASA.
You kind of wonder if the world's coming apart a little bit with so much, catastrophic events occurring in such a short period of time.
Become so complacent with the shuttle going up, and when something happens, it's quite shocking.
Canadian astronaut Mark Garneau says we have been drawn into complacency. He's grieving the loss of his colleagues and friends.
That it's the kind of day you dread,
but you know all too well can occur, and it is part of the risk that is that you accept if you're going to fly on the space shuttle.
In the official reaction from the Prime Minister, Jean Chrétien says the 7 astronauts on board were accomplished women and men of great courage who put their extraordinary skills and knowledge to the service of humankind. Each one was a hero. The Deputy Prime Minister offers the sympathy of Canada.
We offer our sincere condolences to the governments and people of the United States and Israel, but especially to the families of the 7 courageous crew members.
Amid the disbelief, there are the inevitable questions.
As a human race, I guess we're continually looking and exploring, expanding our scientific knowledge, and this puts us a step backwards. What happened? Why did it happen?
Mark Garneau says it could take months to get those answers.
That will definitely have an impact on future shuttle missions, including the 2 Canadian missions, the 2 missions involving Canadians that are planned for 2003.
Another tragedy making uncertain the future of the space program and Canada's role in it. Carolyn Dunn, CBC News, Ottawa.
As we reported earlier, this man, Ilan Ramon, was one of 7 people on board Columbia. He was Israel's first astronaut, a renowned fighter pilot esteemed by his fellow citizens. Colonel Ilan was also a welcome symbol of hope for a country mired in violence. The CBC's Neil MacDonald is covering reaction to his death. He joins us from Jerusalem. Neil?
Suhana, Colonel Ilan Ramon enjoyed hero status here even before he was selected as Israel's first astronaut. His flight transfixed the Jewish state. Ramon's father, his buttons practically bursting with pride, was on hand to comment during a live broadcast of the shuttle landing today. Then, suddenly, the anchor announced there was some kind of problem in Florida. Minutes later, Israelis learned that Ramon had perished 60 kilometers above Texas. Ramon, a 48-year-old fighter pilot, had become an icon here. A veteran of 2 wars, part of the mission that bombed a nuclear reactor in Baghdad 20 years ago, role model to school children, and personification of Israeli ambitions as a serious player in the community of Western nations. Politicians, of course, leaped at the chance just to be seen with him. 2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister and other cabinet members spoke to him live in space. Ramon talked about the sight of Israel from orbit, then held up a Bible from an inmate in the Nazi Bergen-Belsen concentration camp.
On the launch pad, the shuttle rests on 2 solid rocket boosters, fully fueled, weighing about 2 million kilograms.
3, 2, 1.
The first 2 minutes are critical. The shuttle's 3 main engines ignite. Then the 2 rocket boosters, which lift the shuttle off the launch pad with sheer raw power.
There is terrific thrust. There is a terrific push which is happening. I mean, just look at the size of the flame tail here. That gives you an idea of the sheer power that is being delivered by these solid rockets.
The fuel is a combination of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, and it burns at an amazing rate. Imagine emptying a family swimming pool every 10 seconds.
It's like someone shaking you by the shoulders, and you can't keep up. I mean, you're just being shaken violently.
So is the shuttle. It's at its most vulnerable here. During this phase in 1986, the Challenger exploded. A flame from a leaky joint on one of the solid rocket boosters ignited the fuel in the external fuel tank.
Camera placing the shuttle in a heads-down.
It takes about 8 minutes for the shuttle to climb into orbit, and then the mission becomes relatively routine until the shuttle returns to Earth.
These apparently were the final television pictures of the cosmonauts.
That phase 2 has a deadly history. 4 Soviet cosmonauts died during re-entry in missions in 1967 and 71. But in 42 years of human spaceflight in the U.S., there had never been a landing accident. A remarkable record, given the tremendous stress both shuttle and crew are under for about 45 minutes.
And remember, there's no onboard engine anymore, okay? You can't do this more than once. It's a huge glider. It's a big rock which is falling out of orbit.
As it drops, it's moving at about 20,000 kilometers an hour.
We are being buffeted by this tremendous atmosphere that we bump into.
That friction creates extreme heat. Ceramic insulation and tiles protect the astronauts, but the shuttle becomes a fireball. And for about 12 minutes, all radio communication between the shuttle and the ground is lost. Heather Hiscox, CBC News, Toronto.
Joining me now for more on the science of the space program, Bob McDonald, the host of CBC Radio's weekly science program, Quirks and Quarks. Bob, help me to understand the physical stresses on the shuttle as it enters the Earth's atmosphere at 20,000 kilometers an hour.
That's an unbelievable speed,
yes.
And it's faster than anything that we have, anything else that flies. And when you're going that fast and you come into the atmosphere, you're undergoing stress both from the pressure of the air itself pushing against you and the heat of the friction. And the shuttle is designed to withstand that heat on its underside down here where they have these protective tiles. Also, what it's doing while it's coming into the atmosphere is that they do these really long S-turns left and right to try to lose speed, the same way a skier would coming down a hill. And it was during one of these left-hand turns that they lost data. Now, what they think happens here, what the indication is that there was something going on here in the left wing. That's where they started losing sensors. And what we see in the video is that it no longer was pointing forward. They lost control of it, and it started tumbling end over end. And when you do that, you're no longer aerodynamic, and the very forces of the air, those stresses just rip the vehicle apart, and it's not getting that thermal insulation. So it's pressure and it's fire that literally tears it asunder.
You talk about the left wing. That was one of the problems that NASA pointed out today. It said there was a loss of temperature sensors on the left wing, also a loss of tire pressure, excessive structural heating, but there must have been data they couldn't get access to, parts of the shuttle they couldn't see.
Well, there are pieces that they can't get out. There was another incident that happened at launch where a piece of the big orange fuel tank actually hit the underside of the shuttle here that may have, we don't know yet, may have damaged some of the tiles under there. They couldn't see that from orbit. But what they're going to be doing now is there are a lot of other cameras that we haven't seen footage from yet that do extreme close-up of the launch and landing, and they'll be looking at that in details. But it looks like just the wings fell off and she just broke up on the way down.
And dramatic pictures. The CBC's Bob McDonald joining us. We'll take a short break. When we come back, more on the Columbia disaster. Colleague of the 7 astronauts who were lost, and he spoke in praise of their courage and dedication. We'd like to share more of that emotional tribute with you now.
Here this morning with the families of the astronauts and their friends. It started out as a pretty happy morning, awaiting the landing of STS-107. And we had highly anticipated their return because we couldn't wait to congratulate them for their extraordinary performance and their excellent efforts on the science mission on this very important flight. They dedicated their lives to pushing the scientific challenges for all of us here on Earth. And they dedicated themselves to that objective and did it with a happy heart, willingly, and with great enthusiasm. The loss of this valiant crew is something we will never be able to get over, and certainly the families of all of them, we have assured we will do everything we can possibly do to guarantee that they work their way through this horrific tragedy. We trust that the prayers of the nation will be with them and with their families.
Is a CBC News special report.
This is indeed a tragic day for the NASA family, for the families of the astronauts, and likewise tragic for the nation.
And also heard this big loud boom noise.
Columbia's lost. There are no survivors.
Good evening. This is a CBC News special report. Disaster in space. The loss of the shuttle Columbia and all 7 of its astronauts. It's a space catastrophe unrivaled since the shuttle Challenger blew up in 1986, killing its crew of 7. This morning, Columbia disappeared in flame, smoke, and noise along with everyone on board. The shuttle, NASA's oldest, broke apart high over Texas as it headed for a landing in Florida at 9:16 Eastern. About 8:53, the first hint anything might be wrong. Columbia's left wing started exhibiting sensor failures. The wing was hit shortly after launch on January the 16th. A chunk of insulating foam peeled off the fuel tank and smacked its thermal tiles. About 9:01, this last calm exchange between Mission Control and Columbia's commander.
Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages and we did not copy your last.
Roger. Moments later, Columbia disintegrated, about 15 minutes short of Cape Canaveral. So far, all signs point to some sort of accident, not sabotage. We have extensive coverage of the Columbia disaster tonight, beginning with the CBC's Adrian Arsenault in Washington.
Columbia, Houston, UHF comm check.
At Mission Control, no one at first sounded or acted concerned.
Columbia out of communications at present with Mission Control as it continues its course toward Florida. 14 minutes to touchdown for Columbia at the Kennedy Space Center. Flight controllers are continuing to stand by to regain communications with the spacecraft.
That calm NASA voice belied the heart-stopping chaos in the skies above. Moments later, realization contact would never be restored. Those multiple streaks you see are bits of the shuttle breaking away, surging towards the Earth at 20,000 kilometers per hour. This, anyone watching instantly understood, was a disaster. Within minutes came the reports from the ground. Small, smoking pieces of the shuttle had landed in parking lots, cut burned swaths through the landscape across central Texas. The 7 astronauts on board gone. By mid-afternoon, one more crushing sight. Hearses moving through the Texas countryside, retrieving human remains scattered across the huge debris field. Early indications suggest this may have started with a heating problem in the shuttle structure.
The first indications were of the loss of sensors, temperature sensors, in the hydraulic systems on the left wing, both the left inboard and left outboard elevon temperature sensors. They were followed seconds and minutes later by several other problems, including loss of tire pressure indications on the left main gear, and then indications of excessive structural heating.
This is a very risky endeavor, pushing back the frontiers in outer space, and after 113 flights, unfortunately, people have a tendency to look at it as something that is more or less routine. Well, I can assure you it is not.
And Columbia Commander Rick Husband with the camera.
Other NASA officials struggled to find the right words to explain what it means to lose 7 colleagues.
We trust that the prayers of the nation will be with them and with their families. And again, a more courageous group of people you could not have hoped to know.
Flags at space centers and the White House were lowered to half-mast, and the president rushed back to Washington from Camp David. This doesn't appear to be terrorism, White House officials had reassured him, just a horrific accident, as if that's any real consolation. He was somber and appeared shaken when he addressed the nation.
These astronauts knew the dangers, and they faced them willingly, knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more.
We have booster ignition and liftoff of Space Shuttle Columbia with a multitude of national and international space research experiments.
As with all shuttle flights, Columbia had been a hopeful mission. On board, Ilan Ramon, the first Israeli in space, carrying with him the pride of his nation that so needed something to celebrate. Kalpana Chawla, an American who was born and raised and revered in India. Dr. Laurel Clark, a U.S. flight surgeon and the mother of an 8-year-old. David Brown, an American on his first trip to space. Michael Anderson, an Air Force pilot, one of the few black astronauts. Pilot William McCool, a father of 3 on his first spaceflight. And Commander Rick Husband, who once said he'd made up his mind as a child that he was destined for space.
The same creator who names the stars also knows the names of the 7 souls we mourn today. The crew of the Shuttle Columbia did not return safely to Earth, yet we can pray that all are safely home. May God bless the grieving families, and may God continue to bless America.
In the strange ways of the universe, it was 17 years ago this week that the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded upon liftoff. Just a few days ago, the crew of Columbia marked a moment of silence to remember those astronauts lost then in what Americans had hoped would be the last space tragedy. Peter?
All right, Adrian Arsenault reporting tonight from Washington. The explosion of the shuttle and the loss of those 7 lives happened in a mere moment, but hundreds of people witnessed that terrible moment. The CBC's Steve Irwin is in Texas.
It looked like a white light racing through the sky. Then disaster, as the space shuttle appeared to come apart in midair.
I was looking out toward kind of the northwest, and it was coming over our tree line, and it was just a very thin vapor line at that time. And I thought, wow, you know, what a beautiful meteor.
Then there was a sound.
It would not let up. It was one clap after another, a rolling sensation. Our dogs went bananas trying to get into the house.
It was seen and heard all over southeastern Texas and bordering Louisiana.
Instead of one singular sonic boom, I heard probably on the order of 5 or 6 smaller sonic booms that were stretched out over about a 10-second time frame.
For some, it was an unmistakable sight.
I had the same feeling. I remember the Challenger accident. You know immediately that when you see multiple pieces of debris flying that it's not a good situation. We knew what we were looking at.
What they saw was the Columbia at 63 kilometers up, breaking up. Many of those people were used to space shuttles flying over their homes, but they couldn't believe what they were seeing.
I thought somebody had an accident on the highway. It was so loud, you know. And I looked out and I saw the limbs shaking in the trees. I said, what's going on?
I heard a noise and it sounded like somebody jumped on top of my house walking around, somebody big.
Now, what these people saw will become part of NASA's investigation into what happened, including the debris from the Columbia that fell into their communities.
I came out to get the newspaper, and this was laying in the yard and didn't know what it was, so I said, well, we better call 911 and let them come check it and see.
The Columbia's wreckage is strewn over hundreds of kilometers here in Texas and in neighboring states, meaning officials will be picking up the pieces for days. Now the Federal Aviation Administration has declared temporary flight restrictions over that area. Steve Irwin, CBC News, Nacogdoches, Texas.
Well, joining us now for more on the science of the space program, Bob McDonald, the host of CBC Radio's weekly science program, Quirks and Quarks. Bob, these things aren't solved in hours or even days, the investigation, but to the trained eye, they had a chance to see a lot today in those tapes. What were you seeing?
They did. Well, it looks like at this point we know that there were 2 points where something went wrong, and we're not sure if they're related or not. One of them was during the launch, and if I use my little model here, the external fuel tank, this big orange thing that's on the belly of the shuttle when it takes off, is covered in a spray-on foam that is fairly soft material, actually, and that's because this tank contains very cold liquid nitrogen, or liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. That, by the way, is the tank that exploded in the Challenger disaster. But what happened this time is that a piece of this foam somewhere along the left side, right, let's see, turn around, right over here, came off and then hit the underside of the wing right here, and then went down. They don't know how much damage that did because they can't see that part. But the shuttle continued off, it got rid of all of this, and it went up into space. This underside here on the left wing is black because that takes the heat when the shuttle is returning to Earth. The engineers knew that this piece had been hit, and they did basically an engineering analysis. They said, well, it's only a piece of foam. Foam's very light, and it would be like getting hit with a sponge. And we know how strong the tiles are. They are very brittle. They're made of a glass-like material, and you can actually crumble them in your hand. But they thought a piece of foam probably wouldn't have done much damage, so they didn't really worry about it, and they said, let's go on with the flight. We don't know. So, but they can't see this when they're in space. They can't see the underside of the shuttle.
They can't use the Canadarm.
The Canadarm wasn't on
around.
this flight, and it can't reach around there anyway. So they couldn't see that. So they're guessing. So we don't know if there were any tiles that were knocked off there. If there were tiles knocked off that spot, that would leave an exposed piece of skin, of raw aluminum skin from the shuttle itself. And when it came back into the atmosphere, the 3,000 degree temperature that has to put up with would burn a hole there, and that could cause a failure. But we don't know that. Okay, that's one possible scenario. The other thing that happened when the shuttle is landing, it comes down into the atmosphere this way. It starts out going Mach 25. That's its speed when it first comes down into the atmosphere.
Which means
25 times the speed of sound. We have nothing that flies that fast. No airplane flies that fast. A fighter jet does Mach 2. And so it starts off at Mach 20, and it has to get rid of all that speed because ultimately it's got to go to zero. And the way it does that is it turns that energy into heat. So it does it when it hits the atmosphere, and the atmosphere literally burns, and the thing is surrounded by a huge fireball, and the astronauts could see that out the window. They're out of communication for a while, which is normal, and they'd already gone through that. And then, to get rid of more speed so that they can have a good landing, they do a big series of S-turns, and they actually turn like a skier going down a hill to try to control the speed and slow down. And it was during one of these turns when they were turning left, with the left wing down, that they started getting these sensors that something was wrong back here in these elevons. The shuttle is controlled by elevators on the back that help it turn. They're the steering. So if they lost sensors here, that could mean a couple of things, that maybe these elevons weren't working, there might have been a hydraulic problem, or maybe they even ripped off. But if you can't steer, then you're now like a high-speed, super-speed car that has lost its steering and it spins out. And if the shuttle loses its orientation, if it turns sideways or rolls over, it's no longer a good aerodynamic shape. And when you're doing Mach 18 times the speed of sound, and you've got air hitting you so hard that the pressure is so high, it just rips the ship to pieces. And that's what we see in the video. She's slowly tumbling end over end, out of control, and pieces are just flying off.
And all this is happening in a matter of seconds.
And it's happening in a matter of seconds. And as far as the crew is concerned from the inside, they're going to feel, their gravity is beginning to come back for them. They're sitting in their seats. They're on their way home. They think they've almost made it. They've gone through the fireball, which is thought to be a very dangerous time, and then all of a sudden they would feel a very violent turn, like a spinning car. And if you've ever had that happen in a car, there's that moment of, I can't control it, but I'm still moving. We're still going really fast. And then the ship would just begin to come apart. And as I say, the 3,000 degree temperature that you get from the air friction of going that fast would just incinerate, which is what we saw in the video.
Obviously, they want to find out exactly what the right answer is for what happened here today. How much, are they under a time pressure? I mean, the Challenger investigation lasted a long time.
It did. It lasted almost 3 years. And but this is different from the Challenger. First of all, it's a very different kind of accident. Challenger was on its way up. It wasn't going as fast. It was an explosion of fuel, and the whole thing landed in the ocean. So recovery was very different. And they got big pieces of the Challenger back because it kind of just drifted down from the sky. This is literally hitting the wall. It's as though it hit something solid. The pieces are very, very small. They have to gather all those pieces together to try to get clues. But the problem here is that the space station is up there. There are 3 people in orbit right now in the space station, and they can come down. They have an emergency lifeboat, a Russian space capsule, but the space station needs the shuttle because the space station's always slowly coming down, just very, very gradually. And every time the shuttle goes up and docks with it, they actually lift it to keep it up in orbit. Without the shuttles, they don't have supplies, they don't have parts, and the station will come down eventually. So there is a pressure here. I mean, the station's not going to come down for a few years, but there is pressure to get this thing back up and running again because there is nothing to replace it. So there is imperative here.
In fact, we seem to even hear a lot more today in terms of what their theories are than we ever heard that first day of Challenger.
Yes, and they're scrambling right away to get a team together, to get a panel because they want to fix it, make sure that the next one is safe so they can continue with the program.
All right, Bob. Thank you very much, Bob McDonald. Well, world attention is focused on the Space Shuttle disaster, obviously, and we are going to talk more about it in the moments ahead. But first, we want to check in on another tragedy, This one unfolding right here in Canada. 7 teenagers were killed today in an avalanche in eastern British Columbia. They were among a group of 17 people on a school ski trip in Glacier National Park near Revelstoke. That's not far from the site of another fatal avalanche just 2 weeks ago. Officials from the school say 6 boys and 1 girl were killed. 10 other people were rescued. Rick Donkers has more.
The victims were all from this private school south of Calgary. Tonight, anguished parents arrived, desperate for information. For some, the news was tragic. The head of the school could offer few details.
Although we still do not have all the details, we are absolutely stricken with grief. Our school is a small family, and a loss this extreme is impacting on us tremendously. No doubt this will have ripples throughout southern Alberta, and our hearts go out to all of those who have been impacted in this way.
The ski trip was an annual event on the school's calendar. It was much anticipated by students. Yesterday, 14 of them set out with 3 adult chaperones. The entire group was hit by a huge wall of snow, some buried more than a meter deep.
It was size 3 to 3.5, which is a very large avalanche. A size 3 to 3.5 avalanche is capable of destroying a building. It ran over 1 kilometer. It was 500 to 800 meters wide. And at the fracture line, where the snow separated from the mountainside, it was from 80 centimeters to 1.5 meters deep.
The headmaster says the students were experienced and well prepared. He calls the pass where the avalanche hit a well-skied area. But this is only 30 kilometers away from the site of another avalanche on January 20th. That one also killed 7 people. Rick Donkers, CBC News, Calgary.
Now back to the Columbia disaster. It has touched people around the world and here at home. It was an unthinkable tragedy, one that gripped Canadians and left them grieving. The CBC's Carolyn Dunn is following the reaction tonight.
With an eerie sense of déjà vu, Canadians sat wherever they were, glued to whatever television they could find, to watch a tragedy in the skies over Texas unfold.
You break up when you see these darn things happen. And you think about, 7 people? Yeah. What can you do?
At Edmonton's Odysseum, space enthusiasts watch devastating updates from NASA with a sense of disbelief.
You kind of wonder if the world's coming apart a little bit with so much, catastrophic events occurring in such a short period of time.
The Canadian Jewish Congress's Keith Landy has a souvenir of his meeting with Israeli astronaut Ilan Ramon. He says Canada's Jewish community is in mourning tonight for a man who was a hero to Jews everywhere.
We share the pride with Israelis in terms of what Colonel Ramon has been able to achieve.
In a written statement, Prime Minister Jean Chrétien offered this tribute to the Israeli and American crew. The 7 astronauts on board were accomplished women and men of great courage who put their extraordinary skills and knowledge to the service of humankind. Each one was a hero. The Deputy Prime Minister extended the sympathy of all Canadians.
We offer our sincere condolences to the governments and people of the United States and Israel, but especially to the families of the 7 courageous crew members.
Canadian astronaut Marc Garneau counted those 7 among his colleagues and friends.
It's the kind of day you dread, but you know all too well can occur, and it is part of the risk that you accept if you're going to fly on the space shuttle.
And as the shock fades, the questions begin.
As a human race, I guess we're continuing looking and exploring, expanding our scientific knowledge, and this puts us a step backwards. What happened? Why did it happen?
Marc Garneau doesn't expect those questions answered for weeks, maybe months.
That will definitely have an impact on future shuttle missions, including the 2 Canadian missions, the 2 missions involving Canadians that are planned for 2003.
Another tragedy making uncertain the future of the space program and Canada's role in it. Carolyn Dunn, CBC News, Ottawa.
As Carolyn mentioned, this man, Ilan Ramon, was one of 7 people on board Columbia. He was Israel's first astronaut. A renowned fighter pilot, esteemed by his fellow citizens, Colonel Ramon was also hailed as a welcome symbol of hope for a country mired in violence. The CBC's Neil MacDonald is covering reaction to his death. He is in Jerusalem tonight. Neil.
Peter, Colonel Ilan Ramon enjoyed hero status here even before he was selected as Israel's first astronaut. His flight transfixed the Jewish state. Ramon's father, his buttons practically bursting with pride, was on hand to comment during a live broadcast of the shuttle landing today. Then, suddenly, the anchor announced there was some kind of problem in Florida. Minutes later, Israelis learned that Ramon had perished 60 kilometers above Texas. Ramon, a 48-year-old fighter pilot, had become an icon here. A veteran of 2 wars, part of the mission that bombed a nuclear reactor in Baghdad 20 years ago, role model to school children, and personification of Israeli ambitions as a serious player in the community of Western nations. Politicians, of course, leaped at the chance just to be seen with him. 2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister and other cabinet members spoke to him live in space. Ramon talked about the sight of Israel from orbit, then held up a Bible from an inmate in the Nazi Bergen-Belsen concentration camp. Before the mission, Ramon spoke to Israeli TV about safety. He brushed off the notion of trouble, saying lessons had been learned from the Challenger disaster 17 years ago. In fact, he said, his mission had been postponed because cracks had been found in the shuttle. At the time, his children had mixed reactions.
Oh my goodness. The whole ship blew up.
That's in the movies. That's not real.
No, I'm not worried because, I mean, he's not worried, so why should I be worried?
Flags here are at half-mast, and the country is in a state of sorrow and mourning. Colonel Ilan Ramon took Israel into space and into a small elite group of nations. The Prime Minister's office put out a statement tonight saying Israelis are as one in their grief. Peter?
Thanks, Neil. CBC's Neil MacDonald reporting tonight from Jerusalem. Today's shuttle accident is a shock to everyone, but especially to people who have actually been in space. Earlier tonight, I spoke to one of them, Buzz Aldrin, the second man to walk on the moon. I asked him how what happened today might affect the U.S. space program.
Of course, there are always those who look for any reason to say what we are doing is wrong, we should change it. A lot of these people are motivated by the attention that it gets them to take that position and to take any position that runs counter to the establishment. There's the loyal opposition, and then there's the maybe not so loyal opposition that really wants to question things just for the sake of questioning them. But I think when we have an event like this, there's also a gathering together, a rededication to accept this situation as a challenge, to find out what happened, make sure it doesn't happen again, and to set course on a renewed, invigorated program. And I think some very good things will come out of this. We will have a better space program, perhaps the way we had a better Apollo program after the Apollo fire. And we fixed the things after the Challenger accident, and in various ways had a better space program after the Challenger accident. There's still that concern, that memory that lingers on in so many people's minds who can only think about the adverse things that could happen. When they think about the space program, they think of all the tragedies instead of all the promises and all the rewards.
Do you think the agency itself is strong enough to deal with that debate if it comes up. And the reason I ask that is there's no doubt how strong NASA was as an agency when you and Neil Armstrong were working on the moon. Times have changed. Is it strong enough now? Is it supported well enough now?
Well, it's not the same. It's not the same. It didn't arise in the same conditions. There wasn't a pioneering aspect of advancing things that have never been done before. But we have to accept the shuttle, the way it was put together in the 70s and the way we started flying it in the 80s. It's the only machine we have right now. The space station was designed following a commitment in the mid-80s to build a space station. There were other alternatives. We could have done things differently, but what we have is what we have, and we have to move on from there, knowing that we have choices in the future. There are alternate paths. We can choose wisely, or we can choose maybe short-sightedly to try and focus attention too much on one aspect or another. I think it's a great challenge to face a situation like this, look at what our alternatives are, and then to chart a course, an appropriate course for the future.
Well, from Buzz Aldrin to Nacogdoches, Texas, where Steve Irwin joins us once again. He is watching the on-the-ground investigation in Texas tonight. Steve, what more can you tell us about that?
Peter, the search is increasing in scope. It's starting really breathtaking in its sweep. It's beginning in space with satellite imaging. They're trying to track the trajectory of the shuttle as it came down through the woods into the towns and the communities around here. So they're using the imaging to take an initial look at it. Then they're dispatching people out by the hundreds to search literally on their hands and knees through the farm fields, through the woods here. They've enlisted the help of the National Guard, state troopers, the Air Force, the Navy, the FBI even is down here scouring the area, looking for whatever they can find. They estimate now some 500 different fragments scattered around many, many kilometers right throughout this area. Some ranging from the size of an oven door, others the size of a pebble. So it's a massive search, and they'll say it'll be at least 3 days before they even begin to see the end of the search.
You know, in some ways, Nacogdoches has become sort of the center of this mass debris field that you're talking about. What's the atmosphere like in that community tonight?
It's odd, Peter. I'd have to describe it as a somber carnival. There are understandably dozens and dozens of media trucks down here, so there's a bit of a media circus going on, but there are also many citizens from East Texas, from right across Texas and Louisiana, who have come in here with their families, and they've come out of a sense of sadness, but also out of a sense of incredible relief. Many of these fragments have hit houses here, gone through roofs, landed in backyards. There's a piece right behind me in a parking lot here. A number of people who live in the area say they can't believe that no one was hurt in this. So an incredible sense of relief and a sense of sadness, because these people have become accustomed to the shuttle coming down here, flying by as it lands. They consider it part of their life here.
All right.
So they've lost it, but they feel very lucky that no one was hurt.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. Steve Irwin reporting to us tonight from Nacogdoches, Texas. Well, this has been a special edition of CBC News. Our coverage will continue throughout the night on CBC News World, or log on to our website at cbc.ca. I'm Peter Mansbridge. Thanks for watching.
Brought terrible news and great sadness to our country. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors. On board was a crew of 7. Colonel Rick Husband, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Anderson, Commander Laurel Clark, Captain David Brown, Commander William McCool, Dr. Kulpna Shavla, and Ilan Ramon. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more.
This is CBC Television, Canada's own.
I'm Dave Bedini, and this is me at work.
Shuttle Columbia tragedy. The shuttle broke apart into flames in the skies over Texas this morning. All 7 astronauts, 5 men and 2 women, were lost. Tonight, many are weighing the risks of space flight, including the Canadian Space Agency. It hopes, despite the accident, aspiring astronauts won't give up on their dreams. Ravi Uba reports.
The Cosmodome in Laval is a place to dream. It holds replica shuttles and space memorabilia. But today's tragedy had John Yadema thinking about a similar day 17 years ago.
I was in college learning about computers when the first shuttle exploded, and it was scary.
For Mark Garneau, it was almost surreal. Garneau has been in space 3 times. He was good friends with all but one of the astronauts aboard Columbia.
We have worked together, we have socialized together. They're an outstanding group of people.
Garneau says dangers are ever present aboard a shuttle, but re-entry, the stage Columbia was at, is usually a simple procedure.
That is not to say that it is not a dynamic phase or a dangerous one, but you've made that you've passed a lot of critical points in re-entering towards Earth.
There were no Canadians aboard, but 2 Canadian experiments were lost. A total of 8 Canadians have gone to space. 2 were scheduled for separate missions this year. Garneau says those missions will be delayed and might even be canceled. But he thinks the disaster won't put off aspiring astronauts.
People, I bet you that it's not going to attract a single Canadian who has the dream of going into space. And I think the people who want to go into space are fully aware of the risks that space flight carries.
Back at the Cosmodome, one wasn't so sure.
I think it might be very fun, but I also think it has its ups and downs.
Ravi Uba, CFCF News.
A training exercise involving 7 NASA astronauts in Valcartier near Quebec City has been cut short. The astronauts were supposed to undergo a 10-day session under extreme conditions to prepare them for the rigors of space travel. They've been here since January 25th and returned to Houston this afternoon. Ilan Ramon was one of the 7 astronauts who died in the disaster. He was Israel's first astronaut, and
accidents of this type are created through a chain of events. So even though that occurred, it may not stand alone as the only cause. So I would hate to jump to a conclusion, but one has to accept the fact that that may be a contributing factor.
And something else may have caused it to roll at the wrong angle. That's a possibility?
Yes. Obviously, there are a multitude of flight control systems, reaction control jets, and computer software that control the orbiter on every entry, and there's a potential for failure in other components as well.
Okay. As you've seen it on the news so far, and perhaps talked to some of your colleagues, what would the crew members have been experiencing upon their re-entry?
Well, at that point in the re-entry, the G-forces would still be relatively light. In other words, they're not under any physical stress at that point. The heat generated by the atmosphere at that speed would give them a pinkish to white glow out the front windows and a vapor trail of hot plasma behind them, which makes them visible from the ground. Inside, the rolls left and right during re-entry are relatively smooth. That would not be dramatic. And they would have been in the cockpit area, the 2 pilots and the flight engineer would have been putting their game face on, preparing for the events that lead up to touchdown, because there's a time compression during re-entry, and it gets very busy from Mach 18 on down to the runway.
Okay, they're putting on their game face, but then something went wrong. They lost control with mission control. What would be their reaction to that? How would they respond to that?
Well, there are procedures that the crew would follow if they have a loss of communication, but I suspect the loss of communication that we're speaking of in this event was created by the catastrophic breakup, not by a communications failure.
Do you think it happened all very quickly between the time they knew something was wrong?
It may be the case that they had very little indication that anything was wrong. The sensor phase that had been mentioned would give the crew just a minor warning. There are different degrees of cautions and warnings that the crew receives. Those sensor indications are just that, sensors. It doesn't necessarily mean that hydraulic system has failed or that there's a problem with the tires. Their indications are just stating that the sensor may be failing. So even though they received those messages seconds or minutes before the breakup, they may not have had any concern that they were facing a dire situation.
So it would be a very short period of time between their indication and the disintegration of the shuttle.
Yes, that's
all right.
With the evidence we have now.
Okay, let me ask you this, because some people are pointing this. Of course, we looking for a description of what may have happened in the short term, but there are also complaints today that NASA has cut back too much of its workforce to save money. No increase in budget from 1992 to 2002, and in fact, just this past week, the General Accounting Office of the United States, which is very much like our Auditor General, says there are not enough workers at NASA, a shortage of engineers, and the workers who are there are tired. Do you see this as a concern for the shuttle program, one that may have contributed to safety problems?
Well, I've been out of the NASA environment for the last 5 years, so I cannot comment on what their morale or the workforce status might be. But budget issues are something that every government agency faces. NASA has to struggle to meet their mission objectives with the budget that the Congress can allocate to them. And I'm sure those will be questions that are asked and analyzed and answered, because it's not only the space station program, the shuttle program, but we have to include the International Space Station in the mission requirements for human spaceflight.
Let me ask you about the age of the shuttle, 22 years old. Is that a problem?
The shuttle fleet was built not based on age, but by number of missions. Each airframe was designed to tolerate 100 shuttle missions, and none were approaching even half of that. So I'd be surprised if there was a fatigue issue with any of the structure.
And Colonel Hendricks, before we go, and this is, this is another shock in what has been a very tense few years for the people of the United States of America. First 9/11, now the tension over a war, the constant tension over terrorism, and now this. What impact do you think this will have on the American psyche, on the people of the United States to go through this now?
Well, the reaction I've seen is similar to the Challenger tragedy. I don't think it's as dramatic, because the scenes during launch, that breakup was much more spectacular than the reentry, but there is still the connection with NASA. People connect with the mission, the communication of not only the scientific results, but of the inspiration that a space program provides to young people to pursue math and science degrees. And the international aspect of this. Canada has been a partner in the space program here since almost the beginning. I flew with the Canadian Dr. Bob Thirsk on my last mission. And that international participation must continue. This is not just an issue for the United States, but it's an international issue to continue the goal of human space exploration.
Colonel Hendricks, thank you so much for talking to us today. I know it's not an easy day for you. I'm very sorry about your loss. As you said, you knew many of the crew members personally. Thank you.
Thank you for your concerns.
We'll have more on the shuttle disaster later in the show. We'll get a live update from Israel, a nation mourning the loss of its first man in space.
Of course, there was another tragedy here at home. On Friday, the people of Revelstoke, BC held a memorial service for the 7 victims of last month's avalanche on January 20th. Nobody knew that less than 24 hours later, tragedy would once again strike. 7 more people would die. It happened in the back